Hey everyone, welcome to Shah Bytes. In this video, we are going to build FeedMe, a production style social feed system. This is not a simple card project. We will look at real feed system concepts here. Since this project is bigger, I will split it into parts. In this part, we will focus mainly on the backend and system design flow. If this video helps you, please like the video, subscribe to Shah Bytes, and follow along for more programming and development tutorials. Now, before coding, let's understand what we are building and why this problem matters. So, what are we building? We are building a social home feed system where users can create posts, follow and unfollow other users, view their personalized home feed, and also open a user timeline. The important part is the feed generation. The backend will not just fetch all posts using offset pagination, we will use keyset cursor pagination. Redis first page caching, and we will also use different delivery strategies for normal users and hot users. So, why this system? Why are we building this? Because feeds are one of the most common system design problems. Apps like YouTube, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, news apps, and e commerce platforms all have some version of a feed. But a real feed system has some trade offs, like should we push posts to our follower feeds when a user creates content, or should we pull content at a read time? What happens when a hot user has too many followers? And how do you cache the feed? How do we paginate safely while new posts are coming in? These are the problems we will handle in this project. These are the system design concepts used. For normal users, we will use fan out on write, where feed updates can be pushed asynchronously. For hot users, we will use hybrid pull approach, so we do not update every follower cache one by one. We will use Redis for first page home feed caching, keyset pagination for stable feed pages, and outbook pattern for reliable event publishing. Redis streams for async worker processing, and idempotency so retries do not create duplicate posts. We will also add Prometheus and Grafana to observe feed latency, cache behavior, delivery paths, and errors. Now look at our tech stack. So we'll be using Java 17, Spring Boot, Redis, and React along with TypeScript. And for the infra, we are using Docker to run everything together, and Prometheus and Grafana. So yeah, so the high level flow is this. When a user creates a post, okay, forget about this Angular UI. I forgot to change it. So it should be React UI. So when a user creates a post in our React UI, we save it in our Postgres. Okay, and then we also create an outbooks event in the same transaction, like you can see here. Then a publisher sends that event to Redis streams. Okay, and a worker will consume it. For normal users, the worker can update cached home feeds using fan out on write. But for the hot users, but for the hot users, we avoid expensive fan out and instead pull their posts fresh during home feed reads. Because see, for example, if we have a hot user and they have a lot of followers, like in millions or something, then their own feeds will be cached in Redis. Right. So now a hot user has uploaded a post. So we had to update all the caches of all their followers. That is very expensive. So we don't do that in case of our hot user. We only do that in case of our normal user, because then we would have to update very less users cache. So yeah, for hot users, we'll be directly getting the data from the database. Okay, then while we are trying to get our home feed read flow, it will get the cached base read from the Redis for normal users, and it will also get the hot user slice from the database. It will merge both of them together. Base cache is our normal users timeline and hot users. So after merging all of them together, it will apply a ranking logic. Ranking means which post should come first, and which post should come later. So yeah, the order, it will decide the order, and then it will apply a key set pagination. Okay, key set pagination will be like when was the post last read, so show me posts after that. But we won't only do it according to the time or date, we will also do according to the post ID. So our key set pagination will have two keys. One will be the date and one will be the post ID. Then after we have done this pagination, we will return final feed response and our React UI. Please, this is React, this is not Angular, and I don't want to create this again because it looks good. So yeah, so this is our whole flow. So we are going to build this now. Now, before coding, let me show you our end application that we are going to build from scratch. So let me just open the browser, localhost. It would be on 5173 like this. Okay, it's loading. So this is our end application. We will have viewers here. So this viewer means like this left side and this center side. Okay, so whatever we select, for example, if we have a Marcus Whale, then we will know who Marcus Whale follows and who are the suggestions for this. Okay, this is a mock data that we are going to add to, and then we can post as another user. See, we can post their stuff, and then this timeline will get updated. The timeline will be updated as per our viewer, right? Because Marcus Whale is following Zoya and Lina, then we can say like Marcus Whale's own post, and you can say this, so you can see this pagination and Lina's post like this. And we can also see the delivery strategy that was used for this user. It was hybrid pull, and but for the Zoya it was fan out, which means Marcus Whale is a hot user and Zoya is a normal user. You can even see Zoya normal, Lina is a hot user. And we can see here the user timeline, the particular user timeline. For example, we have users here, right? We can click on anyone's feed. We can see that it got updated here, only that users. We can even switch it from here like this, and you can see that it got selected here. And we can load more posts. For example, for Ava we have 6 posts, so it's also working here, our pagination, and no more posts like this. So this is what we are going to build. Now let's start. First, yeah, what we will do here is we'll go to browser, and yeah, let's go to browser again, and then let's first of all you will need Java, and yeah, so Java 17 you need. So please download and install it on the system. I have already created video on how to install Java and Maven. So please, the card link will be at the bottom of this video, so you can go there and come back here again. So now we will go to start.spring.io like this, and then we'll do like SHA-bytes, com.SHA-bytes, and name our artifact as FeedMe like this. Great. And then let's add some dependencies. So yeah, so we will start with Spring Web to get our REST controllers. And then we will also have one for our dev tools, Spring Boot dev tools. So our so we don't have to reload our system all the time when we make change. And we have Lombok like this. And we should have one for the S2, for our S2 database that will be used for the test. If we are doing test sometime, I don't know if we are covering that here. So maybe we can create a next video on that. I don't know. So then we have Spring Boot Actuator, which are used for our metrics, for our health metrics and others. And we have one more for, yeah, let's use one more for our cache. I hope it's a starter cache. Let me just check it. Let's just explore it and let's see if it is starter cache. Yeah, Spring Boot starter cache. Let's just close it. Okay, now we need one more for JPA. So what we have, we added Spring Web, DevTools, Lombok, S2 database, Actuator, cache abstraction, JPA. We need one more for Redis, this one, Access Plus driver. And what else? We added Postgres or not? Okay, we didn't add Postgres, so let's do Postgres driver like this. And we need one more for Prometheus, which is used to collect the metrics and it will give it to the Grafana to make our dashboards. Right, we have our Postgres. I think we are done. Okay, yeah, did we add a validation? Yeah, we need validation too to validate the data that is coming, like our DTOs, which is coming from the client. So yeah, I think we are done. Let's click on generate. We have 17 YAML jar. Everything looks fine. Let's click on generate. Feedme.zip. I will save it in desktop. Okay, let me just open this. Right click, extract, hit extract. Okay, fine. Now let me just right click on it, show more options, open folder as IntelliJ IDEA project. Great. It will just scan for the project and look for Maven projects and it will hopefully find FeedMe. Okay, Maven build script found. Let's load it. If for some reason you can't load it, then go to Maven here and you have to manually load it from here. Just go to that folder and it will load in that project. Now it's just resolving the dependencies from our pom.xml. Meanwhile, let's just rename this feedme to backend. Rename it to backend like this, and we will keep frontend here later, just alongside this. Yeah. So apart from this, yeah, meanwhile, I think it has downloaded the dependencies. Yes, it has. Now, this is our pom.xml, which looks fine. We have Java 17 version, and then we have our main, and then we have our YAML in here in our resources. Okay, great. Now let's just run Redis and Postgres. We will do it. If you want to run Postgres locally, I have also created a video on that, but we are doing it here through Docker. So yeah, open your Docker desktop if you are in Windows. Uh, yeah, open Docker desktop. So it will open like this. Yeah, so after opening it, the service will be running. So yeah, now what we will do, you will open the terminal and just type the commands. Okay, first we will run Postgres. We'll do like docker run hyphen name. We will name it as feedme Postgres like this, and let's keep e flag and add our Postgres underscore db will be db equals to feedme like this. That will be our db name, and then hyphen e again, and you will do like Postgres underscore user. It will also be feedme. Let's just keep it simple, and hyphen e Postgres underscore. Now what do we need? We need password. It will also be feedme. Okay, let's do some port mapping. So on our local, it will be 5432, and in the container also 5432. We are just forwarding it. Then do it detach, so we don't see running logs here. It will run in the detached mode, and then our image name will be Postgres 16, like this. So for you, after you hit enter, then it will start pulling the Postgres. I think I already have it, so it won't do it. Oh, no, it is doing it. So it will try to pull it, and then it will running. So let's just wait for it. Fail to copy. Sometimes you will get this error like fail to copy local error. It's just there's some issue with the downloading. You just have to keep on doing this till the download is done. Okay, so just keep on doing this. It just happens sometimes if your internet sucks. My internet sucks, so that's why. See, again, this is happening. I don't know. I haven't gone through another solution for this, but it's like all of them needs to be downloaded, then only it will work, right? So I think right now it will work. Extracting, I think it's okay. It's done. Now we have our container ID. So container is running. You can see the container is running with 2 1 ending, right? So yeah, container is running. Now what we will do here is, and yeah, now let's run our Redis. So Docker, right? Docker run hyphen name. Let's name it as feedme Redis, and then we can for our port mapping 6379, and there also 6379 it will run, and then run it in detached mode, and name will be Redis 7 Alpine, like this. Let's hit enter. Okay, the image was already there, so it just ran the container. Now you can see, okay, this is fine, this is fine. Both containers are green, so they are running. If they are not green, then yeah, then do it again. So yeah, great. Now we are done with this. Let's just connect. Let's just add our data source first. Spring application name. Let's do data source. So here we will use our URL like this. We will use first if there is any environment variable given, so we'll use that like data source underscore URL, like this. Then we will do like JDBC. This is just the default value. If this is not present, then the default value is this, right? So this is right now pointing to our local, because we port forwarded from the from the Docker container to our local, right? When we ran those commands. This is just why I'm doing it like this, because this we will pass later when we are running it from the Docker. So then it won't take the default values. So let's do like local host, and it was on 5432 slash feedme, like this. So that is our URL, and then username was username. Let's do it again. Spring underscore uh, date, data source underscore username, like this, and we created it with feedme like this, right? And this will, and we need one more for password, like this, and it should be password, like this, right? And then let's also tell about the driver. So driver class name will be org dot postgres.driver, postgresql.driver, like this. And then for our JPA, we'll be using DDL auto as update, so it creates the table automatically from our entities. Okay, so yeah, now let's just connect our Redis. So data Redis host. Host will be, let's again use our environment variables type. So spring underscore data underscore Redis underscore host, like this. Otherwise, let's just use local host like this, and the port is dollar uh, spring underscore data underscore Redis underscore port. Otherwise, use 6379 like this. And then we are also using the repositories, repositories, and enable is equal to true, like this, to enable it from the repositories too. So now let's just create some configuration which will be used in our application later. Okay, so like it will be like how many attempts, how many retry attempts, how much delay, and other stuff which we are going to use later. I'm just trying to add that at the very first. You will understand why we are doing this later. So this is for the async stuff. If you want our async, like there are some schedulers, if we want them to work, by default we want them to work, so enable true. So we will also have this will also be for async. We will be using streams, so let's just mention the key there. So the key will be like yeah, a key will be like, please make sure that you're using spaces after this. Then key will be like feed events, like this. And then consumer. Okay, yeah, these are just consumer groups who will so all of the consumers that belong to our group will can consume uh, a message or something or an event. So feed, let's name that like feed workers, like this. And then name will be, yeah, name will be a worker hyphen one, like this. And then we need there will be like how many times you can consume if you if it's failing, because we don't want them to go on loop forever and try consuming. If it's failing, then just you are only allowed to try 5 times, like that. If it's still failing after that, then we will just move it to another queue which is called dead letter queue. So let's just add a configuration for that too, because we will keep the key in Redis. So we need that key name. It will be like feed events DLQ. So Redis saves the stuff like a key and then your stuff. It just caches like that. So all the dead letter queue stuff, we will save it like this for our dead letter queue. Okay. So this will be that key, this full key, like that. And then yeah, let's just add some more. So it will be like, if we are reclaiming some events, you will understand this later, we need this. So, and also when you will be checking for the reclaims, or maybe so it's like if some worker has just too much a load, so it will just keep on looking it. So yeah, after how much time you will check. Okay, so it's like 5 seconds. And then reclaim idle, it's like if one job has been idle and no one is looking at it for like 3 seconds, then just reclaim it, like that. Or we can say like 3 seconds is just too less, let's just keep it as 30 seconds. Okay, and how many items can you get a worker, because we can have multiple workers. Okay, so we can have maybe 50 at a time. So it will be like batch size, like this, reclaim batch size. Okay, so we are done with our feed. Now let's have some about management. So what endpoints we want? because we added the actuator too, right? So we will be exposing some, like exposures will include health, we need metrics, we also need Prometheus. So from the Prometheus we will be because there will be like a metrics collector in our application. Prometheus will show like what the values of those are that this endpoint, and the metrics will do, and also the health will show like if our application is live or up, just like that. Then we can add configuration for our particular endpoint just below this endpoints, not inside it, just alongside it. So for the health, we will show details always. Let's show all the details. But for the Prometheus, like this, okay, Prometheus will say like metrics, export like this, enabled to true. Okay, so we can export those metrics too. Okay, so this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Okay, so we are done with our application YAML. So now in our Java, let's create a structure of our package that we are going to use throughout our application. Okay, so after this feedme new package, we'll name it as config, and a new package, let's name it as controllers. We'll keep controllers there, and new package, this will be for the DTOs, which is visible to the external stuff, and then the models, which is not visible, which is probably we will keep entities there, which are directly connected with our uh, tables. So models, and then a new package, will keep repository there like this, and then we also need for the services like this. Okay, and then yeah, I think we are done. Let's just create a one configuration first, which is needed for our front end to work because it's in React. So let's do like config new Java class. It will be like course config like this. Okay, so for the Spring to know that it's a configuration file, we need to add configuration. So Spring knows that it will contain the beans like this, and then we should have some allowed patterns, right? So let's create a list of those patterns. It would be like private static final list of strings like this. Okay, we'll say like dev underscore allowed underscore, let's name it oh, 1 second, origin, dev underscore allowed origin underscore patterns like this. Okay, then we'll do just list dot off to create an unmodifiable list. Okay, and then we will pass in our patterns here. So first pattern will be like HTTP, our local host like this. So anything after that we will allow, and we should also allow if they try to get it from the IP. So 127.0.0.1. So this points to our own system, right, with any port. Okay, and then we should also like do the other ones. So for example, we have these let me tell you about something about the networking. So localhost and 127.0.0.1 means this same machine, okay, this current machine. And we have others like 192.168 dot for some x.x anything in access, and we also have 10 dot x dot x dot x like this, and we also have 172 dot 16 dot x dot x to 17 172 31.x.x. So these all are called private IP ranges. Routers use these inside homes, offices, in our Docker setups, in our local Wi-Fi networks. For example, if you're trying to connect with your front end uh, on your mobile phone, okay, then it will use this. Routers will most of the time use some of this. Mostly it uses this here, right, 192.168. So that will be allowed to. So we need to add all of them. So it will be like 127.0.0.1. We can do for the HTTP 192.168 dot star anything after that with any port like this. And then we can do, it starts with 10, so HTTP 10 dot star anything after that with any port like this. And then and then we should do HTTP, one second, HTTP colon / 172.16, right, starts with 16 dot anything after that, and with port like anything, it should be star like this. And then from 16 to 17, so let me just copy them. 16, this should be 17, this should be 18, control D, 19, control D. I have changed my bindings to VS Code. I think for you it will be I don't know, I think Alt J. You can try with Alt J, or yeah, Alt J you can try, and then it will copy that line, but I don't remember. So then 21 like this, and then 22. Let's do it till 31. Okay, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, okay, 29, 30, and then 31 like this. So for all of these, they it will be allowed. Oh, what is this? Okay, fine. So this is just saying like they are not secure. Okay, fine. Now let's just create our bean. Okay, so bean will be creating our course filter. So public course filter like this, course filter. Okay, so course configuration. Yeah, let's just create course configuration, name it configuration, new course configuration. Okay, let's pass in our allowed headers to this, allowed origins. So set allowed origins, origin patterns actually, origin patterns to dev allowed origin patterns like this, semicolon, then configuration dot set allowed methods. Set allowed methods will be like, let's create a list dot of, we'll say like get post delete, and we should have options like this. And also let's allow all the headers. What is the issue? Okay, semicolon, and then configuration dot set allowed headers, all should be allowed. So we will say like maybe like list dot off keep star like this. Okay, so all are allowed, and also allow credentials. So set allow credentials, we are not passing any credentials, so let's just keep it as false like this. Okay, so URL based course configuration source, this one, source equals new URL base course configuration source. Let's create this object and let's just register our course configuration. Register course configuration, and then we'll say like for all of them. Okay, use this configuration. And then just return new course filter like this and pass in our source. Great. Okay, so we are done with our course config. Nice. Now let's just go to controllers and make our first controller. Okay, so we will name it. First of all, we will do like for the feed. So we have to get the feed for the users, and maybe for the first we'll get it for the home. So one who is viewing his home timeline, and then we will do for the particular user. So let's just right click on controller, new Java class. We'll name it as feed controller like this. Great. Now in here, let's just go and see like we'll add REST controller, and then let's do one request mapping, and let's use /API/feed like this. Okay, we will be using one more service for this, so we'll say like feed me service, new Java class under services. We'll say like feed me service like this. Let's keep m to small, or we don't need to say like feed me. So feed service is correct. Okay, let's have add service annotation here. Great, let's go to feed controller and let's inject it. Private final feed service. Now we will use constructor injection, but we already have Lombok, so we will do like request constructor. Great. Now let's create one mapping. So we should have like at get mapping to get all the home feed /home like this, and we will get a response page. Okay, so we need to create that DTO first, right? So DTOs, under DTOs, new Java class, we'll say like timeline page response. It will be a record, right? So timeline page response like this. Inside it we should have like, for example, who's the owner of the timeline. Okay, so timeline string timeline owner ID like this, and we should have a mode of timeline. For example, if it is a home feed or if it is a user feed. So let's just create under DTO, we'll create a Java class and we'll say like timeline mode like this. Okay, it will be enum, so I'll select enum. So we'll say like first will be home and other will be user like this. Let's just close this. Now in here we say like timeline mode like this. Okay, and we will have like this will be like paginated, right? So we should have like maybe total items. Okay, then a list of our items, and then we will have like next cursor. So our items, the list that we are going to create will be like, let's keep it here. Okay, yeah, let's create that too. It will be our feed item response. Okay, so new Java class feed item response, this will be our feed item. Okay, it will be record. So we will add like we will have one post ID. For that post it should be response like this, rename usage, and it will response rename usage. It will also rename our file name. Okay, post ID string author ID, and we will have like author handle, which will be like a username or something, and then the author name. Okay, let's have the content of the post and when it was created. So instant created at like this. And what else do we need? Okay, on the UI we will also be showing our ranking score. Okay, so we'll talk about it later. Let's keep it as double because it can be in decimals. So ranking score, and then the delivery strategy that we are going to use. Let's also pass that for this post because we are showing it, if you remember, and the reason why we kept this like that. Okay, the reason for our ranking. Yeah, let's just pass that too because all of these we are showing in the UI. Let me check if my reformatting is working. Control Alt S. uh, Format, I think it should be like save or something. Yeah, so yeah, a reformat code on save, apply. Okay, like this. Let's just try hitting save. Okay, it's working. So this should be here. Let's just keep it here so it's visible. Now, yeah, now inside our timeline page response, we will do like a list of feed item response like this, and they will be our items like this. Okay, so that will be our timeline page response. Our feed items will be inside this as a list, and the next cursor from which the UI will call. So this next cursor will usually be the last item here, right? The post ID from that and the created at. So yeah, we will do that later. Okay, now from the timeline page response, let's remove this course config from here. Okay, now in here, let's have like public. We will have timeline response. So let's get timeline page response directly like this. Get home feed. Okay, pass in our request param like this, string user ID. Great. And we will also have, so this will be for the user of which we are looking the timeline. Okay, so the viewer. So what else do we need? We need like the cursor, next cursor. Okay, but yeah, it should not be required, right? Because if it's null, then we are then the user is requesting for the for the first page. Okay, so we'll say like required equals false like this, and we'll say like string cursor like this. Okay, and what else is there? We should also have one for the limit, how much data they want. So request param, let's keep a default value to maybe 5 like this, and uh, int limit like this. If the user doesn't say, this should be inside. Yeah, like this. Okay, so we are done with our method. Yeah, now let's just return our feedme service dot. We'll create a method like get home feed, pass in our user ID, pass in our cursor, and also limit like this. Let's create this method inside our service. Great. So this service, okay, yeah, now we need some, because this is from the get feed. So yeah, we are going to use our uh, comparate. Yeah, let's just keep the default transactional as read only. Okay, so whenever we are writing to the database, we will specifically mention like this is you can write on it. Okay, so this is fine. So we should create our models first, right? So new Java class, let's do like user profile like this. So this is our first model. So let's keep like at entity like this, and we can say like our table name will be uh, name equals users. Okay, so we have this. What else do we need? Yeah, let's have getters, let's have setters, Okay, let's have no args constructor and maybe all args constructor. Yeah, and we need that. Okay, so now we have this user profile. It's looking for ID, which is the primary key. So we'll say like private string ID. This will be our primary key. And then yeah, let's have one more. It will be for our handle like this. Let's keep the column definition. We say like a nullable equals false, and it should be unique. Okay, on the database level. Now we will add name and the column nullable equals false like this. And then let's yeah, user can also have a bio or something. Okay, so let's do that. At column we'll say like nullable equals false, and let's just keep the length as 500 like this. Okay, and we also need to check if the user is a hot user. Okay, so let's have a boolean there, hot user like this. Okay, column nullable equals false like this. So this will be our user profile. Let's get one for our post. Yeah, so we can save the post to the table. So new Java class post like this, and we will add again like entity table. Let's keep the name as post like this, have getter, have setter, and then we can have like no args constructor like this. Okay, so let's have ID, and then let's have a string ID. Okay, so this will be our primary, and then okay, because user profile, a user can have many posts, right? So it will be like many to one from the post perspective. So we'll do like many to one. Okay, so this post will have that user's ID, and but we will use like fetch is equal to fetch type dot lazy, because we don't want all the posts, all the users data, right? When we are trying to get posts. So yeah, we'll only fetch it lazily when we actually need them. Let's keep it optional to false. Okay, and let's have the field first. So private user profile, this will be the author of the post like this. Okay, let's use join column. Okay, to say like the name of this field will be this column will be author underscore ID, and nullable equals false like this. Okay, and yeah, let's have one for the content like this, and let's set column name. Content is fine actually. So let's do nullable equals false, and let's do length to maybe like 200 characters or something. Okay, and let's do like private instant for our created at. Okay, and let's do column nullable equals false like this. Great. Now we have author, we have content, and we have ID. Okay, so yeah, let's have a constructor, but we don't want all logs constructor, otherwise it will get created at two, right? So we'll do like generate constructor, select these three. Okay, we have these three now. Okay, now before persisting we say like pre-persist like this, void on create. Okay, so this should be void. So on create, let's check if created at is equals to null, then only we say like created at equals instant dot now like this. So we are done with our post. Great. Now what else do we need? We have users, we have posts. Yeah, now let's have our follow relations. Okay, so let's create model, a new Java class. We'll say like follow relation, a relation like this. Okay, so this will have our follow relations, like who is following who, the follower and the target user. Okay, so we'll do like entity, table name will be name equals follow underscore relations, like this. Have our getter and have our noargs constructor. We don't want someone to create this follow relation from the constructor, uh, only the one if they extend, then we can do that. So let's keep the access to like access level dot protected. Okay, so this constructor will be protected. So now we would have two keys, like follower ID, and we will have a target user ID. So the combination of both of them should be unique. Like we don't want, if one user is following another, we don't want the data to be again present in the table. So it's like composite unique IDs, and right. So what we will do, like we will create an embedded ID, which will be like our follow relation ID. Okay, so let's create that under models, new Java class, follow relation ID, like this. So this will be embeddable because we will embed it inside our for relation. And then let's use like getter. This is how you make composite keys. So no args, let's use again no args constructor, and again access should be access label dot protected, and let's use all args constructor, and we'll also use like equals and hash code for this. Okay, so yeah, now let's do like private string follower ID. This will be our follower ID, and we should have a target user ID, like this. The name will be like column. Okay, name we will keep it like follower underscore ID, and in here column, let's keep the name as target user ID. Okay, so we have this now. Let's go back to our follow relation. Yeah, in here we'll use like embedded ID and use this private follow relation ID. Okay, now the IDs that are in here, we have to map it to the actual model, right? For the user for the user. So we'll say like private user profile. We should have one follower. This will be our follower, right? So let's just import this first. What is the issue? Okay, fine. So follower, and then we should have one more for our user profile for our target user, like this. Okay, and then yeah, let's just let's add some mappings to it. So this will be like many to one, right? For this table, there can be many followers, and there can be many targets, right? Targets can repeat in this same table. For example, one follower, user one is following user two. User one is also following, like user one is following user two. User one is also following user three. And for that, and target user can also be many to one. So user two follows user three. User four follows user three, like this. So it's repeating, right? So many to one, let's have that many to one. And again, fetch should be fetch time dot lazy optional equals false, and then it should map our like we created a follower ID inside here, right? So it should map to that, this follower ID. So let's use that at maps ID. So whenever you have to map to something that is already present, we use maps ID. So follower ID like this, maps follower ID, and then we will do like join columns, join column, not columns. So join column, the name of this column we'll keep it as follower underscore ID. Let's keep the nullable to false like this. And in the same way, let's just copy this and keep it here. This should be like target user ID, right? And let's name it as target underscore user underscore ID like this. Okay, so we have this. Okay, now let's have a constructor. So public follow relation, we'll pass in our user profile, but follower, and we'll also have our user profile but target user like this. We'll set the ID. This dot ID should be right. We need to create this. Whenever we are creating this object, we will create this for relation ID first. Let's get the ID, right? And also let's get the target user ID like this. Okay, and set our follower equals follower. Okay, so we are setting the keys and also our mappings. So target user, this dot target user equals target user like this. Great. So we are done with our follow relations table. Nice. Now going back to our feed controller in here. Okay, we have get home feed. Let's go inside it. Now in here we should use our stuff, so we can say like limit. Yeah. We will be also be using Prometheus with Grafana, right? So we need a metric service too. So let us create that. So new Java class under our services, we'll name like feed metrics service like this. Let's just annotate it with service. Great. Okay, so yeah, let's just create this service class first because this is important and we will be using it everywhere. So at first for the injection, we will be using required args constructor for constructor injection. And then we will be having a meter registry. So let's do that. Private final meter registry from micrometer, the dependency that we added. So meter registry like this. Now we should have one method to start the timer, which we will call at the starting of every function on which we want some metrics. Okay, so public long start timer like this. Then we'll just return system dot nano time, get the system time like this. Okay, then for our for our home feed, let's record that. We'll say like public record home feed request like this. Okay, and then we will pass in some parameters. We can say like long when it was started. Okay, started at nanos, and what was the cache outcome, because we will be caching our home feed. So was it a cache hit? Okay, or did we get it from the database? And what was the merge mode? Did we merge all of our hot users and this? Okay, so yeah, or it was only normal users, or it was only hot users. So like that, we will add that a log here. And do we have next items? So we'll say like next cursor like this int, and how many items were returned. Let's set that too. So then we can later show it inside a nice graph. That's why. So public items returned, and the it should be void the return type for this. Okay, so we should use timer. Let's use the timer okay, from the micrometer like this dot. We'll use builder to build it, and let's keep the key name as feedme dot feed. Then we can see these metrics later in our Prometheus endpoint. Okay, feed dot home dot latency. This will be to check the latency. Let's keep the description as home feed request latency like this. Okay, and then let's just add some tags. So the tags that are that have the same tag, we can compare them later. Okay, so let's tag it for our cache outcome like this. Okay, so cache outcome, and let's use tag merge mode like this. Pass in our merge mode. Okay, so this will be another tag. Now let's use register. Let's register it with our meter registry like this, and just record the time that it took because it's latency, right? So we'll say like let's use system.nanotime. System.nanotime mines our started at nanos. Okay, and we should say like this is nanosecond that we are providing. So time unit dot nanoseconds like this. Let's have a counter to counter dot builder to check how many requests went. Okay, so for the same tag, so feed me dot feed dot home dot request. So it's like cache outcome and how many requests we send. So we can just compare these then later in our dashboards. So yeah, sorry, I wrote dashboards. Description will be like home feed request like this. Let's just tag it to again with the same ones, merge mode and our cache outcome like this. Okay, and then let's register it with our meter registry like, and whenever this is called, we are going to increment this. So we'll say like increment like this. Great. Now there should be like a summary, like how many items returned. So for that we use distribution summary. So dot, let's use the builder pattern again. Builder, so we'll say like feed me dot feed dot home like this, and let's keep the name as returned. You see, we have kept all the keys same, like feed me home, feed me this. So we can later check that too. Okay, description, number of items returned in home feed page like this. Okay, so yeah, let's keep the unit as items. Okay, so we can say like these are number of items in the graph, right? We can use this unit to draw the graph later. Then again register with our meter registry like this and record our items returned. Nice. Okay, great. And now yeah, let's just check if we have a next counter. Okay, so if we have next cursor, so if there are more things coming, then we can just use our meter registry again. Now let's use like counter, and we should have like one more key, feed me dot feed dot home dot next. We should say the next underscore cursor. Okay, and then dot net dot increment. That way, this way we can see like while recording this for a particular request, we can say that okay, we have how many timelines are coming for that user which have more posts. We can see like is the timeline of a particular user having more posts, because it will just keep on incrementing. Okay, this is nice. Yeah. We should also load like if the user is asking for more data, but we don't have that, and we have normalized the page size because we will have a default page size, and we'll be limiting that. So we should also check like how many page users usually want. So we should also log that. So we should do like public void record home feed requested page size like this, and let's just pass our int requested limit and what we normalized. Okay, normalized page size like this. We'll use our distribution summary dot builder, right? And then we will use our key like feed me dot feed dot home dot, I will say like requested underscore page underscore size like this, and we'll say like description requested and normalized home feed page sizes like this. And let's again use the base unit as our items. Okay, let's add the tag here to requested limit like this, and pass in our value like how much requested limit we have, like a value of requested limit like this, and let's just register it with our meter registry. And we are, so this is our tag for this requested limit. So for these requested limits, what we are using normalized page size, we'll just record that and pass in our normalized page size like this. So it's like, for example, let me just give you an example. So we are checking the latency here at the very first, right? So we are recording it, the latency, and how can we filter it? Okay, so we will add our dimensions like filter the latency by the cache outcome. Okay, or filter the latency by our merge mode. Correct. So again for our counter here, now we will have like how many requests do we have? Correct. But we can filter it like for this particular cache outcome, how many requests came, for this particular merge mode, how many. So these are just filters or tags through which we can group them. And for our distribution summary here, okay, we are just setting the logical unit for the recorded values, okay, and then passing it our items like that. Now now in here in our record feed, again we are passing unit for our items, and then we are storing the original requested limit, okay, as a tag for debugging purposes later. Okay, and then then recording the normalized page size for later purposes. Similarly, we would also be having one timeline for users, right? So we should also add that. I think maybe we can copy our record home feed request like this, and we can say like record like what if I just let's do like user feed request started at there won't be cache outcome, there won't be verse, there won't be merged mode, and there can be next cursor. Okay, we have this. Uh, we will have the latency. We will be recording the latency, and that's it. Let's not keep these. Okay, fine. We can either use like I used here meter registry dot counter, or just add or just register. This is just two ways of doing the same thing. Then our counter, we can just use this. Okay, let's name it like user feed request latency, and then feed dot, yeah, let's just keep it like for the users. This is important. User. So feedme.feed.user.latency, get that time. Okay, this is correct. Now for the request, we have the user feed request. Let's just increment it. Great. And so this will be our summary, feed items returned, description in user feed page. Okay, let's give the base unit as items, and then we can just record our items returned. But this should be user dot items returned, user. Okay. Now, yeah, if we have a next cursor, then we will say like user dot next cursor dot increment. Nice. Now we should have one more for our page slice, because we also are using pagination. Let's just copy this, and we'll say like you record. One second. Let's just copy these two. User. Okay, so requested user feed page slice will have requested limit and our normalized page size. This should be user for both of these cases. Okay, again requested base unit items, requested limit, string dot value of meter registry and normalized page size. Great. Now we have recorded this one. Okay, we should also record our cache lookup outcomes for home feed reads, because when we are reading our home feed, so if it is a hot user, okay, then if a hot user posted, then we should check, because it won't update the cache, right? And also so yeah, so the user would have to ask for the data from the database if there's a new data. And if it's a very first request, then it won't hit the cache. So we should have a graph which will say like a cache hit or not. Okay, so we'll say like public void record home feed cache lookup, like this. We will have an outcome which will be passed to it. Okay, let's use meter registry dot counter. Let's use like feed me. This will be like how many cache lookup are we doing. Okay, so feed me dot feed dot home dot cache lookups, like this. Okay, let's pass in our tag as outcome. Okay, and the value will be, we'll keep it like outcome, and then increment to it. Okay, so we can filter it through our outcomes. Okay, so yeah, this is fine. We have record home feed cache lookup. Okay, now yeah, now if you remember, we will be merging our feeds, like from the hot user and from the base feed, which is a normalized from the hot user. We'll be merging it. So we need to know like if we merge only base, for what if there are no hot items, then our merge has only base items, or it's mixed. So we should add that mode to right. So we will say like uh, public record home feed merge, like this. Let's pass in our mode, pass in base items used and hot items used, like this. Okay, this should be void meter registry dot counter feed me dot feed dot home dot merge. Let's pass in our tag as mode and pass in our mode. Okay, and let's just increment to it like this. Similarly, let's just add a summary. Let's use it like this, feedme.home.merge, like this. Oh, what did I copy? feedme.home.merge, and then we will have like if we only have base items, okay, then we'll record them base items. Let's have our base items used. Okay, so this will be like this will say us like if the mode is mixed, or if the merge, uh, or if we only had base items in our feed, or if we had only hot items, then we'll just record them, and we can say like for our hot items, so hot, and it will be like hot items used. Nice, great. We'll also be using idempotency in our system. Maybe we'll create that later. Okay, so yeah, let's have one more for our, maybe for our follow request. Okay, so we should say like public void record follow request, like this. Let's get ours started at nanos when it was started, string, this will be action, and then what was the relation. Okay, create relation. If you are following, then create relation will be true, right? Because then we will be creating a follow relation. If it is unfollowing, then it will be false. That we will know, like the follow request is for the unfollow or for the follow, and we can show it inside our graph. So let's use timer dot builder feedme dot follows dot latency, like this. Let's add a description, and we can say like follow and unfollow request latency, like this. Let's add a tag and say like action, pass in our action, which is our follower action. Then we can say like let's add one more filter, like what is the state, if it's true or not, we can filter on that. Okay, change state will be like string dot value of change, what is our create a relation, like this. Okay, then we'll just register it with our meter registry, and then record it. System dot nano time, mine started at nanos. Okay, so this will be our latency for that follow request, and we'll say like this is nanoseconds that we have passed. Okay, let's have one counter to like how many requests has happened. So counter dot builder feed me, and we'll say like follows dot request, like this, and let's set description to say like follow and unfollow requests, how many requests are coming. Okay, so let's tag action and pass in our action, like this, and let's do like tag the change state. We can filter it from the change state to string dot value of created relation, like this. Let's register it with our meter registry and then increment. Great. Now if there are some errors in our services, we need logging of that too, right? Yeah, metrics is a very nice way to do that. So we can do like public void records service error, like this, and there will be like an operation of what we were doing, and the status code for that error we will pass in, and it will be logged. It, let's have our counter for that. Counter dot builder feedme dot service dot errors like this, pass in our description. It will be like service level errors by operation and status code like this. Let's filter it through that operation. We can group them uh, and see like which operation had which errors, and we can also group them by status code like this. Let's pass in our meter registry and then increment like this. Great. We should also have like delivery path, right? Because like I remember like uh, if we are if a hot user is posting something, then we'll say like we'll not refresh the cache of all its followers. Okay, so next time those followers feed we are pulling, we'll not pull it from cache, because then it won't have that hot user post. We will pull it from the database, so it will be like a hybrid pull, not fan out. Okay, so yeah, so we should also record that like public void record delivery path like this, have our delivery path there like this. Then we'll use like meter registry dot counter and say like feedme dot feed dot delivery dot path like this. And then let's pass our path as tag, and then the value will be delivery path for our tag, and then increment, so we can group it with our path like this. Great. So I think for now we are done. There will be more to it, like we'll be using our asynchronous stuff later, so we'll be recording that too. But I think for now, our feed metric service is looks fine. So yeah, now we can start working on our feed me service and get our home feed. Great. So we will use cursor codec here. So what it will do is that it will create a cursor for us, and it will also extract details from it. So the cursor that will be coming from the client will be like this, like created at millis. So this will be like our uh, the milliseconds when it was created. So after this created at, okay, because we will be getting the latest one first, right? So we want before these created at for our next cursor. But what if there are multiple posts with the same created at? That can happen too. So we will use pipe and then post ID with it. So after this post ID, that will also remove that ambiguity. So yeah, let's just create that codec first. Under our services, we'll do new Java class feed cursor codec like this. Feed cursor codec, and yeah, like I said, the format will be like this. Let's keep it here. Yeah. So let's do like private string static final. Let's use a separator, like the separator is pipe, right? Like this. Okay, so what is the issue here? Okay, static should be first, sorry. String private static string final separator, also final should be first. Okay, yeah, private static final string separator like this, and then we will use like private static final string separator underscore regex like this. Okay, so let me fix the spelling, separator underscore regex. Okay, so we'll be used to match, right? And this regex will say like pattern dot code separator to have quotes, right, for our regex. Separator like this, and then let's have a private uh, feed cursor codec, so no one can create like this. And then let's have a static method on this. Okay, so feed cursor codec. Okay, this static message should give us the object, okay, which will have the parts like post id and the created at. So we can just create it first. So let's just remove this. So we'll say like record feed cursor like this instant and created at, and what else will we have? We will have post id like this. Okay, now it will be returned from this method. So we'll be getting our string and we'll be parsing it. So like feed cursor, we'll say like pass in our cursor like this. We'll first check if the cursor equals to null or cursor is blank because it's string. So return null, then just give us a null back. Then we'll do like string array, because we will be splitting it, equals cursor dot split, pass in our regex, separator regex like this, and let's do like 2, right, because we only want 2. If there are more than 2 we won't get it, right? So we only want two parts, means like it will have only 2 entries. Then we will check if because that's what we require. So if there are more than entries, we can check like we can say like it is invalid cursor. Okay, so maximum there should be like minimum there should be like 2, and maybe if there are maximum, like they have passed a lot of stuff like this, like then something, okay, like then something, maybe user id or something like that, we won't yeah we will say, we will check it like if parts dot length. Okay, so in here we'll select okay, so parts dot length is not equal to 2. Okay, and parts 1 dot is blank like this. So this means, for example, we have kept the limit to 2, right? So so like if there are multiple entries, like for example we have where is it? Okay, for example we have user id like this, or we have maybe I don't know, like feed id user is passing or something. Okay, so it should not be feed id because that's just post id, but yeah, something like author id or whatever user is passing. So it's so to like only it will split it, array will contain at most these two, and then rest of the stuff will be extra. So the third element will be like whatever is extra. Okay, I think it works like that. Then if parts dot length is not equal to 2, let's check, and the first and the second part, okay, is not blank. Okay, so then we will say like yeah, let's just throw an exception if our parts dot length is not equal to 2. Okay, so that means that this means that it can be 1 0, like it can be 1 0, or it can be a 3, right, 3 or 4. So we'll check, it should be 2 always. Okay, the parts and length should be 2 always, and the second part should not be blank. So we are checking that. We'll say like throw new response This should be response status exception. Let's say like http status dot bad request. Okay, we'll say like invalid cursor like this. Fine. Then otherwise we'll just do like long. Let's use long epoch millis. Okay, so let's just parse our int. We parse our long. Sorry. So parse long. Let's get the first one because it would be created at, right. So let's get the first one. Then we'll just return new feed cursor like this and use instant dot from our off epoch milli. We can create instant object, pass in our epoch millis, and the second one will be our post ID. So parts second one. So this will return our feed cursor that we just created. Let's just use catch, and we will say like if there's some runtime exception. Okay, while creating this, we can say, yeah, we can say again like invalid cursor or something. Okay, so throw new response status exception. We'll say like http status dot bad request invalid cursor like this. Okay, so we have it ready. We have parsed. We should now encode. Okay, so okay, now we are encoding it. So encode, we will have feed item response, and we have to encode our cursor from there. Okay, so return encode item dot created at, and then our post ID. Okay, let's create this encode. So what it will do, like it will static string encode, pass in our created at. We'll be using this method, these both methods that that's why I have overloaded this method. So created at, and there should also be one post ID like this. Return created at dot to epoch milli, and then we have separator, and then we have post ID. This is our uh, cursor that we will be encoding it. So our codec is ready. Okay, let's let's move to our FeedMe service now. Okay, so FeedMe service now in here. Yeah, first of all, let's just remove this. We don't need this now. So let's just use our matrix first. So we'll be injecting it first. So private final feed metric service, feed metric service like this. Let's use add required args constructor like this. And what do we need? Yeah, I think that will be fine for this. And then let's use like long started at nanos equals, let's get that timer start timer. Okay, let's get the page size. We will be normalizing it like I said before, like I said when we were doing the metrics. So normalize limit, pass in our limit to it that the user has requested for. Yeah, let's just create this create method normalized limit. Great. So we will check if limit is less or equal to 0, if it's like in negative, then we will be returning. Okay, yeah, let's use default page size. We should be keep it uh, we will also be caching our data later, the first page. So maybe we should create a cache service, then keep it there. So feed cache service like this. Great. So in here we will use like add service and add required args constructor for the injection, and we can say like public static final int. We will have a default page size will be like 5. Okay, great. Let's just go back to our feed service. Now we'll say like return feed. Okay, we don't. Okay, this is a static, so we can just call it directly feed cache service dot default page size like this. Then we'll just, if the limit is less than or equal to 0. Otherwise, if it's just greater than 20 or something, then we'll just cap it. So limit 20 like this. Okay, so this is our normalized limit. Now our page, we have our page size. Let's just use our metric service to record our page size, because if the limit is something else, we got something else, we need to record that, right? So where was it? Record home feed request page size. Pass in our requested limit, which is limit, and pass in our page size like this. Nice. Now let's just get the user from our user ID. For that, we need to create a user profile repository. So under repository, we'll just create new Java class user profile repository to get the user who is, who is viewing. So user profile repository, this will be an interface. So extends JPA repository. We have user profile, and what is the ID? I think it was string. Yeah, okay, user profile, and the ID type is string. Okay, great. Now let's just close this. Okay, now back to our home feed. Okay, let's just check if it is present or not. Okay, okay, so we can just put it inside our try catch all of this. Okay, so maybe if we just get some exceptions, mostly I'm throwing a response status exception. So let's just catch it, and yeah. Okay, so if there is some exception, we should use our feed metric service and record our service error like this, so we know like there's some error. Get underscore home underscore feed, this is our operation, and let's get the status code exception dot get status code like this dot to string. Great, and we should also throw exception, throw exception. Great, now let's work on this try. So in here we will first get the user profile of the viewer equals, let's just use get user. This will give us the user, pass in our user ID. Let's just create this. One second, what is this? We need to create this method. Did I create it? No. Okay, maybe it's using some other method. So let's just create it like private user profile get user like this, pass in our user ID, and then let's just like a return. Let's inject our user profile repository. User profile repository like this. Okay, so it's injected, and now we can say like user profile repository dot, let's find by ID, pass in our user ID. Okay, and if it's not present, then we can say like or else throw okay, new response. One second, new, what happened? Okay, new response status exception like this. We can say like http status dot not found like this, and we can say like user not found like this. Great. So we'll be getting the user from the viewer, and if it's not present, it will throw the exception anyways. So this is fine. Okay, now what is next? We have the user. Okay, so after we have the viewer, let's use our let's parse our cursor. Feed feed cursor codec. Feed cursor codec dot. Let's have our feed cursor from there, which we created the record. Let's use like it will be our page cursor equals feed cursor codec dot parse like this, our cursor. Great. So we have our page cursor. Now we will now let's see, because this is our home feed for that viewer, so we need to get all the feed items for that viewer. So whatever this viewer, whomever this viewer has followed, uh, his home feed will have that user. So we need all the visible authors for this viewer. So yeah, so we will be creating uh, a record for this like visible authors. Okay, it will have uh, all the hot author users and all the non-hot author users. Author means like they have created the post. Okay, so yeah, let's just do that. So yeah, and we should also have one for maybe for all of them. Okay, so we can get like total authors or something. Right, so let's just create that inside our FeedMe service. We can create our record, private record, visible authors like this, and it will have a set of, let's import set of string. Okay, it will be like all author IDs, and it should have like another set of string, okay, with hot author IDs and another one will with a non-hot author. Okay, so hot author IDs and set of string having a non-hot author IDs like this. Okay, so we have this record now. Nice. So now we have that. Now let's just get them. So we will create a method for that too. 1 second. Okay, so we'll create like visible authors. Let's get all the visible authors. So visible authors equals get visible authors. We'll create this method, pass in our viewer like this. Let's just hover on this and create this method. Okay, great. Now, because we need these, we will get these authors from our repositories. So we need to create a follower relation repository because we already have follower relation, right? So let's just create new Java class follow relation repository like this. It will be an interface. Great. So again, it will extend repository like this, and then in here we should have our follow relation and the ID was follow relation ID like this, right? If you remember, this is a composite one. So we should have some, yeah, let's just have some uh, abstract methods here. So list follow relation, let's get them by follower ID, who are the follower. So find by follower, and inside the follower we can use like ID, right? So string follower ID like this, and let's have one more, but it will be like target user ID, right? So target user underscore ID like this, and this will be like target user ID, and we should also have like count by follower ID, long count by for to get the followers. Okay, follower ID like this, and we can say like string follower ID like this. So we are passing the follower ID and we'll get the count. So we can, from this we can check like how many these it should be small y, yeah. So yeah, this follower ID, how many does he follow? We will get it like that, like how many entries there are in this follow relation table. Okay, let's go back to our service. Okay, so we have our visible authors. We were creating this method. Yeah, and now let's just first inject that. We'll say like private final follow relation repository, a follow relation repository like this, and inside our get visible authors we can say I'm not able to type, I don't know. Okay, we should say like okay, it was scrolled, that's why. Okay, so we should say like a list of follow relation. Okay, because we need all the follow relations for this viewer, right? So let's just import list first. Follow relations equals follow relation repository dot find by follower ID, because this viewer is a follower. Viewer dot get ID. Nice. Now we should, let's just create these set string. These will be all author IDs equals new. Yeah, let's just keep it in the form of in our ordered form, the way they come, the way he has followed them. Okay, so we will use linked hash set because it keeps the order intact. Hot author IDs, and we also need a non-hot author and IDs like this. Okay, now we will just at first, because the feed should have viewers own post, right? And viewer will not be following himself. So from these follow relations we would get the viewer himself, right? Because see, if I have posted something, my home feed should also show my post. So let's just add myself first to all author IDs. So I will just add viewer dot get ID. Great. Now let us check if I am a hot user or not. Okay, so if viewer dot is hot user like this, we'll say like hot author IDs dot add viewer dot get ID like this. Okay, otherwise we'll say like else this should be non-hot author IDs. Great. Now let us loop through all our follow relations. We can say like follow relation relation and our follow relations like this. So for all of them we will say like user profile, get the author like this, and we'll say like relation dot get target user like this. Let's get all author IDs dot add. Okay, author dot get ID, looping through all of them and adding them to all author IDs. Then the same way like we did here. Okay, so this time it will check if author dot is hot user like this, right? So if author is hot user, add it to hot author IDs, otherwise to non-hot author IDs. So after finishing with this loop, right, we'll just return new visible authors, pass in our all author IDs, pass in our hot author IDs, and pass in our non-hot author IDs. Great. Okay, now we are done with our visible authors. The next step should be to get the feeds. Okay, we'll be getting base home feed separately because base home feed is just our normal user feed, because we have to check it in the Redis first, right? And then we'll be getting hot home feed separately. So yeah, let's just do that now. Now we will create two more records for our slices. So we will say like just under this, yeah, let's just keep all our records at the end like this. Okay. Yeah. Now we will say like this will be empty. So yeah. Now let us do like private record, and we'll say like one will be like feed slice. Okay, so this will, yeah, we will get like our hot users separately and our normal users separately. So list of feed item response like this items, and we'll also have like if there is more. Okay, so we'll say like has more. Great. And let's have for normal users, we can say like private record. uh, okay, let's keep it like normal feed slice result like this. Okay, so we will have feed slice in this. Okay, and because we are caching it, we'll also say like what was the cache outcome. uh Cache outcome like this. Great. So we have this, this will have our items inside it. For our normal, we have one thing extra, which is cache outcome. Now let's go back to our this time we have our visible authors. Okay, now after having our visible authors, we will fetch our normal feed size result. Say that normal feed size result equals, we'll say like get normal home feed slice like this. Pass in our viewer dot get id like this, and pass in our visible authors but non-hot authors. I should have kept like maybe yeah, this should have been like normal users, but yeah, it's fine. So yeah, non-hot authors, and we should also pass in our cursor, okay, from where we want, and then the page size, the limit. Great. Okay, and then the same way we will do like for our hot slice. We can say the feed slice equals hot slice like this, and we will create like get home. Uh, yeah, get hot home feed, name get hot home, feed slice like this, and we would pass in our viewer dot get id. And what else? We should have our visible authors, okay, and the page cursor and the page size like this. So we are passing these. Great. Now let's just create our method. So yeah, let's just create our get normal home feed slice first. So hover on this create method. Okay, now we have this. Let's just it's not visible, so let me just put it on the next line like this. Okay, great. So this is our string, this is our user ID, right? This is our viewer ID. And then we can say like these are our non-hot author IDs, or we can say like normal non-hot author IDs like this. And we have a This will be page cursor and this is a page size. This is correct. So now inside it, correct? Yeah. Now inside it, what we are going to do, first let's check if we have the users or not. Okay, if non-hot author IDs dot is empty, if it's empty, we'll create a feed slice. Slice equals new feed slice, pass an empty list, right? List dot off like this for our feed items, and there is nothing else. So hasmore will be false like this. And let's just return our new normal feed slice result, and we'll say like pass in our slice, and the cache outcome is like empty underscore non underscore hot like this. This will be our cache outcome, empty non hot, because it's empty. And then we can yeah, now let's get the cache. So we'll say like optional uh, feed slice like this, cached slice equals, let's use like get cached get cached yeah, get cached normal feed slice, normal home feed slice like this. Okay, we'll pass. Okay, this is fine. We'll pass in our user ID, who is the viewer, and then we can pass in our what else, a page cursor and our page size like this. This way we will get the cache slice. Let's create this method. Great. Optional feed slice. Great. So this is our user ID. Our let's keep it short. Let's keep it as cursor, and this is our page size. Now let's, yeah, now let's just do some checking. We can say like if cursor is not equal to null, okay, then we can say like feed metric service dot record. uh, we are recording our home feed cache lookup, right? So record home feed cache lookup. Okay, we'll say like bypass cursor. Okay, because if cursor is not equal to null, then we know like it's not the first page. Okay, and we are not caching other page, we are only caching the first page. Why are we doing this? Is it's because uh, uh, users usually go to home feed, right? Sometimes they don't want to, they just go there just to restart or something, so the calls just keep on going. So it will be like multiple calls which can make our application slow. That's why we are caching it only the first page. So if the cursor is not equal to null, then that means it's not the first page. We will just return empty. We are not getting our cache records. So this means like nothing is there in the cache. So that's why I am saying, right, bypass cursor. We are recording our home feed cache lookup. Or uh, or we can also say like if the user is requesting for the page that is more than the page size, then we can also do that, because by default we will be caching our yeah, we already have that in our cache service. So if the page size is like a feed cache service dot uh, greater than default page size, which is 5, then you'll also say like feed metric service dot record home feed cache lookup. We say like bypass page size like this, and we are going to return optional dot empty like this. So this is for that. Now we will be saving inside our Redis. We'll be saving our a timeline page response, because maybe sometime if we are trying to get the value directly from the Redis, So user already know this structure, right? Because this is what we are returning back to the user. If you see in our feed controller, we'll also be saving it in this way, because it also has our pagination structure inside it, right? It has next cursor items, so we'll be doing it in the same way. So from the cache, when we are fetching the home feed from our cache, we will be getting that timeline page response. Timeline page response like this. uh, Cached page equals, let's use our feed cache service dot, let's create a method there, get home feed. We will give us our cache for the viewer id, which is user id, this one. Let's just create this method in our feed cache service. Okay, in our feed cache service, we haven't injected Redis yet. So yeah, let's do that. Okay, uh, now first of all, let's add the TTL, which means like for how long it will stay in our Redis, our home feed. So we'll say like private static final duration. We'll say like home underscore feed underscore TTL equals, okay, it will be like duration dot, let's have it in minutes. So for 5 minutes, let's just keep it. Okay, and we also need to inject a string Redis template. We are going to use a string Redis template like this, a Redis template. And then yeah, correct. And let's also have our metrics, feed metrics service, feed metrics service. Nice. Now let's just create this method. So we have our user ID. We are using Redis, so it should be in our try catch. So if the Redis is unavailable or something, then we can say like exception e. Okay, we'll say like return optional dot empty, nothing. Okay, yeah, let's just for our purposes, let us also use slf4j. We can say that log dot info. Uh, we can say like something wrong with Redis. Okay, something wrong with Redis. Okay, great. And we can also add the message. Uh, we can say like while fetching for user ID. Okay, pass in our user ID and the message like this. So user ID and e dot get message. Sorry, e dot get message like this. Great. Now in here we'll say like string. Let's get our payload from the Redis. We haven't added in the Redis yet. We will do it just in here. If the cache is not present, then we are going to get it from the database. Okay, now we have that entry from the database, then we will cache it. So at the first we will check if the cache is present. Okay, so it's like that. We will call Redis template. We are going to use our operations to keep the values in the Redis. It will keep it like as a key and then our value. We have to create that key. Okay, so yeah, let's create that key first. We will create a method like private string home feed key like this, and we will say like string user id, pass our user id. It will return us with a key like this, feed home plus user id like this. So our keys will be specific to the user IDs, right? Because this means like this is the home feed for this user ID. Okay, then we can directly get it. Now we are doing like ops for value, which will return us an interface, and we can from there it will have a method like get, and we can get it directly from the key, the value. So we'll pass our home feed key and our user ID, so we can get the value from Redis. Now we'll check if the payload equals to null. If payload is null, then let's just return optional dot empty. Okay, otherwise let's just return optional dot off. Okay, we have to change our because it will not be saved in the form of our it will return it as an object. From there we have to convert it back to timeline page response. So we are going to use our object mapper, okay, from tools.jackson. So let's just uh, inject it, private final object mapper like this. Now it's injected. Now we can say like object mapper dot read value, pass in our payload and the one that we want to word into mapped. So that's timeline page response dot class like this. Now we will have our timeline page response. Great. And we also need one more, which will actually cache our home feed, which we'll do later. And let's create that method first. So we'll say like private void cache home feed like this. We'll be passing timeline page response to it, right? Because it will be uh, cached, right? So we will use this when we don't have any cache and we got the data from the database, then we are caching it. So next time user will ask for it, he will get the cached feed. So let's again do try string payload equals, we'll again use our object mapper. We will write our value as string. Okay, because remember we changed the payload from string to timeline page response because we are using string Redis template and it will be saved as key and then string. Now we are getting it back value as we'll write our timeline page drop response object as string. So yeah, let's just keep the response there, timeline page response, and then we have the payload. Now we will say like Redis template dot ops for value dot set, where we have or we already have the key. So get it from the response, what was it, timeline page response dot, right, what is it? I think it's timeline owner ID. Yeah, that is the viewer. So now after we have our owner ID, we need to set the value, which will be payload and the time it should stay in the Redis, which is our home feed TTL. So this is what we did. Great. So we have now saved it inside our Redis. So if there is some exception, let's just cache that. Okay, we are going to just we are not going to use this value. Let's just keep, or we can just log it, right? We should log it. So let's just do it similarly like this, e dot get message for, and we can pass in our timeline page response dot timeline owner ID like this. What is this? Similar log message, it's fine. So now we have our cache home feed. Nice. So we should also have like uh, we should have a separate one for recording our cache. Okay, because we are just mutating our cache. So yeah, so let's just create a metric for that first. I think we didn't. So let's go to our feed metrics service. Yeah, at the end we can after this delivery path we can say like public void record cache mutation, because we are adding the cache, right? So string action like this, and we say like a meter registry dot counter. Let's add the counter. We'll say like feedme dot feed dot cache dot mutations. It will stay there, and the action that will be passed, let's have a tag for that, for this action, and then dot increment like this. Okay, now let's just use it in here. So we'll say like this will be caching and this will be writing. So let's just rename this to maybe write home feed. Write home feed, we should have one more. So we will say like private void cache home feed like this, pass in our timeline page response like this. We'll call our write home feed, pass in our timeline page response, and then we use our feed metric service dot record cache mutation like this. We'll say like write underscore first underscore page, because this is because we are writing our first page. Great. Okay, yeah, I think this is fine. Now let's go back to our where we were cache service, then we went here. I think we were inside our feed service. Yeah. Okay, so we have our cached page now, right? It can be empty too, right? We need to check that. So we'll say like if cached page dot is empty like this. Then we will use like feed metric service dot record home feed cache lookup. We'll say like it's a cache miss, right? And then we'll just return optional dot empty like this from our uh, feed slice normal, right? It's called in our here. Yeah, in our normal home feed slice, we are getting the cache feed, and then it will be empty like this. Great. But we have a timeline page response. We need it in the form of feed slice, right? So let's just yeah, let's just adapt it. So we will have optional feed slice like this, and let's do maybe adapted equals adapt cached first page. Okay, let's get it. So cached page dot get and then our page size, because if the cache page is like more but page size is less, so we'll just get what the user want. Okay, we'll just slice it. Okay, so we have this, and then what we will do here, because yeah, because if it's empty then we have said miss and we have returned empty, right? So if we reached here, that means like it's not empty and there is a cache, so it will be cache hit. We'll say like feed metric service dot record home feed cache lookup. We'll say like adapted dot if it is present. If the adapted cache is present, then we'll say like hit. Otherwise, I will say like incomplete. There was some issue. Okay, while adaptation. So return adapted like this. Then let's just create this method adapt and other stuff. So now what we will do in here is go down. Yeah. Now let's just check if okay, adapt cache. This is our cached page, right? Cached page, and this is our page size. Let's check if cache page dot items inside it dot size, okay, is less than the page size, and cached page dot next cursor is not equal to null. So this means like if cache page dot items is less than the page size, if user is trying to get 10 10 items but we have cached only 4 items, okay, 5, because the default is 5. So if that is the case and there are more items, okay, and there are more items because next question means like there are more items, Then what we will do, like we will just return, because we can't give it to the user, right? Because we only have 4 items, and we are sure like there are more items, so user can get more items. If there are only 4 items and user is asking for only 10 items, okay, a user is asking for like this 10 items, we have 4 items, we have 4 items only. Then we should return the cached page because there are no more items. But if there are more than 4 items and we don't know how many, that is the check here. If there are more than 4 items, but we have only cached 4 items, but there are more than 4, this is that check, then we should just return nothing. Okay, return optional dot empty like this. And now after this, we'll create, if that check passes, then we should create our feed item response, because that goes inside our slice, right? Page items equals, let's get that cached page dot items. We can directly call this, right? But we need to check now uh, if there are more. For example, if the cached page now has 20 items and user has only asked for 5, then we need to limit that. Okay, so so items dot stream dot limit our we should say like page size dot, let's convert into list again. Great, now we have our page items. Now let's just create feed slice equals new feed slice like this, pass in our page items and our cached page dot total items like this, if it is greater than page items dot size. Okay, so this is like, yeah, so if there was like 10 items cached and user only asked for 4 items, right? Then we know like there are more items, right, in our cache. So we'll say like page items, we'll give that page enter, but feed slice also need has more. We'll check if the cached page that was coming, okay, has, if the total items in that is greater than our page items dot size, because these are the page items that we limited because of the page size that a user requested. Yeah, so if it is greater than that, then we know like we have more, and we can say like optional dot off slice like this. Now we have our feed slice returned from our cache normal home feed slice in our cache slice. Okay, great. Now yeah, now we'll check if the cache slice is present or not. If it's not, then we'll get it from our db. Is, let's check if it is present. Okay, so if it is present, we'll say like return new normal feed slice result. We'll say like cache slice dot get, and the cache outcome is hit. I should have created an enum for this, right? But yeah, anyway, you can do that if you want to. So yeah, so but if there is no data for this cache slice, right, then we know that it is a cache miss. So we'll say like, let's get the post now. Okay, list of posts. Okay, list of posts equals, now we will fetch our home feed post method, fetch home feed post like this. Let's pass in our non-hot user IDs, right? And we have our page cursor and page size. Great, because we need to fetch the post for all the non-hot user IDs. These are all the IDs that the viewer has followed, because we need the post for all of them now. So it will be shown in the timeline of our viewer, right? So we'll get that post now with this. Yeah, great. So why do I have page size +1 here? This is because if I just try to fetch page size, I want to know like if there is more data or not. I will get page size +1, so I know like there is more data. Then while sending it back to the user, we will just remove the last one. So this is like a trick for that. Okay. Yeah, now let's just create this method. We can just hover on it, create method in our service. Okay, so these are our author IDs. Let's keep it as author IDs to keep it general. This is the page size, and this is our fetch size, like this. Okay, let me just keep it down a bit. Yeah, okay. Now we have this. Now we need to create a page request, right? Page request. Okay, page request equals, let's create this page request dot off from 0 to fetch size. Okay, we'll say like if page cursor equals to null. If it equals to null, then we will say like return me, because if it's equals to null, then we know that we need the first page, and it should start from very first and then the fetch size which the user wants. So we will create a method. Sorry, in our interface, do we have post repository? I think we didn't created it yet. So let's just create that. Okay, so repository, right click, new Java class. We'll create a post repository. This will be an interface. It will extend JPA repository like this. We'll pass in post, and the ID of the post was string, like this. Great. Now we will have multiple authors, right? So we will do like find me all the posts for author that are present in this author IDs. Okay, and then we will order it by created at, but descending, because we want the latest first. Okay, so let's create that. We'll do like a list. Okay, list of post like this, find by author underscore ID, right? And then we will say like it should be actually in, find by author ID in. Okay, because we will be providing uh, a, a list of author IDs like that. Okay, find by author ID in order by, right? Order by created at, like this, descending, because we want the latest first, and ID descending. ID2 should be descending. Then we'll pass in our, yeah, so this will be list of post, and then collection string, our author IDs, like this. But we also need to pass our pageable. Okay, pageable, like this, from the domain. Pageable, correct. Let's just, yeah, now let's just go back to, yeah, 1 second. We also need to get our author details. So this will only have the post, and we have lazily fetched our author. If you remember, author ID is lazy, so we need to get the author details here too. So what we will do is we will use entity graph, like this. Otherwise, to later, if you want to get the author details for all the posts, that will be another request, right? So attribute paths will say like author, like this. Okay, so let's go back. Yeah, okay, now we are inside our page cursor. So if it is null, we'll say like return. Let's just first inject it private final post repository like this. And then in here, where are we? Yeah, we are in our fetch home feed results. So we'll say like post repository dot find by author ID and all the other stuff, pass in our author IDs, the set, okay, because it's a collection there. So author IDs and our page request that we just created to get the first page. Or otherwise, we'll just get it like a post repository. We'll get this method there, post repository, right? We'll say like dot find home feed. We'll say like find home feed page after cursor, because if cursor is present, then we will get it after that cursor. So it should be like home feed page after cursor. We'll pass in our author IDs and then page cursor dot our created at, and let's also pass in our page cursor dot post ID and then our page request. Great. Yeah, let's just create this. We are going to create a query now. So create method in post repository. Great. So yeah, let's just put them in their separate lines. Instant this post ID. Okay, great. So now this will be our author IDs. Okay, let's just keep it to collection like this. And then we have instant. This will be our created at. Then we have string. This will be our post ID. And then we have page. This should be our pageable. Okay, pageable like this, because pageable is our interface. So this is fine. Yeah, now we will be using a query here. So yeah, so we need these values there. To create that, we need to change it to param like this. We say like author IDs, and the same one for our created at. We'll say like let me just paste it everywhere. Okay, for these three. So we'll say like created that and post ID like this. Great. So now, okay, we have this created that, created, fine. Now let's just create our query first, but first let's do our entity graph to get our author to, just like above, attribute path equals author like this, and we'll use our query now. Okay, let's use this new syntax. So we can use multi-line strings. Okay, now we can do like select p from post, our post, which will be p like this. So this is the alias where p dot author, right? P dot author dot id in what? In our author IDs, in our author IDs, what we have here, right? In our author IDs like this. Okay, so and we will say and author ID should be present in here, and let's do that p dot created at is less than what we passed, right? Created at like this. Or if we, for example, have the same one, okay, then we will do what? We will do like or again the brackets. We'll say like, or if they are same, we can say the p dot created at equals back created at like this. Okay, if it's equal and p dot id is less than post ID like this. Okay, because the ones that are created at first will have the post ID less than the latest one, right? Because we need older posts now, correct? So that's why we are using this descending, because the latest are already there, and to get the old post, we will because fetching the old post, we will do it like descending. Otherwise, if we use ascending, then it will give us because the seconds value will be less there, and then that means it will start from the less, right? We need to start from the top. So that's why we are using descending, and in here post ID. So after this post ID, we'll say like order by p dot created at uh, descending, and p dot ID also descending like this. Just like we did. This is like writing this again here, right? Yeah, great. Now we had cursor here. That's why I didn't do it like that. Okay, fine. So we have our, let me check if the brackets are fine. Created at equals created at, and then less than post ID. Okay, great. Now we have it ready. Now let's go back. Control Shift O to remove the imports. Okay, so where we, okay, we were inside our fetch home feed post. Okay, now we have fetched our home feed posts like this. So they are getting called inside our normal home feed slice if we don't have cache. If there's a cache miss, then after this we should just say like feed slice equals, okay, we'll now build our feed slice like build feed slice like this, pass in our post and page size and user ID and our non-hot author IDs like this. This will be used later, this function too, while we are building our feed slice for hot user IDs. So that's why I'm creating the function. Okay, great. So let's just do this. Okay, we have posts, we have page size, we have a user ID, and we have non-hot user IDs. Let's just keep it generic. This should be visible author IDs, right? So a Boolean, let's just first check if we have more. Okay, has more equals, let's get the post size first. Okay, if the post size is greater than our page size, then we know like it has more. Why will it be greater than page size? Because if you remember, page size plus 1. Okay, so yeah, so this page size, if you look at this page size, this is actually what the user requested for, right? This is a requested page size, and the posts that we got, if they are greater than the page size, then we know like there are more posts. Okay, then we can say like if has more, then we can say list post like this. We can say like page post equals has more. If there is more, then we will just remove that one, last one, okay? Because we know like there is more. So 0 from page size. Let's just sublist it, otherwise give back the post. Now they are same, right? And we have the final page post here. Now, we need to do this stuff because previously, while getting the cache directly, we already had timeline page response and we created this feed slice directly. But now we are getting it from the database, so that's why this processing. Okay, so we have our page post now, and then we will just get our feed item response because that's what is inside our feed slice, if you remember. page items equals page post dot, let's just stream over them, dot map. Okay, dot let's use map like this, and we have one post. Okay, so we will change each post to our feed item. Okay, because it's a feed item response. So we'll create a method for that to feed item like this. Pass in our post, pass in our user ID, and pass in our visible author IDs. Okay, and dot to list like this. And then we will have our page items. Then we'll just return new feed slice like this. It will have these page items and has more like this. Now we have this feed slice. Let's just create this uh, feed item from the page post. So create method feed item. So this should return us with feed item response, and then we will have our post, our viewer ID, right? Our viewer ID and our visible author IDs. So now what we will do here is, yeah, now in here we are going to use our rankings, because rankings will be decided now which post will come first and which post will come last. Now let me show you an example what we are going to do. So let me just comment this. Okay. So let us assume our post age is like 120 minutes. Okay. So 120 minutes ago someone posted. Okay. And then let's do like we will use a divisor like 600. We will be dividing the post age with this. So it will be like 600 minutes like this, so which is around 10 hours. Okay, and then we are going to use a penalty for our hot users. So if like hot user post and there's also a normal user post, so we will put normal user first because hot users post a lot, so we'll add a penalty for being hot user like this penalty. So it will be like just keep as 0.15 penalty. Okay, and then yeah, and then we will keep a followed author boost like this. Okay, followed author boost will be like 0.2 like this. So it's like the viewer is following this author, and that's why we are giving it a boost. Okay, so it's like additional boost. Okay, and then we will do some rounding. So for our rounding multiplier we will be using 100 like this. So these are the variables that we are going to use here. Okay, so why 600? Like we want recency to decay gradually across a 10-hour window. Okay, that means like so that means like if for example we have at 0 minutes old, like if the like if it is fresh. Okay, the recency score will create a recency score. Recency score will be like 1.0, which is like highest recency score. Okay, and at 360 minutes, 300 minutes old, for example. Okay, so it's like half of this, right? So 300 minutes old, it will be like so it's like 5 hours. So our recency score, let's keep it as RS, will be like 0.5 like this. And at 600 minutes old, our recency score, our recency score will be like 0.0 like this. Okay, let's now let's follow one example so we will know how this will work. Okay, so for example there's a normal followed user. Okay, so example, there's a normal followed users and the recency score is 120 minutes like this. Okay, we divide 120 by 600 because 600 minutes is our full freshness window. Okay, by 600. Okay, it will give us like 0.2 like this. Okay, so our RS will be like 1.0 minus 0.2 because 1 is the highest recency score. So it's like 0.8, correct? So our recency score is 0.8. And if the author is not a hot user, because we say this was for a normal user like this. So our hot user penalty will be hot user penalty will be 0.0, nothing. If it was a hot user, then we would have added 0.15. Okay, great. And then there would be like an affinity boost. The viewer follows this author, so affinity boost is 0.2. This will be our affinity boost like this. This is because why we are adding this affinity boost, because it's like normal, right? Why are we adding this affinity boost? Because viewer will obviously follow them. That's why we are getting this feed item. But if you remember, we have the viewer inside here too. So viewer's post will be there too, right? Because it's the timeline. So if there is like viewer post and the followers post, so followers post would have a more boost than the viewers post. So follower post will come first, then the viewer post will come. So it's that affinity. And then we will have our raw score. So raw score will be like our recency score, okay, which is like 0.2 added to this, uh, right? So we'll say like it will be like 0.8. Recency score is 0.8, right? 0.8 plus 0.2 minus our hot user penalty, right? So it's like recency score that we calculated, how much recent is it, and our affinity boost, and then this is our hot user penalty, which is 0. Great. So our net score will be like 1.0. Correct. Now, if it was a hot user, then it would be less, right? So that is how we are doing it. Then we will be rounding it later so that we get like this, like with two digits, like 1.0 or something. Great. Now let's just see it in action. Okay, I will just keep this here in the code. Yeah. Now, yeah, we will do like let's get the recency score first. Double recency score. Recency score will be 1.0 minus. Let's get the duration dot between post, when was post created, post dot created at, and what is the current time, instant dot now, like this. Let's just convert it to minutes. So we get when the age of the post, and then what we will do here is we have the duration, converting it to minutes, then we will divide it by our 600.0 like this, which is our window, freshness window. Okay, let me just extract it to variable. We'll say like a freshness window, we can say it like that, right? Freshness window. Okay, now after this, let me just put it down below so everything is visible. Now yeah, now after we have a recency score, then we should have a hot user penalty. So double hot user penalty like this should be, let's just first check if the author, do we have author or viewer? Okay, we have a string as a viewer ID, then we have a visible viewer IDs, but we didn't get the author of the post, right? Yeah, we didn't got it. So we should get it first. So user profile, get the author of the post equals post dot get author like this. So this is the post author. So we see if the author is is a hot user, like this. If it's a hot user, then we will add, so then we will have over 0.15, otherwise we will have 0.0, like this. Let's also have one affinity boost. Double affinity boost will be like visible author, we should have visible author IDs or visible follow IDs, we can say, right? Because both are the same. Then we can say like visible author IDs dot, let's see, contains author dot get ID, okay, and viewer ID dot equals author dot get ID. First, we will check if the author is inside, if it is visible to the user, okay, to the viewer. Sorry, if it's viewer, if this author, if the viewer can view this author's post, and we can also check if the viewer ID is not the author himself, because like I said, that affinity boost will not be for the viewer himself, not for his post. So if both of them are true, we'll say like 0.0, otherwise 0.2, like this. Okay, now what we should do, okay, we are done with our affinity boost. Now let's just get our ranking score. Ranking score will be our recency score plus our affinity boost, and then our hot user penalty. Okay, sorry, it should be minus our hot user penalty. Let's just keep it bracket, because we have to yeah, we have to, let's just multiply it by 100, like this, 100.0. Okay, then we will just yeah, then we'll just round it, math dot round, like this, and then we will just divide it back to 100, like this. This helps us to round it to two decimals. So for example, if our, okay, for example, if our raw score, okay, raw score is like what we got from here, okay, raw score is like 0.856, like this. We will multiply it with 100, which will give us 85.6, correct? Then we will round it, okay, after rounding it, okay, after rounding it we will get 86, right? Then we will again divide it by divided by 100, and we will get 0.86 to keep it in between 0 and 1. So we are doing that. Okay, so yeah, so we have a ranking score now. Yeah, now let's also so with this ranking score we will show our posts, and then let's also have our delivery strategy. So we'll say like string delivery strategy, like this. We'll say like if author dot is hot user. If the author is a hot user, then we'll say like uh, hybrid pull. Hybrid pull. This is our delivery strategy. Otherwise, fan out on right, like this. Okay, so this is our delivery strategy that we will be sending back to our client. And the ranking reason will be like, let's check if the author is hot user. Okay, then we'll say like hot user content is blended with the pull pull based bias to reduce write amplification. Okay, and then if it's not a hard user, we'll say like recent content from followed accounts is promoted for freshness and affinity, like we did above. Correct. So now let's just create our feed item response. So return new feed item response. We will be passing post dot uh, get ID. Let's also have author dot get ID. What else do we need? We need author handle. So author dot get handle. Okay, we need the name. So author dot get name, and we need content. So post dot get content. We need created at. So post dot get created at. We need ranking score. We need delivery strategy, and we need ranking reason. So all of this in our feed item response. Great. Now, yeah, now let's go back to our to where we call this. So I think okay, we called it here while building our feed slice. So this was for this. We are still inside our get normal home feed slice. Okay, fine. Now we got the slice now. Now what we will do, we'll check if page cursor equals to null and page size equals to feed cache service dot default page size, because now we have to uh, cache home feed too, right? Yeah, because we reached here because because our home feed was not cache, it was a miss. Correct. So what we will do, like yeah, now let's do like create our timeline page response, because that's what Redis is caching. Let's keep it like TP response equals new timeline page response. Okay, we are passing in user ID. Okay, we'll pass in our mode, which is timeline mode dot home, and we should also pass in. Okay, what else does it need? It needs total items. So total items is just like how many we have our okay, we have our authors. So for these non-hot author IDs, how many items are there? So we'll create a method for this, like count by author ID in non-hot author IDs, like this. Let's just, yeah, we'll just call in this, correct? Or maybe we can directly call in our post repository, right? So we'll call like uh, our post repository dot count by author ID in, like the non-hot author IDs. I think it needs int. So let's just use math dot to int exact does like it converts long to int. Okay, if long is big enough for int, then it will throw like arithmetic expression exception, I think. So yeah, we should create this method count by author underscore ID in. Yeah, this is the method. Let's just create it. Okay, count by underscore author ID in. Let's just see if it still helps us. Author ID in. Okay, great. It's working. Now, yeah, let's go back to where we were. Okay, so we are inside our response. Now, yeah, now what's next is, let's see. So we should have timeline items. Oh, we need the items. So we already have our slice dot items, and we need what's next? We need next cursor. Okay, so let's just create that cursor. So slice dot has more. Let's check if it has more. Okay, and let's check it. And we'll say if slice dot items, let's check if the items is empty. If it's empty, we will say like, if it's not empty, we'll say like feed cursor codec dot encode, where encoding will pass in like slice dot uh, items dot get, because we need the last item, right? That will be used to encode. So slice dot items dot size -1. This will give us the last item. Correct. Otherwise, we'll say like null, like this. Correct. Yeah. So this will be for our encode like this, and this will be null. Great. Now after we have our TP response, we'll say like feed cache service dot cache hot feed. We created it. Why is it not coming? Maybe I kept it private. Okay, this is private. This should be public. Cache home feed. Okay, feed cache service dot cache home feed and pass in our TP response. Now we have cached it. And then after this, we'll say like return new normal feed slice result, pass in our slice, and we'll say like this was cache miss. Correct. So there was, so here we had hit, and now here we had miss. Pass in our slice back to it. Now let's go back to our normal feed slice result call. So in here now we need to create our get hot home feed slice. Let's just create it. Okay, nice. Let me just put it down again so it's visible. Okay, fine. Let's just name this one as, this should be again user ID, our viewer ID. These are visible authors, all the authors, page cursor and page size. We'll say like, this is our hot home feed slice, right? We'll say like if visible authors dot hot author IDs, because hot author IDs is there, right, in our visible authors, like is empty, right? If hot author IDs are not there, then we'll just return new feed slice list dot off, and there is nothing more, so false if hot author IDs are not present. Otherwise we'll just say like list. Now let's get the post, because we are not getting it from the cache this time. Get the post, we'll say like fetch home feed post. We already created this. Pass in our visible authors dot hot author IDs. I should have passed hot author IDs directly. I don't know why did I do that. So anyways, page cursor, and again page size +1 to get one extra. Okay, now we'll just return our build feed slice again, pass in our post, pass in our page size, pass in our user ID, and visible authors dot hot author IDs, like this. Okay, so we are getting this. Oh, this should be function like this. If visible, or I don't know, let's just pass. I don't know why did I pass this. This should be like hot author IDs, the way we did it here, right? So yeah, Yeah, let's just keep it like this. So let me just set it here. This will be like hot author IDs, right? Hot author IDs, we will pass in here dot hot author IDs like this. Yeah, now we pass in just like we passed it in here. We have hot author IDs and we will check at all the places if hot author IDs dot empty, then this is correct. Hot author IDs, then hot author IDs. Yeah, now it looks fine. Okay, now we have our hot slice. So now we get our, let me just put it in the second line like this. Okay. Now let's just get our total items. Okay. We'll say like, this is our total items. So we will, because our total items, just like the same way we had that count, we will be using that. But now we'll do like math dot to int exact post repository dot count by author ID in this. Now this will be for all the authors, right? Because we already got all of them. So visible authors dot all author IDs like this. Okay, pass in this. Great. Now next is to create the timeline page response. Timeline page response equals. Now we will merge these two together. Okay, so we'll create that merge home feed slices. Pass in our user ID or our viewer ID, total items, pass in our page size and our uh, result. Okay, so it will be like our normal feed slice result for our normal users, and also let's pass in hot user results. Okay, so it will be like hot slice like this. Now let's use our feed metrics service dot, we'll say like record home feed request, this one, and we'll say like it started at nanos uh, normal feed slice result dot, let's get the cache outcome from there. Okay, and what it needs some merging mode, so we need to determine that. So let's say like determine merge mode like this. Okay, from our normal field slice result dot slice and from our hot slice like this. We will determine it. And what else do we need? We need a next cursor, so we'll say like response dot next cursor is not equal to null like this. And so it will say like if it has next cursor or not. And we need what else we need items returned. So let's just give it the items responses dot items dot size. So these are the items returned like this. So yeah, so after that what we will do is we'll just return our response like this. Great. So this is fine. Let's just create this determine merge mode. Okay, so it will be a string. This is feed slice. This will be our normal slice, and this is our hot slice like this. So let's do like boolean has normal equals, let's do like normal slice dot items dot is empty. Okay, then we will know like if it's not empty, because we will use not. And then the same way boolean has hot equals not hot slice dot items dot is empty like this. Now we will check if has normal and has hot, both of them. If it's there, then we'll say like merge mode is mixed. Okay, if only has normal, we'll say like return normal only, like this. Okay, and then we should say like if has hot, we say like return hot only, like this. Otherwise we'll say like it's empty. Great, so that's our merge mode. Now let's do our merge home feed slices. Correct. Now we are going to work with merge home feed slices. So I have prepared a flowchart for you how it will work. So we are here, right? We have total items count. We have fetched both normal users and we have fetched hot users, right? So yeah, now what we will have, yeah, we have both of these users. Okay, so we'll go through them one by one. Okay, we will continue until we have limit plus one items or both slices are exhausted. Okay, so we'll take it one by one. Okay, for example, we take B1 and we will take H1. We will compare each item using a comparator and we will pick the item with high priority. Okay, because we already have a ranking score, right? So the one with the high priority will be taken into our result, and yeah, and then at the next loop we will take like B2, for example B1 as high priority, then we will take B2 and then we will compare it to H1. If H1 has high priority, then take H1, and then so on. We will continue till our till both the slices are exhausted. Okay, or we have reached our page size. Okay, because page size is all we want, right? So yeah, you can go through this again. We are going to do it in our code now. So let's go to our IntelliJ. Yeah. Okay, let's have like some variables. You can say like int base index equals 0, and we can say like int hot index. Base index is like for our base users. Okay, and we can say like yeah, we can say like normal index to keep so we don't mix stuff. Okay, and we can say like normal user, normal item used, normal items used. Okay, so we'll have a number here, how many items did we use, and same way hot items used. So this will give us a number in the merge feed, what we will have later, how many normal items are there and how many hot items are there. Okay, now let's loop. So we'll say like while yeah, let's just create a list there, which will be our result. So we'll say like feed item response, list of feed item response. Let's name it as merged items equals new array list. Okay, let's have again page size plus one. So we know like there's more than one. Okay, so page size plus one. Great. Now let's do like merged items. While merged items dot size is less than page size plus one. Okay, while it is that, till that we will just keep on merging. If it goes beyond this page size, we will stop merging. Okay, and we will check like we have our normal index. Normal index is less than. We also have yeah. Let's just name this as normal items or something, right? That would be better. So let's say like normal slice, like this. Okay, and normal index is less than normal slice dot uh, uh, normal slice. We should get the slice Now let's have the slice here directly, okay, for both of them. Okay, so we will change it to feed slice like this, and we have used it here, right? Let's get the slice from this. Okay, great. Yeah, this will give us a feed slice, and then we have it here. Okay, then we'll say like here, we can say like normal slice dot, now we have our items, normal slice dot items dot size, like this. Okay, if the normal index is less than, so that means like we have gone beyond, we have taken all our normal user items. So while is it like that, and uh, and also we should it's actually or we should see like hot index is less than hot slice dot items dot size, if we have if our hot slice items are exhausted. Okay, yeah, nice. Now we will say like feed item response next normal, we can say like next normal equals let's have our normal index. Okay, yeah, let's check if normal index is less than uh, normal slice dot items dot size. Okay, if our normal index is less than this, then we will say like get our normal slice again dot items dot get the index from the get the item from there based on our index. Otherwise, let's just say null, like this. Okay, same we will do for our next hot. So feed item response next hot equals hot index less than hot slice dot items dot size, like this. We'll say like hot slice dot items dot get hot index or null, like this. Great. First we will check if there is a next hot. So we'll say like if next hot equals to null, or we will say like if our next normal is not equal to null, and okay, and we should have a feed order. So let's create that. It will be our comparator, so we will use our comparator. So it should be like private static final comparator for feed item response, like this. Name it as feed underscore order, okay, equals comparator dot comparing. Okay, we are comparing our feed item responses created at, right, and then comparing feed item response post id. We are comparing these two, but reversed. What is the issue here? Oh, we should have it outside, not inside. Let's keep it at the top in here. Yeah, now what it will do, like uh, this part first. Okay, it means like first compare two feed items by created at. Okay, so so with this we will have uh, the oldest one first. Okay, but we don't want that. If you remember, we need the newest one first. Then it will compare them by post id, but still we would have the oldest one first with these two, then we will reverse it, and then now we will have the newest one first through our feed order. So now, now let's go back to our code. If next normal is not equal to null, and we can say like, and feed order dot compare. Let's compare our next normal and next hot. If it's less or equal to 0, like this. Okay, else, yeah, like this. So so when we have like, okay, if we have like compare a comma b like this, so if the result, if it returns, for example, a negative number, okay, negative number, if it returns a negative number, that means like a should come before b, like this. Okay, okay, and if it returns like 0, then we can say like they are equal in sort order. They are equal in sort order, like this. If it returns positive, then we can say like a should come after b, like this. Okay, so this is what we are doing here. Okay, so it's like, if our next, if it is less than 0, then our next normal should appear before next hot. Okay, yeah, so we are checking here if next hot is equal to null, if there is no next hot. Okay, and but we have, and next normal is not equal to null, but we have next normal. Okay, so a next sort, this means like we have exhausted our uh, hot index, right? It has gone beyond our hot slice items, and we only are remaining with next normal, correct? So we will check if next normal is not equal to null, which means like there is still some next normal items, and you will see like if feed order dot compare, like this. Okay, so if this is true, okay, so for example, if next sort is not present, then we will add our uh, normal items. But if next normal is not equal to null, and let's just compare next sort to this. Okay, so if next normal comes before, then we know that we have to add our next normal. So in both the cases, if next sort is not present, we will add normal, and if next normal is present and it should come before next hot, then we should add our next normal. We'll say like merged items dot add next normal, like this, and we should say like normal index plus plus, and uh, what else do we have? Yeah, and also we had normal items used. Let's do plus plus because we have used our normal items, right? And otherwise we'll say like merged items dot add next hot, like this, and we'll say like hot index plus plus and hot items used plus plus, like this. Great. So we are done with this. We are done with our loop. So after the loop, we need now we need our has more condition, right? So let's do that. Boolean has more. Okay, we'll see like if has more. No, first of all, let's see, because page size was greater than 1, right? So let's check if our merged items dot size if the size of our merged item is greater than page size, like this. If it's greater than page size, then we know like there are more items. Or we can say like if if normal index is less than normal slice dot items dot size, which means that we have not exhausted our normal slice and there are still some items remaining in our normal slice. Then we know because we have a cap here, right? Stop when the page size is done, right? So that means like we have not added all our normal user items. So that means that we have more items. And similarly, let's do like hot index is less than hot slice dot items dot size, like this. And also we had if you remember, this slice, this hot slice and this normal slice comes from our cache, and there also we have a limit, right? If there are like more items in our Redis, but we want due to the space as we only want less, so there we also set has more. So let's check if we have has more inside here too, and we will say like uh, normal slice dot has more or hot slice dot has more, like this. Then we know that has more is true or false. Okay, let's create our list. Feed item response get the page items equals our merge items dot size. Let's just check if the size is greater than, because remember we got size greater than one, right? Yeah, greater one more. So we need to remove that extra data that we got. So greater than page size, like this. Okay, then we'll do like merged items dot sublist, remove that last part, page size, otherwise we'll just say like give me back the merged items, like this. Now let's just get the next cursor. Next cursor will be, it will first check, it should be string. Okay, it will first check if has more is present and page items are not empty. Page items dot is empty, so not empty, then we will say like feed cursor codec dot, let's just encode. We'll say like page items dot get, let's get the last page item, page items dot size -1, like this. Otherwise we'll just say null. Great. Now we will use our feed metrics service dot record home record home feed merge, this one, correct? Now we will use our determine merge mode, which we created. Pass in our normal slice here, okay, and our hot slice here to determine the merge mode. This will say like it's mixed or not, like these that we already created. And we should pass in our normal items used and our hot items used, like this. Great. Now after this, we'll just return new uh, timeline page response, and inside it we will pass our user ID timeline mode dot home, and then we should have our total items and page items and also our next cursor. So this is our object that we are going to return. So we are done with our merge home feed slices, like this. Okay, great. We are returning the response from our get home feed, and yeah, get home feed. So we are done. Next will be our get user feed here, okay, in our controller. Yeah, let's just do that now. Uh, at get mapping slash user, we will have our user ID for which we want to load our timeline. So this will be a path variable. So let me keep it like this, and then public timeline page response get user feed like this. Great. Let's have the path variable string user ID. Okay, and we will also pass in the cursor and the limit, right? Because of our pagination. So request param, this will be like required equals false for our cursor like this, and let's have one more for our limit request param. Let's keep the default value as 5 int limit like this. Okay, now let's create the body. We will be creating a method in our feedme service dot get user feed like this. Pass in our user ID, pass in our cursor, and pass in our limit like this. Let's just create this method in our feed service. Great. Okay, we have this. We have our user ID, cursor, and limit. Fine. Now let's just use our long started at nanos for our metrics, and then we'll say like feed metrics dot start timer like this. Let's normalize our page size equals normalize limit, pass in our limit like this, like we did before. For our home feed, let's use feed metrics service dot record, this time for user feed requested page size, pass in our limit and pass in our page size that we normalized to like this. Let's use try catch again and do like response status exception, get it, and we say like feed metrics service dot record service error like this, and we can say like operation was get underscore user underscore feed like this, and we'll say like e dot get status code like this. It should be to string, right? So dot to string. Great. Then we will just throw our e again to the user. Great. Now we'll just say like try. Let's try to get the user, which will also check if this user exists. So pass in our user ID, and then let's have our cursor from using our codec dot feed cursor page cursor equals to feed cursor codec dot parse our pass in our cursor like this. Great. Now now let's fetch that user feed post. So we'll say like uh, list of post, and then post equals fetch user feed post. Let's create this, pass in our user ID, pass in our page cursor, and let's get data +1. Okay, so we know like there is more data present. Let's create this method, create this correct. Fine. So let's just add fetch size here like this. Okay, yeah, great. Now we will do like page request equals page request dot off. Okay, for the first page, if the cursor is null, we are creating it from the very starting, from the 0 position. So if page cursor equals to null like this, we will just return page repository. Did we created it? Let's sorry, I mean post repository. So under post repository, we have find by author ID in. Yeah, we need one more, but we should not use in this time. Okay, so it will be like let's use entity graph again here. Entity graph will say like find by author ID. Let's remove in. Then order by created a descending ID. This is fine. Instead of this, we will pass in here our author ID. Correct? Yeah. So it will be like string author ID like this and our pageable. Great. Yeah. Okay. Uh, yeah. Let's go back. Yeah. Now inside our fetch user feed post, we'll say like return uh, post repository dot find by author ID without the in. Okay, now we'll pass in user ID and our page request like this. Okay, so that's our data. Now if page cursor is not null, okay, then we'll say like post repository dot find user feed page after cursor. Let's create this method. We'll pass in our user ID and we'll pass in our page cursor dot created at, and we'll also pass page cursor dot post ID, right? And we should pass page request like this. Let's create this method, create method in our post repository. So this will again be a query. We'll say like, okay, let's put these in separate lines so we get the params. Okay, so this will be our author ID for the post. This should be our created at. This is our post ID, and this is our pageable. So let's do like pageable and pageable like this. Okay, now let's use like at. So it will be at param. Okay, so it will be like author ID, and we need for these two too. So we'll say like this, and for our post ID, let's have created at, and let's have post ID here, just like we did for this one. Okay, now let's write our query. Let's first have our entity graph here. We have added it, and after this, let's have our query. Okay, it should be like select p. So this will be repeated, right? Let's just copy the whole query here. Okay, so it should be like select p from post p, where p dot author ID we should not use in because we don't have the collection now. We'll say like where p dot author dot ID equals to author ID like this, and the rest of the thing should remain same. Correct. Order by p dot creating descending and this. Okay, so we have this method now. Let's just call it inside our feed service. Great. So we fetched our user feed posts. Great. Now in here, now after these posts, we'll say like int total items equals again math dot to int exact. We'll say like we need to fetch, so we'll say like post repository dot count by author ID. We will not use in this time, we will use direct author ID, right? We need to create that method there too. So pass in our user ID like this. Let's create this. Great. This is fine. We don't need to change anything here. So let's go back. So we have our total items. Now after this, let's build our timeline page. So say like timeline page response equals build. We'll create build timeline page. Let's create that method. Pass in our user ID. Pass in our timeline mode dot user, our posts, and also our total items, and also the page size, like this. Okay, so we'll get the response. Then we'll say like feed metric service dot record user feed request, like this. We'll pass in our started at nanos. We'll pass in our what it needs has next cursor. So response dot uh, do we have next cursor? Yeah, response dot next cursor is not equal to null, so that means it has. Then we'll say like our items returned. So response dot items dot size, like this, and we will just return our response like this. Great. So that finishes this. Now let's just create our build timeline page. Okay. So hover on this build timeline page. Okay, so we have the timeline mode. Let's keep it simple like mode, and we have posts, total items, and we have page size. Great. So this user ID is actually our timeline owner ID, right? Timeline owner ID. Great. Yeah, let's just use them now. Let me just put it in separate line so it's visible. Now we will say like boolean has more. Let's calculate has more. We'll check if post dot size, because if you remember we have one more post, right, greater than page size. If it's greater than that, then we will say like list of posts page posts equals has more. Okay, if there are more, then we will just remove the last one, right? So from 0 to page size, otherwise just give us back the posts. Now we have page posts, okay, as our final result. Now let's create a feed item response like this. These will be our page items. We'll say like page post dot stream over them, then map post like this, and we'll say like we already created to feed item, if you remember, for the ranking. So pass in our post and timeline owner ID. And what else do we need? We need visible authors. This is just for one user, right? So it needs a set. So let's do like set dot off and pass in our timeline owner ID. One second, what set am I using? Set from the util dot off like this, and pass in our timeline owner ID like this. Great. Now we have this, and we can just call to list, okay, to have our page items. Great. We need a next cursor, so string next cursor equals, let's check if there is more, and then we can also check if it's not empty. Okay, if that's the case, then we will encode our cursor dot encode. Let's get the last one. So page items dot get page items dot size -1, otherwise we will having null, like this. So we have our next cursor. Then we'll just return a new timeline page response, pass in our timeline owner ID and our mode, our total items, and also our page items and next cursor, like this. So why is it still? Yeah, okay, because this will always be timeline user. So we don't need to add it here. We can, maybe we will use it later. So yeah, let's just keep it like that, okay, to keep it generic. Okay, so we have our get user feed from here. Yeah, so we are done with our get user feed. Let's also have one more controller to get the users. So from the UI, we can switch to users, right? So we'll say like user controller like this. And again, we'll say like REST controller request mapping like this, and then like slash API slash users, and then a required args constructor from Lombok for injection. Let's just inject our FeedMe service. And we'll say like feed service like this. This will be a get mapping, simple get mapping. And we'll say like public list from Java util. Okay, let's create a user profile response. Okay, so right click on DTOs user profile response. This will be record. Great, and then we will create like use one will be ID and the user handle, and we should have like what else do we have for the user? We have a name, we have bio, string bio, and we have ID handle name bio, and we have it's a hot user or not. So hot user like this. So that's our record response. Okay, so we need to return it from here. We'll say like user profile response like this. Get our users. We'll just return feed service dot get users. Okay, let's just create that. Nice. So let's just create a repository. So this will be, did I create? Okay, I created user profile repository. So it's fine. We already have it. So let's just inject it. We already have it injected. So nice. So get users. We'll just return user profile repository dot find all. Okay, now we will be sorting it our request by ID. So we'll say like sort sort dot by sort dot by, we'll say like by ID. Okay, so dot stream. Okay, yeah, so we'll get the users in ascending order first, then we'll say like stream dot map. Okay, this dot to user, let's create this user profile response. This will change it to our user profile response, then dot to list like this. Let's just create this method, create method, great. This will give us back user profile response from the user profile like this. Okay, so we'll say like return new user profile response. Will pass in user dot get ID, pass in user dot get handle, pass in user dot get name, bio, and is hot user or not, is hot user. Okay, so we are done with our user controller. Nice. Okay, great. Now I think next should be our post, because it's time to create the post, or maybe we should do follow or unfollow. Let's just do follow controller first, because post we need to show idempotency there. So let's do follow controller first. So right click on the controllers, new Java class follow controller, like this. Okay, let's add REST controller, add request mapping slash API slash follows, like this. Let's inject let's use required args constructor, which will help us in injection. Request args constructor. Now we will say like private final feed service, like this. We'll be using add get mapping. Okay, so it will be like to get all the following for this particular user. Okay, so we'll create a DTO for that. So it will be like new Java class. Let's name it like following response, like this. Okay, it will be a record. So we'll say like string follower ID. Okay, and the targets that he's following, we can say like string target user IDs, like this. Let's import our list. So yeah, and then we'll say like how many are total following for that user. Okay, so this is fine. Great. Yeah, now let's go back to our get mapping. We'll say like public following response get following, like this, and we will pass in our request param. From the request param, we'll say like add request param. Great. So here we will pass in our follower ID. String uh, follower ID. Right. So when we are trying to fetch our following for this follower ID. Okay. Now let's just okay. Where is this? Okay, fine. So now we will say like return feed service dot get following. Okay, we will get the following for this follower, pass in our follower ID, like this. Let's just create this method. Great. So in here we have our following response and our following follower ID. So let's just do yeah, let's just check if the user is there. Get user follower ID, like this. Now let's get our target user IDs. We'll say list of string target user IDs. We already have follow relation repository dot. It will be like find by follower ID. We already created this, right? Pass in our follower ID. Let's use stream. Then map over the relation. We say like relation, like this, and then let's get the target user dot get ID. So we have the target users IDs to list. Great. Let's just return new following response, pass in our follower ID, our target user IDs, and the size of them. Target user IDs dot size. So we have our get following being called by our controller. Now next, let's do follow and unfollow. So at post mapping, okay, so we'll say like slash user ID who we need to uh, follow. So we'll say like public follow response. Okay, did we create this? No, we didn't. So follow response is different and following response is different. So we'll say like create a DTO new Java class follow response. Okay, it should say like the follower ID, the target user ID, and if we are following or unfollowing. So following like this, and also total following, because it should increase, the total following should increase when you're following someone, and should decrease when you're unfollowing. So like, great. So we have our follower response. Let's go back to our feed controller and do like follow response follow. Let's have our request param like this, string the one who is follower like this, and the path variable for the one we need to follow. String we passed in user ID, right, in the path variable here. Now we just return feed service dot follow like this. Let us create this, add in our follower ID and our user ID. Similarly, let's create one for the unfollow. Okay, this will be just a delete mapping like this. For this user ID, this method name will be unfollow. Okay, our follower and our user ID, and we'll say like unfollow like this. Let us create these methods. So create method follow. Great. Now in here again, what we will do here is this will be our target user ID. Target user ID like this, and we should say like again, let's do started at nanos equals feed metric service dot start timer. Let's use try catch. Okay, now inside our try, we will first validate if the follow relation is present there or not. Okay, validate follow request. Let's pass in our follower ID and our target user ID. And if it is validated, then we'll say like user profile. Let's get the follower, get user from our follower ID, and similarly user profile. This will be our target. We'll say like get user target user ID. Okay, now let's get the follow relation. Follow relation ID first, right? Follow relation ID will save relation ID equals. Let's create that follow relation ID from our follower ID and from our targeters ID, because that is a composite key. If you remember, from the composite key we can fetch data. Okay, great. Now let's first create this validate a follow request. So hover on that create method validate follow request. Now we'll say like if follower ID dot equals, let's see like if they are both same, because they can't be same, right? If by any chance someone is using our API and they both are same, throw new response status exception. We'll say like HTTP status dot bad request like this, and we can say like users cannot follow themselves like this. Otherwise, we'll just check if both are present. We are already doing it later, right? Yeah, but anyway, let's just do it here. Maybe we use it somewhere else too. So it doesn't make any difference. Okay, because we are again doing it here to get the follower. There we are just verifying it, because if the user is not present, it will throw like user not found. Okay, now we have our relation ID. Let's just set a boolean, because our follow response needs it, right? Created relation, let's keep it to false by default. Okay, so yeah, let's just check if our follow do we have follow, yeah, if our follow relation repository exists by id. So if it doesn't exist by id, because we are using not, pass in our relation id, the composite id that we created, then we will say like follow relation repository dot, let's just save. If it doesn't exist, let's just save that. That means like it's a new entry, a new follow relation follower and target. Okay, and we say like creator relation is true because we just created the relation, right? And let's use our feed cache service dot evict home feed. Okay, we will create a method like evict home uh, evict home feed like this. We'll pass in our follower id to that. Why we are doing is that now the followers timeline has a new user now, right? So the cached page should have the new users feed if there is some. So we will just evict that user's cache. So in his timeline we get a new entry. Okay, so after this we'll just use like feed metrics service dot record follow request. Okay, so started at nanos, and this is actually follow the action, and then did we created the relation like this. Then we'll just return new follow response like this, pass in our follower id, pass in our target user id, and following was true, right? Because we just created it. And then what, and it needs total following. Okay, so we'll say like math dot to int exact like this, get like follow relation repository dot count by follower id like this, pass in our follower id. Great. Okay, now let us create this evict home feed. Nice. So in here we'll say like this will be for any user id. For any user id we'll say like we are using Redis templates, so Redis template dot delete. Let's get that home feed key, pass in our user id like this, and then we'll say like feed metric service dot record cache mutation, because we are recording that, right? Record cache mutation action is evict, so we are recording that too. Okay, so if there is some exception, okay, we'll just use like print stack trace. Yeah, let's just check that at that time. Okay, yeah, now we have returned. Now what if there is an exception? We can say like response status exception like this. Let's say like feed metric service dot record service error like this. We'll say like this is a follow operation exception dot get status code dot to string like this. Okay, and let's just throw the exception. Great. So follow is done. We need to create one more for unfollow. This should be unfollow like this. So okay, now let's do again like long started at nanos equals feed metric service dot start timer try. Inside our try we'll again validate follow request, pass in our follower id and our target user id, create our follow relation id equals new follow relation id, pass in our follower id and our target user id. like this. Let's have the let's check if the relation is there, right? So we'll say like relation, because relation should exist. If you're unfollowing someone, then a follow relation should exist there. Let's check relation existed. We can see like follow relation repository dot exists by id, pass in our relation id, like this. And we can do like follow relation repository dot, if it we can say like delete by id. Okay, relation id, let us delete it. And we can say like feed caches service dot, because we need to evict the home feed now from the cache. That that post from the target should be removed. So follower id, and we should also use like feed metric service dot record follow request, like this. We can say that started at nanos, and it should be unfollow, like this. And relation existed, if the relation existed or not, we'll log it here. Okay, so we can do that. And then we can say like return new follow response, pass in our follower id, pass in our target user id, at false, because now it's not following, so false. And then let's use math dot to int exact to get the count. Now follow relation repository dot count by follower id, pass in our follower id, like this. Okay, and let's do like catch. Now we should have response. One second, something is wrong, I can feel it. Here's the, I should have missing this. Okay, yeah. Response status exception, like this. Okay, so yeah, so if there's an error, we'll say like feed metric service dot record service error for our unfollow, like this. Let's get the status code, like this, dot to string, and let's just throw the exception. Great, so we are done with our follow and our unfollow. Where's our follow control? Okay, we are done with these. Okay, so we have our follow, unfollow. We also have our user, and we also create our feed. Now we should create our post controller. So right click on controllers, new Java class post controller, like this. Okay, it should have at REST controller at request mapping slash API slash post, like this, required args constructor. Great. Let's have private final feed service, like this, feed service. I should have created a post service and other service, but yeah, anyways, you can do that later. So because it's like too much code in our one service, right? So post mapping at response status should be like created, http status dot created, like this. And then we'll say public. Okay, we should have a post response, and also because we will be receiving the request body, so we should create DTOs for them. So create a DTO, new Java class post response. Okay, we will have here like a string ID, and we should have like author ID. Okay, and what else should we have? We should have the author handle. Okay, and we should have author name. We should have the post content and when it was created. like this. Okay, and similarly for our request body, we should create our DTO. So DTO new Java class create post request like this. So this will be our record. We are using validation API, so let's use that. So it should be not blank. Our idempotency key, idempotency key. Yeah, I will tell you what it is just after writing this. I have created a flowchart for this. So author ID like this. This should also be not blank, and also our content which we will get for that particular post. Let's keep the size as maximum, maybe 200 characters or something. Okay, so maximum 200 characters for our content like this. Let's go back to our post response. Okay, we have here, now we can say like post response create post like this. Okay, let's use at valid to validate our incoming body. Request body, it should be create post request and our request like this. We'll just return feed service dot create post like this, pass in our author ID and pass in our content and our idempotency key like this. Let's just create this method. Great. Okay, and in here this is the, I think this is the first time we are writing to the database. So yeah. Okay, so let's just remove this. We don't need this validation. We already validated them. Correct. So this here is author ID. Oh, this here is content, and this here is idempotency. Idempotency key like this, and this should be transactional because by default we have kept transition to read only. So this will also help us to write only for this method. Let's use again started at nanos equals feed metric service dot start timer, then get the profile for the user who created the post. Let's check it first. Check and get it. So get user will do that, and then let's also get the author type. Okay, author type, so we can later log it in our metrics. So if author dot is hot user, we'll say like hot, otherwise we'll say like normal like this. Okay, let's normalize our content. Okay, normalized content, we'll just trim it. Okay, content dot trim to remove the spaces and other stuff. Great. Now let me just open the flowchart that I have created for idempotency. Yeah. So in this flow, we are looking at how to safely create a post using retry and idempotency. Okay, so this is very important in real world systems because sometimes a user clicks a button, the request goes to the server, but the response does not reach the client due to a timeout, a network failure, or some temporary issue. In that case, the client may retry the same request, but without idempotency, the server might create the same post multiple times. So we use an idempotency key to make sure the same request is processed only once. The flow starts with when the user clicks publish post. The front end sends a post request to API/post. And along with the request, the client sends an idempotency key, for example, ABC123. Now the backend receives the request. The first thing the backend does is compute a request hash. The hash is created from the request payload. For example, if the post title and content are the same, the hash will be the same. And after computing the hash, the backend looks up the idempotency record using user ID plus idempotency key. Now there are two possible cases. The first case is no record exists. That means that this is the first time the server is seeing this idempotency key. So the backend inserts a new idempotency record with status in progress. This tells the system that this request has started processing. And after that, the backend creates the post and saves it in Postgres. In the same transaction, the backend also creates an outbox event. The outbox event can later be used to publish messages, send notifications, update search indexes, or trigger other async process, which we will do through our Redis. And after that, the post and the outbox event are saved successfully. The backend updates the idempotency record. The status becomes succeeded, and the created post ID is stored. For example, post ID P100. Finally, the backend returns the post response to the client. So for the first successful request, the user gets the created post response. Now let's look at the retry case. Suppose the client retries the same request with the same idempotency key. Okay, the backend again computes the request hash and looks up the idempotency record. This time the record already exists. So the backend compares the new request hash with the hash stored earlier. If the hash does not match, it means the same idempotency key is being reused with a different payload. This is not allowed. One second, where did I go? Yeah, so this is not allowed. So the backend returns 409 conflict. The message is that the key was reused with a different payload. This protects the system from accidentally treating two different requests at the same as the same request. But if the hash matches, then the backend knows this is a retry of the same original request. Now the backend checks the status of the idempotency record. There are three important statuses. First, in progress. This means the original request is still being processed by another worker or thread. In this case, the backend should not create another post. Instead, it returns 202 accepted. The response tells the client that the request is still in progress and it should retry later. Second is succeeded. This means that the post was already created successfully in the previous attempt, so the backend simply returns the existing post response. For example, it returns the same post ID with P100. The client receives 200 OK. This is the main benefit of idempotency. Even if the client retries multiple times, the same post is returned instead of creating duplicate posts. Third one is failed. This means that previous attempt failed. In this design, the backend returns 409 conflict and asks the client to retry with the new idempotency key. This avoids continuing with a key that is already associated with a failed attempt. So the full idea is simple. For a new request, create an idempotency record, create the post, save the outbox event, update the record to succeed it, and return the response that we saw here. But for a retry, check the existing record. If the payload is different, return conflict. If the request is still in progress, return accepted. If it is already succeeded, return the same successful response. And if it failed, ask the client to retry with a new key. This pattern makes post creation safe, reliable, and retry friendly. It prevents duplicate posts, handles network retries correctly, and keeps the system consistent, even with failures happen. Now let's start coding this. Try catch, we need a try catch block, and first we'll get our request hash. Okay, so we will create a method. To create that hash, we say like hash create post request, because that is coming from the user. We'll pass in our author ID and our normalized content like this. Okay, so we are going to save our uh, post, like our entry for idempotency. So let's create an idempotency attempt record. Okay, in the same service, we'll do like private record idempotency post attempt like this. Okay, we'll pass in optional our post creation request that we created before. Uh, post, we didn't created it. I thought we did. Okay, we need a post creation request. Okay, so under DTOs, uh, okay, under DTOs, new Java class post creation request like this. Okay, so this will not be actually our DTO. We need to save this post creation request for later to check for our idempotency. Inside our we need to create an entry in our table for this. So we save the user ID and then the idempotency key that was sent by the client and the request hash and the post ID to which it belongs to. So we will do that. So let's create it under models, new Java class, post creation request like this. Okay, so let's just do like, let's just create entity. So entity like this, and then table. Let's name this table as post underscore creation underscore request like this. Okay, let's check. Yeah, let's also add some uh, unique constraints, but we'll do it later. Okay, so let's just keep it like this for now. And inside our post creation request, yeah, just let's add getters and setters first. Getter, setter, and no args constructor like this. Okay, and let's do ID for our post and do like generated value. Okay, let's use strategy for the identity, so it will be generated automatically. Okay, and then we'll do like private long ID like this, and let's add a user ID and also add idempotency key that we'll receive from the client. So idempotency key like this, and we need request hash like this, and we need a post creation status. We didn't created it, right? Yeah, let's create that model. So we say like, so it was yeah, so it will be like if the post creation is in progress or if it has been succeeded. So this will be an enum. So post creation status will be enum like this. Okay, let's give the value as in underscore progress, and the others will be succeed succeeded like this. Okay, now yeah, now let's go back to our post creation request. We'll say like private post creation request. No, it should be post creation status. Sorry, post creation status, and then our status like this. And then we need our post ID. So private string post ID, and then created at and updated at instant created at, and we need one for the updated at like this. Great. Okay, let's add some annotations. We'll say like for this, the column name will be, let's keep the name as user underscore ID, nullable equals false. We don't want it null. And then column should be like name equals idempotency key like this, and nullable equals false. And let's keep the length equal to like 100 for our idempotency key. And for this one, we'll say like again name equals request underscore hash like this, nullable equals false, and length equals 64 for our request hash. And for this one, for our enum, we'll say like enumerated. We'll use enum type dot string to have the string value inside it from the enum, and then column will be like uh, name equals okay, status is already there, we don't need to add the column name. Nullable equals false, and length will keep it as 20 like this. Now for the post ID, let's do the same. Name equals post underscore ID, and let's do for the created at created underscore at like this, nullable equals false, and it should not be updatable, so updatable equals false like this. And let's do one for the uh, updated at. So name equals updated underscore at like this, and nullable equals false. Great. Now there should be like a unique constraint, but then again it will be like a composite constraint. So it will be like a user ID and idempotency, both their both combinations should only be present once in the table, right? So we will add it like this inside our table. We'll name that constraint as name equals post. Let's put a comma here. Post creation. Okay, we already create this. So what I'm doing here is we name the constraint like this: unique constraints. Unique constraint. Now we will name the constraint as UK underscore post, and do like post underscore creation underscore user underscore key like this. This is our unique constraint, and the column names that defined it will say like column names are these two, user underscore ID that we created here, and the idempotency key. Let me just copy this. So their combination should be unique. Okay, so we have added this now. Yeah, let's add our constructor. So we'll hit generate constructor. We are going to use user ID, idempotency key, and our request hash. Only these three. So yeah, so when this is created, we'll be having these three data. ID will be generated automatically, but we will set our status this dot status to because it is just starting, we say like in progress like this. And before persisting, we'll say like void on create. It will call this and say instant. Let's get the current instant dot now, and if created at equals null, Then we will say like created at equals now, like this, and then updated at equals now. Great. And then public void. Now what we will do it, so we have in progress, we should have one more method which will set the status to succeeded. So we'll say like mark succeeded, like this, pass in our post ID. Okay, we'll set our post ID to this post ID. Our status should be like this dot status equals post creation dot status dot succeeded, and this dot updated at equals instant dot now, like this. So this is our mark succeeded. Great. Now let's go back to our feed service here. Okay, so we had this public record idempotency post attempt. Okay, so it will have one post creation request like this. We'll say like it will be a request record, and then we should have the response. The response will be like our post response. Okay, so because if you remember in here we are getting the response back, right? So response can be like a new post, or it can be a replayed post. That's what that was created before. So yeah, let's just do this. Our request record and our post response like this. So it will be like replayed response that was created before, and a boolean is progress to show like if it's progress or not. Okay, so this is when a new post is created, this will come, and when the old post is given back, then this will come, and if it is in progress. So that is our post attempt. So we are just attempting the post and just logging in here like this. Okay, great. Now what we will do, we have our hash create post request that will give us our requested hash. Then we will create this attempt. It will be like idempotency post attempt. Let's create this attempt. We'll say like resolve this attempt. Okay, first we will check if no, if the post is present there, so all the idempotency logic will go inside this. Okay, we'll say like resolve create post attempt, and then we will pass in our author ID. Let's also pass in our idempotency key and the request hash like this. Let's just create these two methods first. Okay, so first of all I will hover on this and create hash create post request. So this is our author ID and this is our normalized content. So we will be using message digest to create hash message digest like this. Let's use a try catch. Okay, so we'll be passing algorithm, and if the algorithm is wrong, it will throw like no such algorithm exception like this. Okay, then we'll just throw new illegal state exception, and we'll say like SHA-256, which the algorithm that we are using should be available. Okay, and then let's just pass in our E like this. If it's not okay, then inside our try we say like digest equals uh, message digest dot get instance of SHA-256 like this. Okay, great. Now let's just digest it. So we'll say like byte digest is also called, hash is also called digest. So there's a method inside digest which is also a digest. So one second, yeah, now inside digest we'll do it like this, like pass in our author ID Okay, then we should pass in a next line. Okay, and then our normalized content like this to keep them separate. Okay, now after this, before giving it to digest, we need the bytes because digest takes the bytes, so we will get bytes. Yeah, let's just get the bytes and we'll say like it is for standard car sets dot utf8 like this. Okay, now we have our hash. We will use string builder. Okay, so in order to change this to a hex format, okay, let's do builder equals new string builder. The length of this should be like hash dot length, okay, multiply by 2. Why multiply by 2? It's because in hex, uh, 4 bytes create one character, right? So if for example we have uh, 4 bytes 4 bytes length here, but sorry, if we have like 4 bytes length here, then it's like 8 bits for all of them, right? So it's like if we have like 4 bytes, okay, if this hash is of 4 bytes, so it's like 4 multiplied by 8 bits, right? Because 1 byte is 8 bit, but we need to change it to hexadecimal. So hexadecimal only has 4 bits. So yeah, so we need to double it. That's why because our 8 bits will go like 4 each. So that's why we are doubling it, because we know like it will be doubled 8 bits, and now our 4 byte will change into like this, like 1 byte has 8 bits, so 4 bits, then again 4 bits like this for 1 byte. So yeah, so for the 4 bytes this will be like uh, this is one combination, then we will have another combination, another combination, another combination. So it was 4 before the length. Now the length is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 4 twos are 8 like this. So now let's just loop over them. We say like for byte hash, we say like hash byte, and our hash, the byte array. Okay, we'll say like builder dot append string dot, let's just format it to hexadecimal. String dot format, let's pass in the format like this, like with padding 0 to x like this. So we have 2 uh, and then this will give us in the form of hex, and then pass in our hash byte like this for each one of them. So yeah, great. And now we have our builder. We will just return builder dot to string like this. Okay, so we have created our hash, and also we have returned it. The next step is resolving create post request attempt. Let's just create it. It's here. So we will have author ID, we have idempotency key, and our request hash. Okay, let's check if there is an existing request first. Okay, if because we will because we already created post creation request. Okay, so if there's already a request there, we will check it. Okay, and we will handle it. So it's like this part, if the record exists already. If it doesn't, we go this way and create a new post. Okay, yeah, and now what we will do, let's create a repository first. right? So repository new Java class, we'll name it as post creation request repository like this. This will be an interface, and we will use extends JPA repository, passed in our post creation. Where's that? Oh, okay, post creation request. Yeah, post creation request, and I think we had ID here, right? Yeah, long. The ID is long, so let's pass in long here. Great. Okay. Now in here, we need to create one abstract method. We'll say like optional. Okay. Optional post creation request find by user. Okay. Find by, we already had find by, okay. Find by user ID like this, and idempotency key, this one. Okay. Yeah, let's just pass in two. We'll be passing user ID. It should be actually it should be built by author ID and our idempotency key. That's it. And we will be getting post creation request. So under our feed service at the top, let's inject it private final post creation request repository. Okay, injection is done. Let's go back to our chains. So we'll say like inside our resolve create post attempt. We'll say like post creation request. Let's check the existing request equals post creation request repository dot find by user ID and idempotency key. Pass our author ID and our idempotency key like this. And let's check if existing request dot is present. If it is present, we will return. Let's just handle it separately. Okay, handle existing create post request. Okay, pass in our data from the request from the existing, and pass in our request hash. Right. Otherwise, will they say like try? We'll use try catch. We will get the post creation request. We will create it because it's not present otherwise, right? So we are now inside this one. This we will create in the separate method. Now we will create the post creation request attempt. So post creation request entity equals new post creation request, pass in our author ID, idempotency key, and request hash like this. We'll say like post creation request repository dot. If I write just save here to save it, it will be saved after this whole method is processed. Okay, but we need to save it right now. Okay, yeah, I will tell you why. So we'll say like save and flush. Do not wait for the transaction to complete. We'll just save it directly. Okay, we'll do like return new idempotency post attempt. Okay, then we will say like pass in optional dot of entity. And what else is there? We need request record. This is a request record, right? Because we just created this. So we won't pass anything in the replay response because nothing was replayed. If it was already present, then we will have sent a replayed, and so we'll set it as empty. And we will set in progress to false because it's done. Let's just return it like this. Okay. And while saving it, okay, while saving it, if the so okay, so the thing is that if there are multiple threads, okay, trying to save this post creation, trying to save this record, so both of them will see like if they're coming at the same time, both of them, they will see like, oh no, it's not present, so let's just create a new. They will do it like this. Okay, now both of them are trying to create. Okay, so but we have already set a constraint on our table, so it's like a lock. It won't allow both of them, so one will take the lock and other will throw like a data integrity violation exception. So this is very important. So if the other, the one who lost that race, will throw the data integrity violation exception, what should we do? We have to give back the post that was created. Okay, so let's just do that. Let's just catch data integrity violation exception. That is why I use this save and flush. Right, because if we haven't used save and flush, if we have used saved, then it would have waited for this whole method to complete, and we didn't had any record there, so no locking. Do you understand now? So if there is no locking, then this will never come. So this will first save, then it will lock. While saving, it will lock our table for saving, and then the other will throw the one that lost. It will throw data integrity exception. So this is for if we lost the race. This is for that one, that thread. So we'll say like post creation request existing. Let's get the existing one. Okay, will be like again post creation request repository dot find by user and idempotency key, like this, and we will pass in again our author ID and idempotency key, like this. Or else if it's not there, we'll say like or else throw the exception, whatever exception is there. Okay, exception, and then we will handle it. Handle existing the function that we still need to create, right? So we'll say like handle existing post request, pass in our existing and request hash, like this. Let's just create this method now. So handle existing post. Great. So this will give us the post attempt, and this will be our post creation request. Okay, and this will be our request hash. Great. Let's just validate our post request record and then give it back. We'll say like post creation request validated record equals, let's just validate and reuse create post request, like this. Okay, pass in our post creation request. Oh, we have, I think, existing. Yeah, pass in our existing and request hash, like this. Okay, now after validating, we will just return if it's succeeded or if it is in progress. Right. So if the post creation is still in progress, okay, then we will say we'll just give an empty because it's still in progress, right? But the locking is there. It hasn't updated it. It's still in progress. So let's just switch for these two. We'll say like validated record dot get status. If the case is like succeeded, then we'll just return idempotency post attempt optional dot off. Okay, no, this is idempotency post attempt. You can see that we have request record and replay response. Right now we are not creating a new request, so this should be empty. We are replaying the old post response. So let's keep it empty. And then what else do we have? We should have optional dot off. Okay, so let's just get that post. Okay, from this get post. Okay, from validated record dot get post. This will give us back that post. And the third one is is progress. It's not in progress, we'll say like false, right? And the other case is uh, case in progress. So if it is in progress, we'll say like a new idempotency post attempt. Okay, both should be empty, right? Because we are not returning anything. So optional dot empty, optional dot empty, and in progress will be true, like this. Great. Let's just add semicolon here. Now we are going to create this validate request. Okay, so let's just do this. Yeah. Okay. So we'll check like if post if existing one. Okay, dot get request hash. Now what we are doing is we are comparing both of their request hash, right, to check if the idempotency key was not used for a different post request, right? So yeah, so in here we are checking this conflict here. Okay, we are comparing request hash and checking this. So yeah, if existing dot get request hash dot equals request hash. Okay, if the request hash are same, then we can say like throw new response status exception. We will say like there's a conflict. Okay, with we'll say like idempotency key already used for a different post request. Okay, because if the request hash is not matching, then there's a new request having a different data, but they are using the same idempotency key for that. That's a conflict, right? So we should have request hash both same. So that is a pure retry. Okay. Otherwise, we'll just return post yeah. Let's just return our existing like this. So this is that validate past. Now let's just create this get post. Okay. Uh, yeah. Let's just do like return. Do we have the post repository here? I think we will have. Let's just check anyways. Post repository dot find by ID, like this. We are finding it by our post ID, and then let's just change. Let's just convert into our post response. I hope we have that. No, we don't have that. So we'll create it to post response like this, or else throw new response status exception with, if the post is not present, we'll say like http status dot not found, and we'll say like post not found, like this. Okay, let's create this to post response, create method to post response. Now in here we are replying with post response like this, and our post. So let's get the author first. So user profile author equals post dot get author, like this. Then we'll just return new post response with, let's get post dot get ID, author dot get ID. We need author handle, author dot get handle. We need name, so author dot get name. We need the post content, post dot get content, and we need greater at. So post dot get greater at, like this. So we are just returning it, the post response. So okay, we are here. Now let's go back to our create post. Okay, so we have the attempt now, right? Now we'll say like if attempt dot if replayed response is there, which means like the old data has came. We'll say like feed metrics service dot record. Did we create post creation? Okay, we don't have one for the post creation, so we need to have that one there. So let's do inside our feed metrics service. Okay, we'll do like public void record post creation like this, and again it will have long started at nanos like this, and then our author type, which is an if it is an hot user or not. So author type, and then the idempotency outcome. It's like if it was replayed or it's a new one. That is our idempotency outcome. So we will use timer dot builder. Timer dot builder. We'll use feedme dot post dot create dot latency. To get the latency, let's keep the description as post creation latency. Okay, and let's have some filters tags. So author type and author type like this, and a tag of idempotency outcome. So idempotency underscore outcome like this, pass in our idempotency outcome, and then register it with meter registry, and then we'll say like record system dot nano time. Okay, mines started at nanos, and time unit will be our nanoseconds like this. Great. Let's have a counter too. So we'll say like counter dot builder like this. So feedme dot post dot create dot request like this, and then the description will be like post creation request like this, and then let's have a tag for author underscore type for author type, then tag for our idempotency outcome. So same as this one, as our idempotency outcome, then just register it. Why is it not working? Yeah, let's just register it with meter registry dot, and let's just increment it. Great. So we have our record post creation. Yeah. Now going back to our feed service, we are going to use it record post creation like this, and we'll pass in our started at nanos, pass in our author type. Okay, and then we'll say like now we need idempotency outcome. We'll say like replay, because this was the replayed one, because we are checking if replayed response is present. Then we'll just return our replayed attempt dot replay response dot get like this. Okay, now we can also say like attempt dot this will be our request. Let's just first check if it is in progress. Okay, if it is in progress, then we'll say like feed metric service dot record post creation started at nanos, pass in our author type, and also idempotency of progress is in progress. Okay, we will throw new response status exception. We'll say like http status dot conflict. We'll say like post creation already in progress like this. Otherwise, if it's not replay and if it's not in progress, then we know that we have created a new one, right? So we'll say like post 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 equals, because we have created a new one, so we'll just save and create it. So we'll say like save new post, right? UUID dot random UUID dot toString, okay, for our post ID, pass in our author and pass in our normalized content. So this is how we are saving a new post. And like I said in here, after saving the post, we'll be creating a new outbox event. From this event, it will be taken care by our other async processes to check if we need to update the cache, or if it is a hot user, then we won't be doing that, right? So let's just go again to our post. Okay, so we have post here. Then we should have an outbox event, right? Then we will just queue it there. So now I have also created a PPT for this. Yeah, so we have this. So we are here. We have created a post, we have saved the post, right? Now we will be creating an outbox event, which will have the status as pending because we just created it. Then what will happen? There will be an outbox event publisher, which will publish it to Redis stream. And then after publishing, we will set the status like published. And if maybe the Redis is not available or maybe there is some other error, we'll set the status to failed. Okay, so we'll be keeping on retrying this for some time. Okay, so if it's not after all the attempts, if it's not published, then we will just change the status to failed. Then what will happen is that there will be another asynchronous worker that will read this event from our outbox queue. Then it will check for the idempotency again, and it will see if it has seen or not. Then it will skip it because it has already published it. Sorry, taken care of it because it was already published. Then that event worker will just process this event, and it will check if it is a hybrid. Then it won't add the cache. If it is a normal user, then it will just fan out and update the cache for all the users, and then send an ACK event. ACK event is important because this means like our Redis pub sub, for example, our worker has not taken care of it. If the ACK is not there, then we still need it to process. So this is what's happening here. So now, yeah, let's just do this. Going back to here, we will create our outbox event first. Okay, so this will be a model. So under models, new Java class, outbox event like this. So this will be a class, and we'll say like entity, table name will be name equals outbox underscore events. That will be our table name. And let's have a getter. Let's have a no args constructor like this. Okay, let's have our ID like this, and it will be private string ID like this. And yeah, let's create two more. We will have event status, and we will have event type. Both of them will be enum. So let's create the status first. Outbox event status like this. It will be an enum, so the value will be like pending published failed like this. Or we should have one more as event type. right? Because this event is like a post created event, right? Maybe later we will have something else, so I'm just creating it. Outbox event type, we have only one right now, which is post created event, like this. Let's just remove, yeah, let's just remove these. Uh, I mean, close these, don't remove it. So we'll say like private outbox event type will be our event type. Okay, and it will be like enumerated. We need the string value, so enum type dot string, like this, and then the column will be like nullable false, like this. Okay, and then we'll have like post ID, private string post ID, and then a column nullable equals false, like this, and then we have author ID, private string author ID. Let's have column nullable equals false, like this, private string hot user, because we need that check, right? So we'll say like at column for our hot user, it should be also be nullable equals false, like this. And when did it occur? Instant occurred at column nullable equals false. Okay, then we should have one more for the status. So private outbox event status, like this, enumerated, and enum type should be like a string. Great. And then let's have one more for maybe what is the attempt count, because after some attempts we will say like it is failed if it's continuously failing. So attempt count we will put in here, and yeah, let's just keep like column as name as attempt underscore count, and nullable equals false. Great. Now we should have when is our next attempt. So yeah, so this is like yeah, and let's just put it like this, like next attempt will be like if because if one attempt is failed, then we'll add some time for the next attempt, some delay. So we'll say like private instant next attempt at, so it is taken care again for the next attempt. So column nullable equals false. Great. And then we should have one more for the updated at. And let's have one more for created at. Great. So let's put in our values like nullable equals false, nullable equals false. Great. Now let's have our constructor public outbox event. It will be created from the post. So let's just pass in our post. Now we'll say like this dot id equals uuid dot random uuid dot to string, like this, and let's create our event type as outbox event type dot post created, and our post id will be from the post dot get id, and our author id, this dot author id from the post id post dot uh, get author dot get id, like this. And we should have our hot user equals post dot uh, get author dot is hot user. Great. This should be Boolean here. Yeah, hot user is Boolean. Great. Now we have this. Now the next part is when did it occur? So this dot occurred at, let's get the created at for the post, not our current created at, because this post was created at that time. So our occurred at is the creation of that post. Now the status will be like pending because we just created it. Okay, and then our attempt count will be like 0, and our next attempt is right now. So instant dot now. Great. Now before persisting it, we'll say like pre-persist void on create like this. Let's get the current time. Instant dot now. This dot created at equals now. This dot updated at equals now, like this. Let's also check if our next attempt at is somehow null. Let's also set it to now. Okay, equals now, like this. Okay, and also before updating, we should say like at pre-update void on update like this. We'll set this dot updated at equals instant dot now, like this. Great. Now we have our getters, so this is fine. So we should have now some methods like mark published, like this. Okay, here we'll set the status to outbox event status dot publish, like this, and we should have one more like public void. This should be for retrying option. Okay, schedule retry, like this. We should have our next attempt at, and we should have our maximum attempts. So int max attempts, like this, max attempts, and we should, whenever we are scheduling the retry, we will increase our attempt count, so plus plus, like this, and then we'll set our next attempt at equals next attempt that is coming from there. Okay, and then if we'll check if this dot attempt count is greater or equal to max attempts. If we have gone through all the attempts, we'll set the status to outbox dot failed, like this. Great, and this should be void mark published. Great. Now we need to create the repository for this. So new Java class outbox event repository interface. It should extend JPA repository, right? And it should be outbox event, and the ID type is string. Let's create like yeah, I'll create a method. I will tell you what it is. So list from the Java util, and then it will give us outbox event. We'll say like find by status and next attempt at, but it should be less than or equal. Okay, and then order by created at, but ascending. I think by default it's ascending, so this is fine. So yeah, let's just, we will be passing our status, and we will be passing our next attempt at, and our pageable for pagination, like this. Okay, So what this is doing is that outbox events are background jobs, right? So it's like message waiting to be processed. Status filter here, it status filters to something like pending, right? And then next attempt at will be like next attempt at less or equal to now current time, means like only pick events that are due. Okay, and then order by created at ascending means process older events first. Okay, so we get the older events for which are waiting for the long time. Great. So and let me just keep it like this. Nice. So we have created our outbox event. Now, yeah, now we will just queue it. Okay, the post that we created here. Okay, we still have to queue it to our outbox repository. We'll create. We should have a service like a feed event outbox service. So let's just create it. New Java class feed event outbox service like this. Let's mark it as service. Okay, go back to our feed service. Okay, let's just inject it. Private final feed event outbox service, feed event outbox service like this. Great. Now we will just use like feed event outbox service dot enqueue post created, right? We'll pass in our post here. That's it. Okay, and then let's just keep it like this because we'll do it. Let's just check if the attempt dot request record, this is our idempotency attempt, if it's present, or else we'll throw like okay, or we'll say like if it is present, we'll do like mark succeeded. Okay, because now it is done. And let's pass in our post dot get id. This will change the status to succeeded. If you remember, post question status to succeeded. Now what we will do is use our feed metrics service dot record post creation, right? Started at nanos, and our author type and our uh, idempotency outcome is new because we created a new entry. Then we'll just return to post response that we created and give it the post. Great. Now we need to check if there's an exception. Let's just catch it. Response status exception like this. Okay, so like if there is a conflict, okay, then we'll just get it. So yeah, so let's go here. Yeah, so if there's a conflict or something like previous attempt failed or something, okay, these conflicts if we have, then we'll say like, then we'll just catch it here. We'll say like if exception dot get status code dot equals http status dot conflict. Okay, if this, or if there is no reason, like we can say like exception dot get reason, if there is a reason for this because we passed in the reason, right? And also exception dot get reason dot contains anything like idempotency key, if there is some reason having this entry there. Okay, so this will cover all our scenarios. Then we can say like feed metric service dot record post creation started at nanos in our author type, and there's a conflict. Great. And if there is not, right, if there is not a conflict, then we know that there is some error. Then we'll say like feed metric service dot uh, record service error, because this is also an error, right? This is also an error, so we are not like returning or something. We'll still log in, log it as an error. So create post, we had an error while creating the post. Get the exception status code dot to string, and then throw back the exception like this. So we are done with our create post. Let's just create this enqueue post created in our new service. So let's just again use like a required args constructor. Okay, let's have our repository private final outbox event repository. We'll just save it, right? So this should be transactional. It is only one, but still let's just keep it like that. Okay, so we are consistent. Dot save new outbox event, pass in our post like this. It will create a new outbox event and pass in the status like pending and post created. Great. So we have created our create post. Nice. So create post is done, which was called by our API post. Let's also have one more to get like one post. Okay. So get mapping slash post ID in the path variable public post response like this. Get post at path variable string post ID like this. We'll just return feedme service dot. I think we had get post in there. Let me check. Get post. Okay, we have it, right? Let's just change it to public. Nice. Let's call this get post, pass in our post ID like this. Okay, so we are done with our mm, post mapping, post controller. So we have our post, we have our following, we have our feed, we have our users. Now, yeah, now I think we should create our mock data first. But first, let's go to feed application and just enable stuff here. Like we need enable caching, which will take the Spring's default caching. We need the enable async to use async things, and enable scheduling because we will be scheduling our methods. Okay, great. We need these three. Let's create a seeder first. Okay, our data seeder. So under our config, right click on this new Java class, data seeder like this. Okay, let's have configuration, and then let's have a bean. This will be like command line runner. Okay, seed feed me data. Okay, great. Let's have in here, we'll have like user profile repository injected, right? User profile repository, user profile repository, and we will be also adding our follow relations. So follow relation repository, and we will be adding our post. So post repository like this, and let's just return. We don't need the value that is returned, so let's just ignore it. But in the body, now we will say like, let's just first check if the user profile is already added, then we won't do it again. So if user profile repository dot, let's get the count. If it's greater than 0 in long format, then we will just return. Then we know that it is already done. Now let's add our users. We will add a user profile. Let's name it Eva. So new user profile. It, let's keep the user ID as U1, handle as Eva, and also let's put the name as Eva Chen like this. And also the bio is like platform engineer or something. Okay. So this is our user and it's not a hard user. So let's say it like it is false like this. Let's just copy it and let's keep the second one as Marcus, user ID with U2, name Marcus. Let's name it Marcus Whale. Okay. Bio should be like it's a hot user. So let's say like hot user, hot user creator with a global audience like this. Okay, and it's a hot user, so let's just keep it as true. Okay, let's have one more. This should be like Zoya like this, U3, and name will be Zoya. Let's name it as uh, Zoya Singh like this, and then keep the bio as specialist in something. I don't know. Okay, and it should not be a hot user like this. Let's just create one more, maybe like a Lena or something. Okay, this will be like U4. Lena will be the handle, and then maybe like name it like Lena Tina like this, and then let's keep the bio as very much lenient. Keep the hot user as true like this. Okay, great. Now let's get them all of them in a list so we can update them, so we can add them in the database at the same time. So list user profile users equals list dot off. We'll add uh, first one was Ava, then we had Marcus, then we had Soya, and then we had Lena like this. So we have them in the list. Now we'll say like user profile repository dot save all, pass in our users. Now they will be saved. Great. Now after saving this, we'll say like, okay, why is there error? Okay, now we say like follow relation repository. Now we need to add our relations. Okay, so we create like new follower. Uh, what was new follower relation? Okay, let's have the follower as Ava. So Ava is following Marcus, and also Ava is following, should be comma. Ava is following Zoya. Okay, and also let's like Ava is following all of them like Lena. Okay, and also Marcus is following Lena. Let's just keep it like that. Marcus is also following Zoya. Okay, and then Zoya is following back Marcus like this, and Lena is also following back Marcus, and the Lena is also following Ava like this. So great, someone is following Ava. Okay, okay, we have this. Now we are, yeah, oh, this should be inside the list. So list dot off like this. Okay, so we are saving all these. Now let's create post. Okay, so post repository dot save all. Okay, let's just use stream for this. It's a stream. Okay, stream.off like this, and then create a post like new post. Okay, so new post, we have, let's just pass in our we have id, pass in our random UUID for this post dot to string. The author will be Marcus, right? And then I will say like, hi, my name is Marcus and I am a hot user. Okay, this will be our first post. Let's create another one with maybe Zoya like this. Hi, my name is Zoya and I am a normal user like this. Let's create one more for Lena. We can say like, hi, my name is Lena and I am a hot user because Lena is a hot user. So we can say like a next one is Eva. Hi, my name is Eva and I am a normal user. Okay. Next should be again from Eva because Eva is following everyone. And we can say like, hi, my name is Eva. Okay, Eva already said that. So we should say like, why can't I be a hot user like this? Okay. Then let's create one more from the Marcus, and we should say like, only great people can be hot users. Okay, then from the Eva, maybe, yeah, sure, keep dreaming like this. Okay, great. So we have this list. Now we have the stream, then we'll just turn it into a list like this. Okay, so then we'll just save it, and let's also add a semicolon in it. So our mock is done finally. I think we can run our application, right? Uh, okay, and then after that we will create that because we are still pending with what was it? Yeah, we need a publisher which will publish it uh, to our a stream, to our Redis stream. Then there will be another worker which will be working asynchronously, and it will do the next other stuff, okay, which will consume it. So it's like a pub sub behavior. Let's just run our application. So FeedMe application, let's just run it, hit it. So enable annotation processing, which is important. Now let's just wait for the errors because they will always come. We wrote a lot of code and we haven't done any run. So maybe we should have. I don't know. So finish same cache. Sometimes it gets stuck to it. Let's just stop it and then, okay, a build finished. It should have started this. It didn't. Let me just restart my IntelliJ. I'm trying to run it again after restarting. We should connect to database, but yeah, I will do it in a while. We are using Postgres, so if you haven't installed Postgres locally, but we are already using from the Docker. So if you have PG admin ready, you can connect it to it directly using our application YAML because we have the credentials there. I will not be using that. I will directly be connecting in our ID. Okay, so our application is ready. Okay, and our insertions would have already be done, right? Our seeding. Let's check. Okay, so I'm connecting to the data source. Uh, I think we were on. Let's just check application YAML. Feed me 5432. Okay, a database is also feed me. So create data source, new data source. Here's Postgres. Okay, PostgreSQL. Great. And then user is feed me. Password is feed me. Great. Database is also feed me. Let's just test connection. It is correct. Why is it? Okay, succeeded. Apply. Okay. You can set as a default. No, we have the console and I don't know what is this. Let's just okay. Now let's go inside feed me inside public. It's not showing any tables. Why? Let's just refresh it. Maybe it's still trying to fetch the data. Maybe not. No. Okay, so there's something wrong. Uh, so it seems like maybe some problem with our connection. We have our data source URL. Oh, I think this is the problem. Okay, we don't need double slashes here. I think it should be like this. Let's just save it and try it again. Just wait for it. Starter, let's just check again. Still nothing, huh? I don't know. We have JDBC, we have, this is correct, JDBC, PostgreSQL, localhost 5432, and then our feedme database. Password is correct, driver is correct, database name is also correct, TDLauto is update, so it should create it right, 6379. I hate when this happens. Maybe it's just showing the cached value. Let me just refresh, deactivate. Okay. I don't know, there's something wrong. Let me just stop and then again restart. Why is it stuck on build? We have a lot of builds running here. So we can see that it's not working. Okay, what is happening? Let's get the log. It is connecting, right? So let's see. It should be like JDBC, like this. Oh, it's connecting to H2, not our Postgres. Oh, Oh, 1 second. Pom.xml. We had, I think I added, oh, I added console. We don't need this. Let's just remove console. What else? I also added h2, but I said we are putting it for the test. So let's just put this for test. Test scope is equal to test. I think now it will use our Postgres. Let's refresh. Stop this build. Okay, stop this again. Yeah, I think it should work now. So let's just do it again. Okay, build is done. Now it should connect to our. Okay, now it's saying like unable to obtain. Okay. Now it's some time zone issue, right? Asia, Calcutta, invalid value for parameter. Okay, let's just add the time zone to UTC. So we will do like Spring JPA. We will add properties. So like properties will be like hibernate. There was one hibernate dot JDBC. There was one for the time zone, I think. No properties. There was like time underscore zone or something, and it should be like UTC. Okay, let's just try. Mm, okay, now we have something different. What it is? So I'm just starting my IntelliJ. Okay, but we had that Postgres, right? We should not have H2. We already set it to test. 1 second. Let it just restart. Okay, we found the script. Let's load this again. I removed the idea later. Dot idea, so it again loads the new configuration, our IDE. Now it's loading our Maven. We have our feedme, and in pom.xml we removed our console s2 console because we don't need it, and I kept the h2. Where's the h2 entry? Is it still test? Yeah, it's test. So yeah, now it should connect. I think because we had a time zone issue, right? So we should maybe add like time zone. Let's just try connecting this first. Okay, I have deleted the target. Okay, there's no target inside it, so please delete it, and then let's just start it again. Let's check. And our annotation processing inside our application YAML. I also set this time zone, which I think it's wrong. I don't know, but yeah, UTC. Let's see if our application gets started. We have the target folder back now. Otherwise, we can just set it ourselves, I think. If it still shows, first let it connect with Postgres. We should not see H2. Did it connect? Oh, it connected with Postgres. So we're back to our issue. Okay, so H2 is only used now for our test. Great. Now we have this issue. So I think this was the wrong one. Let's just remove this. Okay. We need the UTC one. So we can do it inside our main application. if I remember correctly, FeedMe application. Inside this, we can say like maybe time zone or something. Yeah, time zone dot. We can set the default time zone to time zone get uh, time zone. We can pass in UTC here. Maybe this way it will work because it's showing right when we are starting it, right? So the properties are not loading before this, and it's showing us the error. So this will set it before starting. So that should fix it, I think. Uh, yeah, but the good thing is that it's not trying to connect to H2 anymore. Okay, connecting to Postgres. I think it started. Oh, it started. Great, we don't have any error. So yeah, now it recognize our time zone, Postgres. Great, let's just oh, it also deleted the data source because I removed that idea, right? So again, let's connect localhost 5432, feed me, feed me, and feed me. Test connection, apply, okay. Now we should have tables directly created from our entities because TDL update was set to update. So yeah, let's check public. Oh, we have tables. Great. We have users. Let's check. Oh, we have users. We have posts for that users. We have follow relations. We have outbox events is nothing because we haven't created any post creation requests. Okay, great. Because we created these ourselves, right? They will be called when we are creating the post. Okay, great. Yeah, so we are done with this. Next will be our what do we have next? Yeah, we have our publisher and our event worker. Now, in our backend, we will yeah, under our services, we will create our schedulers. So right click on the services, new package, schedulers like this, and let's just create a new scheduler. We'll name it like feed event outbox publisher like this. Do not ask again, cancel like this, add service. Okay, and then we'll only use this when we have async enabled in our YAML. So let's do like value equals feed dot async dot enabled. We have already set it inside our application YAML, if you remember, feed dot async dot enabled. So feed dot async dot enabled, then we'll say like if it has the value of true, like this, match if missing equals true. So yeah, so it means like register this publisher only when async feed processing is enabled. It will default to enabled if the properties absent there. Let's have our getter here. Okay, great. Now we are going to use Redis. So private final string. Okay, so let's just use required args constructor like this. Okay, or we will be using events. Yeah, let's just forget about this and let's use getter here. Let's do it ourselves. We'll say like Redis template like this. We also need one more like outbox event repository, because we want to get the events from the outbox event now. That is what publisher will do. Publisher will publish it to the Redis streams. Outbox event repository, and then we need a stream key, like this, and we need the batch size. Okay, this will be string. Okay, and we need batch size, so private final int publish batch size. Okay, and then the attempts, private final int max attempts. Okay, to log if we are if we have done our attempts more than the maximum allowed attempts, we will set it to failure. And then we need our service, our metric service, metric service, feed metric service, like this. Okay, let's create our constructor parameter for injection. We will only use string template, event repository, and our metric service. Rest of these will come from the application properties, like this. Okay, now we can say it here like this, and this, and then after this we can say like string stream key. Okay, we can get it from our at value. One second, at value from the spring, like this, and then dollar feed dot, we had it in under our feed events, feed feed dot async, where is it, async dot stream dot key, like this. Okay, and then the next is what we want is our publish batch size. So int publish batch size, we'll again get it from value dollar feed. I think we only have a batch size, we don't have it for the publisher. So let's edit application YAML. We need feed feed async, and we have stream. So we should have feed async. We only have consumer, so we should have a publisher, like this, and the batch size will be like 100. Okay, and we also need for the max attempt, let's keep it to 10. Okay, so we have batch size and max attempts. Let's go back and add that. Okay, so publish batch size feed dot async dot publisher batch size, like this. And what else do we need? We need max attempts. So int max attempts, and the value will come from at value feed dot async max attempts async dot, where's our max attempts? Okay, it's here, publisher dot max attempts. Okay, we have it now. Let's just set them now. So this dot stream key equals stream key, this dot publish batch size equals publish batch size, and this dot max attempts equals max attempts, like this. So our injection is finished. Now we will create our first scheduled method. We'll say like public void publish pending events, right? So we'll say like add scheduled fixed delay string, not rate. Fixed delay string will be like dollar speed dot async. We should have publisher dot fixed delay milliseconds. I didn't create that. So publisher and then fixed delay in milliseconds. This should be like 1 second. Okay, let's go back. So it will be like publisher dot, let's just copy this dot fixed delay milliseconds like this. So after 1 second it will be running again and again. And let's also add transactional here. Okay, yeah, now we can say like get the pending events. So we will be having our list of outbox events like this. So these will be our pending events. We can use our outbox event repository to, we already created this method, remember, find by status and next attempt at less than this. So we need those who are pending, passing the status here for the pending, and we need less than our current time. Okay, and we need page, let's create our page request. Okay, because we need the first page 0 comma and the publish batch size like this. Okay, so this is our limit to get the data. Nice. I think my formatting had stopped working because we deleted that idea. So let me just save, reformat code, apply. Okay, I think it will work again now. Fine. Control Shift O to remove inputs. Yeah, now we have our pending events. Let's loop through them one by one and publish them. Okay, so for outbox event out pending events. Okay, yeah, we'll be using Redis templates. So try catch like this, get the exception. So if there is an exception, then we have to retry. But we will retry it with by setting next attempt at after some delay. So let's get that delay seconds equals, create the method for this, get delay seconds, pass in our event like this, and then we'll say like event dot schedule retry. We already created it, right? Pass in our uh, current time plus some seconds, which is our delay seconds like this. And then we will pass in our max attempts. Fine. And then feed metric service dot, let's just record the error. We say like publish underscore outbox underscore event. This is our operation. We are publishing our outbox event, and we have status code. Let's keep it like Redis underscore error. Okay, so this will just schedule the retry and will set next attempt at automatically. And if attempts are more than the max attempts, okay, then it will say like failed. Correct, and the max attempts we are passing through our properties. Okay, let's create this delay seconds. So it will be like, okay, it should be like private static long delay seconds. We'll create a int next attempt equals event dot, let's get the attempt count, the current attempt count plus 1. Okay, now return. Okay, now yeah, now we are using like let's keep the maximum to 300. Okay, 300 seconds. So we'll say like math dot minimum 300. Okay, then we will use this logic like one long this, and we'll say like math dot minimum then next attempt like this. Okay, what it will do is it will, so this is like a raised to the power of 2. So this is like exponential. We are using exponential back off here for the delay. So it would be like attempt first will be like 2 seconds. Okay, so it's like 2 raised to power our next attempt like this. So attempt 1 will be we will be having 2 seconds. Okay, because next attempt will be 1, so 2 raised to power 1 is equal to 2. So attempt 2 will be like 2 raised to power 2, which are 4 seconds. So see, it's not keeping up at the same, right? So it will be 2 raised to power 3 like this. All right, the time is changing and the time is not fixed. The difference will go more and more till we reach our max attempts. So this is our delay seconds. Okay, now in here in our try block we have that event. Let's use map. Okay, map string comma string, and this will be our fields. We'll create new hash map like this. Okay, let's put in our fields in this map, then we will pass it into our Redis, and Redis takes the maps in their map record, then Redis will change it to string and save it. Okay, so we'll say like fields dot put event id like this, event dot get id like this, and we'll say like fields dot put event type. We'll pass in our event dot get event type like this, event id event type, but this is an object, right? We need a string. Okay, so let's get the name of that event type. Okay, and fields dot, okay, this is an enum, that's why we are getting the name. So fields dot put post id, let's get the post id like this, and fields dot put, okay, our author id, and let's get our author id event dot get author id like this, and we need hot user, so let's also add hot user. So hot user, like, and this will be a boolean, so we'll change it to string dot value of, pass in our event dot is hot user like this. And also let's add when it was occurred, so when was post created, if you remember. So put occurred at epoch millis like this, string dot value of event dot get occurred at to epoch milli like this. Now let's just use our Redis template dot ops for stream. Okay, we will add it to our stream. Our map record will create the map record, which will take our map and it will create a stream inside our Redis, which will then be taken by our event worker, which can be on a different machine. That's why we are just separating it. Okay, pass in our stream key and fields that we just created like this, and after that they are published, right? So we'll set our event dot mark published. Great, so we are done with our publisher. Yeah, let's just create our event worker now, which can be on a separate instance. So that's why we are creating it separately. So we'll say like right click, and we'll say like uh, feed event worker like this. Okay, so again it should be like add service at let me just copy this these two, pass in here, async enable, match enables, yeah, correct. Okay, great. Now, yeah, now I have also created a flowchart for this. What we are going to do here, it will be quite complex, so that's why I created a flowchart for you to understand. So yeah, let's do that now. So this would be our flow in the event worker. Okay, we have a startup flow, and then we have three cases like consume post events, and we would have recover pending post events, and we will have reclaim stale pending post events. Okay, and then we will have the same for all these three. We'll have for a record processing, which will do the same thing. And then even if it fails, then we will be uh, uh, adding our events to dead letter flow. Okay, so it's also called dead letter queue. So let's go inside it and see. So during startup, the application will run a post construct initialize consumer group method. This method will read the Redis stream consumer groups and checks whether the required consumer groups already exist. Okay, if the consumer group exists, the worker is ready. And if the consumer group does not exist, the application creates the consumer group first and then the worker becomes ready. Okay, so either ways we will have our worker ready. So now comes our scheduled jobs. We have three scheduled jobs. Okay, the first scheduled job is consume post events in here. This job reads new records from the Redis stream, which we added from our publisher using the last consumed offset. Okay, so if there is a Redis error, read error, it checks whether the records are empty. Okay, if the records are empty, the method will return. If records are found, the system processes each record. Okay, it will process each record, then we will go to here processing. This is just to get the next event. So if something fails, it won't get it back because it will mark as checked like that. So to get something that was failed while doing this consume post events, we will use recover pending post events. Okay. Now the offset in here won't be from the last consumed. It will be from the starting 0 point. This was this A scheduler job was from the last consumed. So this job, the second one, this job reads pending records from offset 0. If there is a Redis error, the system records Redis error and returns. If there is no Redis error, it checks whether the records are empty. If no records are found, the method returns. Okay, if pending records are found, the system processes each record. Again, process each record, then it will go to this one. Then there's a third one. Okay, this is for reclaim stale pending post events. This job first checks whether reclaiming stale records is enabled. For example, if some event worker has too many records to process, so other worker can take some of the records to this job first checks whether reclaiming stale records is enabled. If reclaiming is not enabled, the method will return. The reclaiming enabled means like it will be set in our application properties. Now inside our claim stale pending records, this is happening. Okay, the system runs expending on the stream and the consumer group. It checks whether the pending list is empty. If the pending list is empty, it returns an empty list. If there are pending messages, the system filters stale messages. Then it checks whether any stale record ID exists. If there are no stale record IDs, it returns an empty list. If stale record IDs are found, the system runs xclaim to claim those stale records. If there is a claim error, the system records Redis claim error. If the claim succeeds, the claimed records are returned. Great. So after they are returned, back in our stale pending post events, back here, the system checks whether the claim records were found. If no claim records are found, the method returns. If claim records are found, the system processes each claimed record. So all three scheduled jobs eventually lead to the same shared record processing flow. This one. The shared method will be called a process record. Inside process record, the system extracts the event ID and post ID. Then it checks whether either event ID or post ID is missing. If either value is missing, the system acknowledges the record and records malformed event. So acknowledging is important. I need to say like it's malformed. If both values are present, the system saves a processed feed event, which we will create as an entity. Then it checks whether the event is a duplicate. Okay, if the event is not a if the event is duplicate, the system acknowledges and returns. Okay, if it's not a duplicate, the system calls process post created event. If processing succeeds, the system clears the failure state and acknowledges the record. If a processing exception occurs, okay, if there's a processing error exception, after that it checks whether the attempt count is less than the maximum allowed processing attempts count, because we would have a limit there. If the attempt count is still below the limit, the system records a retry metric and leaves the record pending. It will not acknowledge it. So next time it will be taken care again. This allows the record to be retried later. Now, if the attempt count has reached the maximum limit, the system moves the record to the dead letter flow. This is our dead letter flow. Okay, in the dead letter flow, the system calls move to dead letter. It saves the dead letter feed event in the database, which we will create also this entity. Then it publishes the failed event to the dead letter queue stream. So there will be a separate stream for our dead letter queue. After publishing, it checks whether there was a publishing error. If there is a publishing error, the system records like the error. If publishing succeeds, the dead letter flow is done. And after moving the event to the dead letter flow, the original record is acknowledged here when we are moving it to the dead letter. It will acknowledge the record, so it's no more pending and it will not be taken by the Redis event worker again. So yeah, then finally here we will record our metrics. So this is the whole flow. Great. Now let's code it. All these flow charts I will provide it in my GitHub repository. You can get it from there. Okay, let's go back to our IDE. We are inside our feed event worker. We already set our getters. Okay, now let's create that post construct, which will check if the group is present. So post construct public void initialize consumer group. Let's create that. Okay, we will be using Redis template, so try catch. If there is some exception, maybe Redis is unavailable, then we'll say like exception. Let's use the print stack trace. Okay, otherwise we'll say like stream info. There's a stream info to get the groups first. We'll check if the group is already present. X info groups. We'll have the groups from the Redis template. So we didn't inject Redis template, so let's do that first. Let's do it after this. So we'll say like private final string Redis template like this. We have a Redis template. Let's get these first. Let me just comment this one out for now. Okay, and then we should also create like separate entities. Like I said here, we need to have like processed feed event. Okay, where the one that we have processed, we should also have dead letter feed event to have it in the database. Correct. So let's create these two first, and we should also have one for the feed event failure. Right after that, it moves to our dead letter queue. Yeah. So yeah. So under our models, right click, new Java class. We'll create like processed feed event like this. Okay, and it will be like at entity and table name. Oh, 1 second. What is it? Process feed event at entity at table. Okay, table name will be processed underscore feed underscore events like this, and let's have a getter like this and no aux constructor. Okay, now we will create like at id private string event id for our event. Okay, and we'll have one more column like when it was processed. So nullable equals false and updatable equals false. Okay, so private instant, let me just import instant processed at. Okay, let's have a public processed event feed event. Right, this is our constructor. We will pass in our event id. When it's passed, we'll say like this dot event id equals event id, and we'll say our processed at equals instant dot now like this. This is showing error because it's not mapping it to this. It will map it when we run the application. Okay, next next we want is dead letter feed event. Let's create that. New Java class dead letter feed event like this. It's the id is taking me here because this is an error and we have started. So let's just comment it. Yeah, now it will run again. Maybe this error will go away. So dead letter feed event. Yeah, we have it. And okay, id will be uh, private string id. Okay, this will be for our dead letter feed event. And let's say private string event id private string, also from the stream record, so we know like from which record it came, and we can use Redis later to inspect it, and the JSON and the payload that it had. Okay, and the failure reason why it was moved to dead letter, maybe the exception or something we can put in there, and how many attempts it had. Okay, and also when it was moved, so instant move to DLQ at like this. Great. Now let's have our constructor generate constructor like this. We will have we should have attempts, our failure reason, and our payload JSON, and our stream record ID and our event ID. These two we can put in ourselves, right? And we can say like this dot id equals uuid dot random uuid dot to string, like this. And after our event ID, okay, I think this is fine. Okay, and then before persisting, we can say like at pre-persist void on create, like this. You say like this dot move to dlq at instant dot now, like this. So this is our del letter feed event. Let's have I hope the last one. Oh, I didn't create the table name for this, right? Yeah, we should create the table name for our dead letter feed event. We'll name it like, let's just pass it as entity first, and uh, table name will be like dead letter feed events, like this. It should be underscore. Okay, and then let's have a getter and have a noargs constructor. Great. Okay, we had processed feed events, we had delta feed events. Now we need one for our event failure. So new model, feed event failure, like this. Let's keep it as entity table name equals feed underscore event underscore uh, failures, like this. Okay, feed event failures. So yeah, let's keep our getter there and our no args constructor there. Great. Now we will have here like at id private string event id. This will be our uh, id primary key, and then we'll say like private int attempt count. What was the attempt count for this? Okay, this should be null. This should not be nullable. So nullable equals false. Okay, then we'll say like what else? Let's say like what was the last error? Okay, string last error, like this. Add column nullable equals false, and length, let's just keep it to 1024, like this. Okay, and let's use private string for when it was failed first. Okay, instant, what is this? What am I doing? It should be instant first failed at, and we'll have last failed at, like this. Okay, it should be like column nullable false, and updatable should be false, right? Updatable false, and we should have same way last failed at nullable equals false, and we say like private instant last failed at, like this. Let's create the constructor feed event failure. We'll pass in our event ID only here. Okay, passing our event ID. Let's set our event ID. This dot event ID equals event ID, and first of all, our attempt will be, the first attempt will be like 0 at the very first. Then we'll just keep it increasing. Then after it reaches the maximum limit, it will be moved to del letter Q. And let's set the last error to maybe unset. Let's keep it to unset. Okay, because yeah, the default value. Okay, and then we can say like at pre persist void on create like this. We can say like instant now equals instant dot now, and we'll use this dot created. Okay, this dot first field that equals to now, and we can also say like last field that equals now. And before persist before yeah, pre-update, before updating, we say like void on update like this. We'll set our last field that equals instant dot now like this. And when there's a failure, we will record the failure and then increase our attempts like that. So public int record failure like this, get our error, will like this dot attempt count plus plus, and set our last error to that error, and set our last failed at to instant dot now, and we'll return this attempt count because it will be checked with the maximum attempt. Okay, this dot attempt count like this. So that is our feed event failures. Okay, now let's just create the repositories for these three. So let me just copy this. Let me also copy this and copy this. Yeah, now let's go to repository, new Java class, feed event failure, a repository like this will be an interface. Okay, and extends JPA repository, feed event failure. Okay, ID was string. All had ID string if I remember. ID string. Great. Let's create another one, which will be our del letter feed event. Repository will be interface, extends JPA repository, del letter feed event and string, right? And the next one will be feed event failure. We had, okay, what else did we had? I didn't copy it. Processed feed event, I think, yeah. Processed feed, that event has string ID, processed feed event, this one. So did I create that repository? No. Okay, new Java class, processed feed event, repository, interface, extends JPA repository, processed feed event, and then string is the ID. Great. Let's just go back to our event worker and just close other tabs like this. Let's just bring it back. Our post construct. No, let's just keep it there. Let's just yeah, let's just inject our stuff first. Okay, so we need this. We also need like private final processed feed event repository like this. Okay, and we should have like, yeah, let's have no args yeah, let's have required args constructor like this. Oh, what is this strategy registration? It should be string Redis template like this. And then we should have like private final. Before we had constructor inside our constructor, we set the values from the application properties. We can do it in here too. So I was just showing you different ways. So del letter event repository like this, private final. We also need feed event, uh, feed event failure repository, feed event failure repository. Okay, let's have our feedme service, private final, feed service. Okay, let's also have our what else do we need? uh, we have metrics. Metrics is always needed. Okay, like this. So we have the constructor values from there. Okay, now let's have the others. Now we will have first the stream key, private final string stream key. Remember the stream key should be same, the one which the uh, outbox publisher published, right? So we'll say like at value from our annotations, we'll say dollar feed me stream key, this one. Okay. Uh, so what is happening here is that yeah. So what is happening is that we are it's saying like no beans of string type found. Why is it saying that? It's saying that because we have required args constructor. Whatever, whenever it sees our final, it tries to inject that. So it's trying to inject string, but there are no beans for string. So that's why. If I remove final, it will work. Because Spring needs some way to inject this from the YAML, right? From the properties. So here string will not use constructor injection, string will use field injection. But field injection uh, is is not a good thing, right? Because of the reflection API that it uses underneath. That's why constructor injection is always recommended. So what we can do here is that we can do it in another way, which is actually a good way. We can create a config for our properties. We can name it like feed async properties. Okay. Let's just create this, and we'll say like add configuration, but this should be configuration properties. Add configuration properties, this one, and but we'll say like prefix equals our feed dot async, like this, because if you see our properties start with feed dot async. Okay, then we have this stream key and publisher size, other stuff, right? Then we can get it directly, but it starts with v.async. So we can say that here private boolean, is it enabled, like this. Okay, not equals. Okay, private boolean enabled, this will directly get the enabled, like that. And we can say like private string stream key, like this. Okay, so we have enabled, we have a stream key, both of them. Now we will just do like what else do we need? I think we don't have it like stream key, right? It's actually stream dot key. Let's just check our application YAML. Yeah, let's just close this and put our application YAML on the right side, like this. Okay, we have feed async enabled, like this, right? So feed.async we have enabled, then stream is yeah, inside stream we have a key. Great. Also we have a publisher, and also which is another stream. Then we have consumers. So we need separate static classes for this. Right. So what we will do like hmm, yeah, let's just add first our getter setters here. Getter setter. Okay. Let's just keep enabled here. Okay. Now we will create like public static our class for stream, like this. Okay, and then we will have like private string key, like this, and inside this class sorry, outside this we'll add getter setters, like this. Okay, for this stream. And let's have one more for publisher. So it will be like public static class publisher private int batch size, right? And what else? Private int max attempts, like this. And we have fixed delay ms. So private long, okay, so we'll say like fixed delay ms, like this. Okay, so you just have to write it like this, not like hyphen hyphen. Okay, it will catch it. And we need one more for, yeah, let's set getter setters, getter setter, like this. And let's have one more for our consumer, public static class consumer, can say like private string group, private string name, and private int, we have max processing, okay, max processing attempts, like this. And we have dlq stream key, so private string dlq stream key, like this. Hope my spelling is correct. dlq stream key, nice. And we have a reclaim enabled, so private boolean reclaim enabled, like this. We have to add more. Private long reclaim fixed delay ms, like this. We need private long reclaim idle ms, like this. And we need the last one finally is private int reclaim batch size, like this. Reclaim batch size, reclaim, okay, I hope they are correct. And then getter and then setter, like this. Now we need to register it. We'll go to our application. Let us close this. Let's go to our application YAML in here. No, not our application YAML. We have to go to our application. The main application will say like at enable, okay, at enable configuration properties, this one, feed async properties dot class, this one. So it will be registered. Correct. We have publisher, stream, enabled. Okay, so we have these classes. Now let us do like private final stream equals new stream, like this. And private final publisher publisher equals new publisher, and private final consumer equals new consumer, like this. Okay, fine. Boolean enabled. Yeah, I think we are done. Getter setter, async properties. Yeah. Now going back to our actual work. Yeah, I should have just added the constructor injection. We shouldn't have gotten through all of this. Okay, we need to remove this now. We don't need this. Okay, we'll just inject it now using our constructor injection. So what was it? Feed async properties, feed async properties. Now required docs constructor will inject it. Great. So we have all of this. Yeah, fine. Now we can just let's just uncomment this. So we have post construct stream info. Let's use our Redis template, right? Okay, so what are we doing here? We have to check if the groups are present. So ops for stream dot groups, pass in our stream key. Okay, we have feed async properties. Maybe let's just keep the name short. We'll keep it like properties like this. Okay, yeah, let's do like properties dot stream key, like get stream dot get key like this. This will give us the stream key. Okay, fine. So we have our stream key now. We check like boolean exists equals groups dot. Let's stream through all the groups first. Okay, and we say if any of them match, if any match our group, if any group match the consumer group. Where is our consumer group? Okay, that is also inside our properties. So properties dot get consumer dot get group is our consumer group, right? I don't remember anymore. Application dot YAML consumer dot group. Yeah, this is our consumer group. Maybe I should have uh, created the variables like this, like extract variable to maybe, yeah, let's just forget about it. Let's just keep it like this. Okay, so properties dot get consumer dot group to get the group inside our YAML, which is this feed workers. Okay, so we are checking if in our groups, info groups. Okay, so first of all, we had our stream key, right? For our feed events, we will check inside this stream key. Okay, we will get all the groups. So we have all the groups. Now we will check if a group is present, if our new group is present or not, because all the consumers belonging to this group will be our event workers. So we need to first create the group if it's not present. So we are checking if the group matches anything. So if it is present there or not, we'll say like dot equals get group dot equals uh, group. One second. Okay, group dot group name like this. Okay, so it's like let's get all the groups, and if they match our consumer group that we have inside our properties, that means like uh, they are present. What is it? Okay, I created it twice. Why? I don't know. So get group dot equals group dot name. So if it exists like this, so we'll say like if not exists, if it does not exist, then we will create it. Okay, we'll say like Redis template dot ops for stream dot create group, pass in our stream key where we need to create the group. Okay, let me just extract a variable stream key like this. Okay, so stream key here like this. So stream key, and we will read latest. Okay, like this dot consumer. Okay, what is our consumer group? Because we need to add that group, so let's just extract variable. What is this? I don't know. Let me just do it here, like string consumer group name equals like this. Okay, great. We will have string consumer group name dot equals group dot group name, and we'll pass in our consumer group name here like this. So it will be created. Else, okay, yeah, else nothing. Let's just create it. Okay, so yeah, print extract is, so we have initialized consumer group. That's fine. Now, yeah, now let's just create our scheduled method. Okay, at scheduled like this. Okay, fixed delay string will be like, okay, we already have a fixed delay. Let's just try to use that. We have what was it called, properties, but we can't use our variables here like that. So yeah, let's just we can use, actually, if we use this syntax, I think. Yeah, like this, and then at, I think, then we can use our, but yeah, it's not needed. This is like unnecessary. We can directly use our properties. So feed, this will be our consumer fixed delay. Where's it? Consumer. We don't have consumer fixed delay. That's nice. Consumer dot. No, we didn't create it. So let's just create it. So let's just create it. What was it? It was fixed delay ms, like this. Let's just keep the value to 1 second, okay, for our consumer. So same as publisher. We also need to add it to our properties, but I don't think it's necessary because all of this work was, I think, I don't know. Let's just create this one here, copy it here, okay. Close this, and then here, okay, so feed dot async dot consumer, I just created it. So yeah, fixed delay milliseconds. So it will be called at that, or at every second, and let's keep it transactional, and we can say like public void consume post events. So this is like our first one, right? If you remember, we are this one, consuming post events. So we will have the events. Remember, we saved it in our map record. So map record, I would have the key, and we will have our object and object, right? The key and the values that we set inside the map. Records like this, okay? Try records equals Redis template dot ops for stream dot, we are going to read it from the consumer dot from our consumer group. So consumer group is inside our properties dot get consumer dot get group, like this, and our consumer name. So it will be better if I just, yeah, it's fine. Properties dot get group, and we have to pass in our group, we have to pass in our consumer name. So we'll say like properties dot get consumer dot get name, like this. Okay, so this is like consumer from this. And what else does read need? Okay, consumer, it needs stream offset. So let's just give it stream offset. So we'll say like stream read options dot empty dot count batch size. So we'll start with the batch size, okay. Okay, batch size is also from the properties. So properties dot consumer dot we should have batch size here. We didn't add batch size in there, I don't know. We should have batch size inside our consumer. Let's see, consumer, we don't have batch size. So batch size, we only have reclaim batch size. That's like this one, for reclaim, this one. Okay, let's put the batch size as 100. Okay, great. And we need to add the same one inside our async properties. Let's just keep this one there. Okay, great. Now let's get it. So consumer dot get batch size like this. Okay, now we have our batch size. Okay, so we have consumer from. So this was our batch size. How many do we need? Do we need at a time? Okay, from our stream. Now, yeah, now we need the last consumed ones. Okay, so we won't care about the pending ones, just the last consumed. So we'll say like let's create a offset for that. Stream offset dot create, pass in our stream key. So again, properties dot get stream dot get key like this, and then we'll say like read offset dot last consumed. This one we only need the last consumed ones. So that would be our read. Just remove this comma. Yeah. So we are consumer from, we passed our name, we have read options to get the batch size and our crate. So we have the records. Now let's just catch the exception. So exception, if we have some exceptions, then we should say like feed metric service dot record service error, and we'll say like it will be for consume post events like this. Great. Event actually. Okay, consume post event. Then we'll pass in like Redis read error like this. Okay, and we'll just return. So read consumer from this. What is it? Okay, for the generics. So where are we? So Redis error. We are done with this. We are past it. Now we are going to do this one. Okay, so this, yeah, let's just check if records are null or something. Okay, yeah, I will say like if records equal to null or records dot is empty like this, then we'll just return. Okay, now let's loop through the records. So map record like this, string object like this. Great. So this will be our record and then our records. Yeah, now we will just process the record like I said. It will be shared. Process record, pass in our record, and operation name will be like consume post event. Same one. Great. So this is our consume post events. Now let's create a recover pending post events. Okay. Okay, fine. So let's just do like add scheduled fixed delay string. This will be for our recovering of. This is only for our recovering. So we need the delay events for this. We'll say like dollar feed dot async. I hate when this comes. I don't know what is this. So feed dot async. Where is it? I need feed dot async dot consumer dot recover. I didn't create this, man. Okay, let's just create that one too. It will be like feed dot consumer dot recover fixed fixed delay and then milliseconds like this. Recover fixed delay milliseconds. We'll say like 5,000. Okay, let me just copy it. Recover fixed delay milliseconds. Now in our properties, it is inside our consumers, so I need to have this one. So I'll create it like this, like private long recover fixed delay ms, correct? Yeah, let me just remove it. Okay, now we will say like async dot recover fixed delay milliseconds, like this. And then let's have like transactional public void recover pending post events, like this. Okay, so this will be for our pending records. So because we are consuming only the last consume, so if some are failed, we will recover that. Okay, from the beginning of the offset. So we'll do like again try catch. We will get our pending records. Okay, let's create it above. Let me just copy this. Let me just copy all of this. Okay, yeah, I will say like this. This should be like our pending records. Okay, pending records. Okay, redis.ops for stream. We will be reading from the same group and group name, consumer name. Then we'll say like from the empty, we need the batch size. Then we will create our stream key. Okay, from our stream key, we'll get from the offset 0, not from the last consumed. We will say like from offset in string, it should be 0, like this. And if there's an exception, didn't I cache? Okay, so if there's an exception, we'll say like this. Cache that exception for the recover post event. Recover post event, we'll say like Redis read error, and we will just return. Then after that, the same way we'll check if it is null. So maybe I should just copy these two. After return, we'll say like if pending records. Okay, if pending records equals to null and or pending records is empty, then just return. Let's loop through all the records and process the record, but we'll say recover post event. Great. Now we will be reclaiming our stale pending post events, which is our third part. This one, reclaim stale pending post events. Let's just do that. So let me just copy this. Okay. Yeah, let's just name it as feed async dot consumer dot. I think I have for reclaim fixed delay milliseconds. This one. Okay. Again, it's transactional. Let's just first check if reclaim is enabled. So we'll say like if properties dot get consumer dot is reclaim enabled, like this. So if it's not enabled, then we'll just return. Okay, otherwise we'll get our records. So again like this, but here it will be like claim records, but we will get it from a method. We will create like claim stale pending records, like this. Okay, then we'll just loop through them and we'll just process them like this. Loop through the claim records and process it. We'll say here like reclaim post event, like this. This is fine. Great. Now now let's just create this claim stale pending records. If you remember, it is this method. Okay, so now let's just create this under event worker. So So it should be pending for the other workers, not for our worker. That then we will claim it from their queue, like that. Okay, so if it's there in their queue for a very long time, let's get the pending message. Okay, pending message is given by Redis like this: pending message equals uh, pending message equals, let's get it from Redis template dot ops for stream dot pending, like this. Okay, we need to get the pending. So but from where? Let's have our stream key from our properties dot get stream dot get key, like this. And then our group, let's put it like here, and then properties dot get stream dot uh, get no get con what was it, get consumer dot get group. We won't pass consumer name here, right? Because this will be under a different consumer name. We need to reclaim it from that consumer, because there will be multiple consumers in one group. Some will be working on some other. Okay, so because of the batch sizes, some will take one batch size, some will take other batch size, so like that. Okay, so get key, get group, and then what we need, a range. Let's keep the range as unbounded, like this. Okay, and we will pass in our batch size from the properties. uh, Get consumer dot, I think it's reclaim batch size, yeah, this one. Okay, so now we will have it, our pending message. We'll check if pending message dot is empty. If it's empty, then just return empty list. Okay, we haven't claimed it yet, we just know that they are pending. Then let's create a record ID, list of record ID from the Redis. These will be stale record IDs. We need to check first if they are stale or not. Okay, so let's just loop through all our pending message stream. Let's filter them based on if they are stale or not. So we like this dot is claimed pending message. Okay, this dot is claimed pending message. Then we will just, okay, after filtering them, we just say like this dot map and get the ID from there. Pending message has an ID. Then to list. Okay, let's create this method. It's claimed pending message. So this will decide how the message is pending. Okay, if we need to claim it or not, this will decide because it is pending. What? Why it's not creating it? I don't know. It's not great. Let's just stop the server. Stop the build. Oh, just give me that method. Okay, yeah, let's just create it ourselves. So private boolean, let me just copy this, is claimed pending message, pass in our pending message. It should be pending message like this, and our pending message. Okay, let's just check if the consumer name and the pending message is same. That consumer name won't reclaim its own pending message, because right now the pending message is for the whole stream and for the whole group. Our own consumer name will be inside it, so we need to filter our own consumer name first, right? So we'll check if, if consumer name, so we'll say like consumer name is inside our properties dot get consumer dot uh, get name, right? That's our consumer name dot equals pending message dot get consumer name. like this. If they are same, then we'll just return false. So please, so don't claim it because it's you. So we'll say like return pending message dot. Now there's a method like get elapsed time since during last delivery. Let's see for how long it has been idle there. Okay, so we'll say like dot to millis because we have already set a property for the idle. Let's check if it's greater or equal to. We already created it, so it's like uh, properties dot get consumer dot get reclaim idle milliseconds. So this will decide if we can claim it or not. Okay, so we have our claimed pending message. So we have now our stale record IDs. Let's check if stale record IDs dot is empty. If it is empty, then return empty list with list dot off. If it's not empty, then we need to claim it. We'll say like return Redis template dot ops for stream dot claim. Pass in our stream key, which is I use stream key a lot of time here, right? We're still inside our try. So it's time to create a variable. Extract variable should be like stream key like this. So stream key, now we can use it here. And also for our group and consumer name. Uh, so string consumer group equals consumer group like this. Pass in our consumer group and we need consumer name. Get name like so consumer group okay, now we need, yeah, now we have consumer name too. Great. So consumer group, yeah, now inside here claiming we'll pass in our stream key, pass in our consumer group and consumer name who is claiming, right? And yeah, what else do I need? Yeah, for how long it was idle, we'll say like duration dot of millis, pass now reclaim idle stuff. So yeah, let's also create that once we are at it. We can say like reclaim idle milliseconds. It will like get consumer dot what get reclaim idle milliseconds. It's long, so long like this. Okay, pass it inside our duration milliseconds, reclaim idle milliseconds. Okay, and then we need to give it an our record array, sorry, record ID array. So we'll, okay, from list we need to create an array. So like to array like this, new record ID like this, and 0 like this. Okay, record array, yeah, like this. Then we are just going to return it. And if there is an exception, we can say like feed metric service dot record service error while reclaiming post event like this, and it was Redis underscore claim underscore error like this, and then we will just be returning empty list. Great. What is this? It should be, yeah, like this. This dot claimed pending message get the ID dot list Redis claim error. Yeah, that's it. Now we are done with all three of them, right? Yeah. We returned the claim records, we did this and this. Now we will be working on record processing this, then we'll move it to the letter flow. That this is like a lot. So yeah, so be patient. So let's create our process record. Great. Let's just create it at the end. Okay, at the very end in here. Nice. Now we will have our record, and we will have our this will be operation name to keep it generic because all three are using it. Okay, so now what we will do here is, okay, let's get the value from here. Okay, so we'll get like map object. This is what we created later, if you remember, in our publisher. In our publisher, we passed it like this. This is object, and this is another object. So we are getting these fields now back in the event worker. So now it will be like event fields equals record dot get value. Okay, so string event id equals, let's get event fields dot get event. We kept it like this, event id. Let me just keep it here so we don't make our spelling mistakes. So event fields dot get event id like this. We need a post id, so post id. And what else? We kept our author id. Yeah, let's just keep these two for now. Okay, so get our post id. Yeah, what else do we need? Let's just check. Let's just cast it first. Okay, adapt using on string. We can just cast these post to string, right? Because we know they are strings. Okay, so what we will do now is, okay, uh, let's just check if event id equals to null or post id equals to null, like this. If both of them equals to null, this is this one, because both should be present. So we are checking like where is it, missing event id or post id. Then we will acknowledge record and we'll say like malformed event. We won't process it again because there's some issue. These two should be present, right? And we'll say like a Redis. Let's just acknowledge it so it won't stay pending. Acknowledge, pass in our stream key. Okay, we need the stream key again. Yeah, if you reuse it, then we will create the variable. So yeah, let's just create the variable anyway. So let me just copy this consumer group, right? These two. Uh, Let me just keep it here. Okay, now acknowledging, we will pass in our stream key and our consumer group, and let's get the record. Okay, record dot get id. This will acknowledge it. Then we will use our feed metrics service, and then there will be an error, right? We'll pass in our operation name that was used, and we'll say like malformed event like this, and we will just return. We won't move forward. Great. Now, now let's try to process our, okay, because we will add this because we have processed it now, right? So we'll do like uh, try processed. Yeah, I'll use process feed repository dot. We won't wait for transaction. We'll just save it to see if there's an issue, if there's a duplicate, because there will be multiple consumers, right? So if there's a duplicate, then we will get that data integrity violation exception. Great. So we'll say like process feed event repository dot save and flush new processed feed event, pass in our event ID like this. Then let's just catch if there is some data integ integrity violation exception. Let's just catch that. We'll say like it is a duplicate event. Okay, so we are here, duplicate event. Then we'll just acknowledge and return. We won't process it. Okay, so we'll just again Redis template dot. Let's just copy this like this. Okay, yeah. So we'll just acknowledge it. We won't add this. So consumer group and the record ID, then the stream key, and we'll just return it. Now we'll just process our post created event. So feed service dot, oh, we don't have that. So we should create our process post created event inside our FeedMe service. We'll pass in our post ID like this. Great. Let's just do that. Create processed in our feed service. That's great. It's been some time that we reunited with our feed service. So we'll say like it should be transactional like this. For our post ID, let's get the post first. Okay, post equals post repository dot find by ID like this, pass in our ID, and or else throw like new response status exception. We'll say like http status dot not found, right? And we'll say like post not found for async propagation, right? Then we will apply our delivery strategy. Now this is the important part, what we actually wanted to do. We will apply delivery strategy like this, pass in our post to it. Okay, let's just keep this for later. And now let's go back to here, our feed event worker. So if we had so like if we were inside our failure and it was retried, right? So we need to then yeah, then if it failed, then we would have created it inside our feed event failure, right? But now after retrying, it got passed, right? Because see, we will do it here. Let's just keep this what to do. So if for example while processing the record like this, we got an error, okay, because we will be using it here. For example, let me just use our Redis template dot ops for stream dot acknowledge. We'll be acknowledging, right? Pass in our stream key, pass in our consumer group, and record dot get ID, because we need to acknowledge it. Now if there was some error with all of these, okay, then we will retry it, okay, but we'll keep that count inside our uh, failure event that we created. Okay, so we should have one more try catch like this, try, and then after this we should have one more, right? One second, this is for this method. Yeah, we should have one more after this for this try, which will wrap all of them. So try, we'll say like try catch exception. Okay, if it is present, okay, then we'll say like then we'll add the attempts. Let's get the attempt count. Okay, let's get the attempt count. We'll say like uh, record, let's just record our failure attempt. Okay, record failure attempt like this. Pass in our event ID and our exception. Okay, okay. Then after getting that attempt count, we'll use our metric service to say like there's an error. Okay, record service error. Pass in our operation name and also processing underscore error like this. And we'll check like if attempt count is less than, we should have max processing attempts. So this will come from the properties dot get consumer dot get max processing attempts. If it's less than that, we'll say like feed metric service dot, there should be one more for the async. Okay, so we can say like a retry has happened. Okay, if it is like less than, if it's greater than, then you will just move it to dead letter. So let's just create that feed metric service. So yeah, so we'll create it like record async worker retry. So that means like a retry is happening. We'll pass in our operation. Okay, so operation name like this. Great. Now let's just create this inside our feed metric service. Operation name. So we'll say like meter registry dot counter feedme dot feed dot async dot worker dot retries like this, and it was tag will be our operation and the value will be our operation name like this dot increment. Nice. So this is our record as async worker retry. Then we'll just return. We won't move forward because we are retrying. Then when it will be run again, our failure one, which is the second one, right? This takes our failure ones, right? So then it will process it again. Now, if it's already greater than max processing attempts, it will keep on moving. It won't return. Then we will move to dead letter like this. Pass in our record, pass in our event fields, all the event fields, right? Pass in our event ID, pass in our attempt count, pass in our exception, pass our operation name like this, and we will again acknowledge it because it has been moved, so it won't be pending now. Let's just acknowledge it. Okay, pass in our stream key, pass in our consumer group, and record dot get ID like this. Okay, yeah. Now let's just create this record failure attempt. What it will do, it will create an entry in our uh, feed event failure. Let's just create this because it's important. So yeah, exception, we'll say like feed event failure. Let's just create, okay, let's just check if it is okay. Feed event repository dot uh, find by ID, event ID. If it's already present, we'll say like, or else get, if it's not present, we'll create a new one. So new feed event failure like this, pass in our event ID like this. We'll say like attempt count equals, now let's call it from the failure dot record failure. Okay, if you remember, it will just add our attempt count, get whatever we pass in error, it will set it to last error and will then return with a new attempt count. Okay, record failure and then pass in our error message. Now our exception error message will be very big, so we need to keep it short. So we will sanitize our message. So let's sanitize it. Sanitize error message like this, pass in our exception like this, and then we will say like feed event failure repository dot save and flush. We won't wait for the transaction to complete, pass in our failure here. Then we'll just return our attempt count to get the failure attempt. Let's create this sanitization of the message. So from the exception, let's get the raw message first. Raw message equals string raw message exception dot get message. Let's get the message. If it's equal to null, we'll get our exception dot get class dot get simple name. Otherwise we'll just get the exception dot message if it is present there. Okay, let's just keep it to a length. Okay, raw message dot if raw message dot length is like greater than 1000, like this, then we'll say like a raw message dot substring from 0 to 1000, or let's just give the raw message back. So this is for our record failure attempt. Okay, fine. Okay, so yeah, so what have we done? So we're inside our process record. So if there's an exception, we will move it to del letter Q. Great. Now let us create this move to del letter Q. Move to del letter Q like this. This will be our record. This will be our event fields. And what is this? This is our event ID and attempt count and our exception and our operation name. Nice. Let me just put it down so they are visible like this. Okay. Now we have our event fields. Okay, we need to add it to our dead letter. We will pass it to like our payload, because inside our dead letter we need to add the JSON, right? So we need to change this to JSON. Okay, so we'll do like string payload JSON equals, let's create a method like to JSON or something. Okay, to JSON pass in our event fields. Okay, then we'll do like failure reason. It also needs the reason. So again, we'll use sanitize error message and pass in our exception. Okay, now we use our dead letter event repository dot save our dead letter. Say like new dead letter feed event, our attempt count, our failure reason, our payload JSON, our record value, record dot get ID dot get value, and our event ID like this. Okay, so after we are done with this, what should we do? We should remove it, right? No, we should not remove it. We should, what was the next step? Malform event, acknowledge and return. Yeah, we are inside here, move to dead letter. Oh yeah, and now we will publish it to DLQ stream, dead letter queue stream. So it can be later taken by another worker that will take these events again, or we can do it manually, like take all the dead letter events from the stream. So we'll use stream again, Redis stream again. We'll say like Redis template dot ops for stream dot add like this. Map record. Let's create another map record dot create like this. Okay. Let's get the del letter stream key. So properties dot get consumer dot get DLQ stream key like this. So this is our key and pass in like values like map dot off. Okay, and let's pass in our values like event ID is our event ID. Event ID like this, right? We have our record ID. So let's pass in our record ID is our record dot get ID dot get value like this. Our failure reason will be our failure reason like this. Our attempt count, okay, pass in our attempt count like this. This will be integer, so it should be like string dot value of attempt count like this. And we need payload JSON, pass in our payload JSON like this. Okay, so this will be our inside our stream. Now if there is some exception, and it is exception like this, then we will say like feed metric service dot record service error, our operation name, and we'll say like dlq underscore stream underscore publish underscore error. We are creating these status codes ourselves. Great. Now what do we need? Oh, we need to create this JSON. So let's just create this JSON for our event fields. So we'll say like try catch like this. Let's have our exception. If there's some issue while changing it to JSON, we'll say like we'll return, let's return a string with this JSON like this. Let's escape this, say like serialization error. Again, escape this like this, okay, and then true, serialization dot true. Nice. Now in here, we should say like, yeah, we are going to use our object mapper. Okay, so let's just inject it. Private final object mapper, like this. Let's go back to where we were. We were inside our JSON. So return object mapper dot write value as string, pass in our event fields like this. Okay, so our JSON is done. We have moved to dead letter like this. So we are inside our process process records. Great. Now after calling this move to dead letter, we are acknowledging it, right? And then so it's not pending anymore, right? And if it was a failure, right, we need to remove it from there, right? Feed event failure repository dot, let's call delete by ID, pass in our event ID. Okay, that's the key there. Then we'll say like feed metric service dot record async, what was it, async worker retry, but it's not retry, they should be like for our dead letter. Okay, so let's create that async worker dead letter like this. pass in our operation there, it will be our operation name like this. Okay, now let's just create it inside our feed metrics service. We'll say like meter registry dot counter like this, feedme dot feed dot async dot worker dot that underscore letter. uh, let's keep the tag name as operation and the operation name, and then let's do increment like this. Okay, now let's go back to our method. So we have recorded, we have deleted, we have moved, we set it, so exception I think it's done, right? Then let's go back to it. If you are missing something, we acknowledged, saved, flushed, then we have processed it, so it's like successfully processed. Okay, so when it's processed, we need to also remove it, right? So we'll to remove it from the failure state if it was a retry. Say like clear failure state, pass in our event ID. Let's create this method. Okay, I will simply say like, yeah, I will say like feed event failure repository dot delete by ID event ID. Okay, clearing failure state, passing this. Okay, getting this. So failure state is done. Processing record is done. I think we are done, right? Record failure attempt we did. Okay, we have some errors. What is this? Duplicates. Okay, I didn't create the name for this. So it should be like we are reclaiming, right? Reclaim stale pending post events like this. Okay, now we won't have errors. What is this? Okay, this is for that generic, I think. Okay, yeah, correct. Control Shift O, there are no unused imports. So yeah, we are done with our schedulers. Let's just restart our service and see what error will come now. Oh, we didn't apply our delivery strategy. That's just great. We didn't do the actual main work. So yeah, that's bad. Yeah, so while processing post created event, what do we actually want to do? Okay, we need this post. If this post was done by a hot user, then we won't do anything, and next time they will get it from the database. Okay, so we need to evict it. So, but if it was from a normal user, right, then we will just update all the home feed caches for each and every user. Okay, so each and every follower. So we'll just let's just create this method in our feed service for our post. Let's just check if post dot get author dot is hot user. Let's just check if it is a hot user. We'll say like feed metric service dot, we'll just record our delivery path. It was there, yeah, record delivery path. We'll say like it is hybrid underscore pull like this, and we'll just return. We won't do anything, and we'll say like feed metric service dot yeah, now otherwise we will say like fan out on right, like this. Okay, because we don't need to evict anything because we are not caching our posts for our hot users anyway. If you remember, while we are getting the feed, we are getting the hot user post separately and the normal users from the cache. Then we are merging it. So now let's just have our viewers, all the viewers, okay? Because we need all the viewers and we need to update them, uh, update their cached home feed. So we'll create a method like get affected viewer IDs, pass in our post dot get author dot get ID who created this post. We just wanted his viewers who will see his post in their timelines. Then when we have all the viewer IDs, we will loop through them over one by one. Okay, yeah, we'll say like set a string equals visible author IDs equals get visible authors, like this. Let's just first check get user and our viewer ID, like this. So it's like this get affected viewer IDs. Okay, so so for them, so they are following me, right? So whenever I post, so I'm the target user ID. So all of my followers, all the affected viewer IDs, uh, their feed should be updated, their cached home feed. Let's just create that first. So get viewer IDs, get affected viewer IDs will be actually be set of string, like this. We'll pass in our author ID for the post, like this. Let's have a string like this, viewer IDs. Let's get them in order, so we will use like linked hash set, like this. Viewer IDs dot add. Let's add our let's add our author ID first, right? Then we will say like follow relation repository dot find by target user ID, our author ID, so who are affected, because author's home feed will also be affected, and we need to check that too. Cache, we need to update that too. That's why I added it to viewers ID. And find by target user ID, passing our author ID dot for each relation, like this. We'll say like viewer IDs dot add relation dot get follower dot get ID for each one of them. So we now have those IDs. Return viewer IDs, like this. So now in here we already have the viewer IDs. You will be saying, why are we again doing this? Because this is the affected viewer IDs, but this one is like if they are visible to it. Okay, if they are visible to it. So this is like this is like first find the candidate viewers, then for each viewer verify and build the item using that viewer's own visibility rules, right? Because the same post may be visible differently for different viewers, and then we will be creating our to feed item, right? In which our ranking logic is there. So so that will be added to for that particular viewer. Okay, so so how so the other way I can make you understand this is like these visible author IDs are needed because see our whole home feed. Okay, if you remember our uh, to feed item, this here will have one affinity boost. This one. So it will be like if the viewer ID is already present, show his post later, but the other post first. So we need to be in that viewer ID universe, right? So that's why I'm doing it. So let's just go inside this. Okay, now we are getting the visible authors for that viewer. Okay, so we can create to feed item later. Nice. So yeah, I think that is fine. We will get all the authors. We have the viewer ID. Let's get all author IDs like this. Okay. Now we'll just do like feed item response, get our item equals to feed item, pass in our post, pass in our viewer ID, and pass in our visible author IDs. Great. So we have this, and then we'll use our feed cache service dot. Now we don't need to get home feed or something. We'll be prepending to the home feed. So we'll use a new method like prepend to home feed like this, and it will pass in our viewer ID and our item that we are going to prepend like this. Yeah, I think then we are actually done, because post created event will be done. Yeah, let's just create this faster. Okay, great. Now in here we have our user ID, we have our item. Okay, so let's do try catch again. Okay, let's get our cached feed that we need to prepend, right? Timeline page response like this, cached feed equals get home feed user ID like this. For that user ID will get the home feed because we need to cache that one. And then we'll say like if cached feed dot is empty. If it is empty, then we'll just return. Okay, now we will have existing timeline page response. Existing equals new array list. New array list like this. Okay. No, we need to get it. So we should like do like exist cached feed dot get like this, like get it. Now let's have our new updated items. Okay, because we have one item, right? Then we will get the items from here from our cached feed. But yeah, but the latest one should be this one, right? So we'll start it from here. Let's just add this, then we'll add the rest of the ones. So we'll say like list of feed feed item response like this. Updated items equals new array list. Keep it empty. Let us add it. Add our new item like this. Okay. Then from the existing, we'll loop through the items and add it to the updated items. Dot stream like this. Let's just filter. Okay, if the existing item is already present there. Okay, so we'll say like existing item. Okay, not existing item dot post id dot equals item dot post id. Okay, let's have that. Let's filter that. Then for each one of them, we'll use like updated. Sorry, updated items. We will add it to our updated items. Okay, now we have them. Now we can say like after this, we can say if updated items. Okay, now we will check here if they reached beyond the default size. right? If they are already five and we have appended one, sorry, prepended one, then it will be six, right? So we need to cut the last one. We say like size is greater than default page size. Say like updated items equals updated items dot sublist. Okay, from 0 to default page size like this. Great. Now we will write our home feed. Write home feed new timeline page response like this. Pass in our existing timeline owner ID and pass in our mode existing dot mode like this. Pass in our total items. Okay. So now this is the important part. We still keep the default page size to 5, right? Or whatever it is. But we should remember like we are adding one more, right? So at that time when we are fetching our home feed, it should say like there is one more post. So this is very important step. We should say like one more is added. So plus one like this. Get our updated items, right? And then what is it? It's for our we have updated idea. Now for our next cursor, we should check if our existing dot total items plus one is greater than updated items dot size like this, and it's not empty. So updated items dot is empty like this. If that's the case, then we'll say like feed cursor, then we know like uh, there's more data. So encode updated items dot get like this, updated items dot size last one minus one like this. Otherwise we'll just say like null. Great. Then after our write home feed, we can say like feed metric service dot record. We mutated our cache, so record cache mutation, but we did prepend now like this. Let's just catch the exception. We can just ignore it, or we can just say like eprint dot trace like this. Okay, yeah, I think we are done now, right? We have this. So we are calling this prepend to home feed from our applying delivery strategy. And then we are calling this apply delivery strategy in our process post created event. All right. Then we are calling this event inside our process record to process for all of them, just like here. Where's that image? Okay, I removed it. Okay, yeah, I think it looks good. Let's just start our application. Postgres. What is this? No such key. Let's just stop it and see it again. Okay, so we had issue like ERR, right? ERR, no such key like this. This was our issue. So yeah, so what is it like? The app was trying to create or inspect our consumer key, okay, consumer group during startup, right? But Redis streams, Redis streams are lazy. Okay, they are not created at the very startup. Whenever we add something, then they are created. So we need to check like if the streams don't exist yet. Okay, then we will create them, something like that. Okay, so and also we are just getting the data. I think we should validate them too, right? First. So yeah, our post construct, before getting this, we should create a method like maybe validate configuration like this, where we will be validating our configuration. Okay, then let's have this. We can have this outside, like let's just keep these outside our stream key and our consumer group name. Then we will get our consumers ops for stream key, same way that we were doing it. And if it does not exist, we'll say like we'll create group and read our offset from the latest and the consumer name. And then we will get our Redis exception. Let's get it like Redis system exception. Okay, and we'll check if this exception is actually a missing stream exception. So we'll check it if missing stream like this, pass in our exception to it, then we'll just create that. Okay, create consumer group with stream like this. Okay, pass in our stream key and our consumer group name like this, then we'll just return nice, and we will throw the exception like this to properly handle it. Yeah, now let's just create this validate configuration. First, we'll create it here. We'll say like private void validate configuration. Okay, so we'll create a method like require text. Okay, what it will do is it will check if it's value or not. So if it's blank or not. So let's just create that first. So private void require text like this, pass in our value and pass in our property name like this. We'll check if value equals to null or value dot is blank like this. Then we'll just throw new illegal state exception. We'll say like property name plus must not be blank like this. Okay, so now while validating our configuration, we can say like require text. Let's get the properties. Property dot get stream, because we are using them, dot get key like this, and property name will say like feed dot async dot stream dot key like this. Let's have one more. This will be whatever we are using. We are using also using consumer dot get group. We say like feed dot async dot consumer dot group, because this should be present, right? What is this? Okay, I remove this one. Okay, fine. Let's have one more, but for the get name like this. This should be like feed dot async dot consumer dot name. And what else is there? We are trying to get DLQ stream key. We should say the key is like DLQ stream and hyphen key like this. Okay, so we are using these four, right? And we should say like if our batch size, which is a consumer batch size, so properties dot get consumer dot get batch size is like less or equal to 0, then we'll just throw new illegal state exception. We'll say like feed dot async dot consumer dot batch size must be greater than 0 like this. Okay, similarly we can do it for our other stuff, right? So maybe for our reclaim batch size, or for our reclaim idle milliseconds or something. Okay, so you can do that yourself, do the rest of the validation, but you understood the basic idea. Do rest of the validations. Okay, fine. So yeah, so after validating, we also are checking for our required text. Okay, yeah, and then we need to check for the missing string. Nice. Now in here, we'll do like, let's get the cause for the exception first. Okay, throwable cause. Throwable is like the parent of exception. Okay, exception dot get cause like this. Return cause is not equal to null, and cause dot get message. It says if we get that message, no error. Okay, and we'll check if cause dot get message dot contains error no such key, like this. So if we have error no such key, right, then we know like a stream is missing, like this, the error that we got. Now we will create the consumer group with stream. Great. So if you remember, we had this error no such key. Now, yeah, now we are creating our consumer group with stream, like this. So what we are doing is that, like I said, streams are lazy. So we'll be adding a temporary record. So the Redis stream exists before creating the consumer group. So we'll do like record ID, initialize record ID equals, we'll use Redis template dot ops for stream, like this, dot add. Okay, then we'll do like map record dot create, like this, and we shall say like stream key map dot off. Okay, so this will be like a system only marker. Okay, so it will be like underscore underscore system underscore underscore stream init for the initialization, like this. Okay, so yeah, so after this we will have our stream. We'll say like try redis template dot ops for stream. Now we will create the group. Create group stream key read offset dot latest and consumer group name, like this. Okay, and if there's an exception, again like redis system exception, like this, we'll check like if yeah, we will create like if group already exists. Okay, so group already exists, we'll pass in the exception and we'll just throw the exception, like this. So if the group does not already exist, we will throw the exception. And for all the cases we will use finally. So it will be called in the try, and even with the catch, we'll say like if initialize record ID is not equal to null, like this, redis template dot, we will remove the, because we have to clean up the temporary stream initialize record, if it was already created, right? So we'll say like redis template dot ops for stream dot delete stream key comma initialized record ID, like this. Okay, so this is our record ID that we just created. Now let's just create this. Yeah. So when our group is already present, Redis returns with a different message, just like it returned with when there was a missing stream. It returned with error, no such key. And if group already existed, Redis will return like return. Yeah, let's get the cause first. Throwable cause equals exception dot get cause like this. We'll check if cause is not equal to null like this. Okay, and cause dot get message is not equal to null, and cause dot get message dot contains, it will have this busy group inside it. Then we'll know like the group has already been created. So the group already exists like this. We will create the group otherwise. Okay, great. Now it should work. Let me just remove this. Let's just start. Okay, it started finally. Now what we can do here, still I need to check our application YAML. I think that we are missing something. Let me first check it again with our async properties. Okay, so we have recover. Okay, first of all we have reclaim enabled. We have reclaims. It should be reclaim, and in here reclaim fixed delay milliseconds. So reclaim idle, patch size. Was I using this? Okay, reclaims was here, so it is fine. We didn't change it here. Okay, I think it's fine now. Okay, great. So yeah, now the next part we'll do after this. Great. Now we are going to show our full demo for this, and our application is running. So yeah, let us open our Postman. Okay, so please install the Postman if you haven't done it, and let's just wait for it to start. Okay, hello. Yes, great. Let me just remove all of these. Don't save because I don't know. Okay, great. Let's just create a new collection. We'll name it as FeedMe like this. Okay, and let's just have one request inside it. Okay, first of all, we'll get all of our users. Okay, so it will be like localhost 8080, and then we have API, and then we have our users to get all the users. It's saying like connection refused, but why? Okay, we have this error. Oh, we removed this S, right? So we need to add it in our reclaims pending post events. Let's just search for it. It was inside our feed event worker. Let's keep it. Let's remove the S. Yeah, I forgot to add it back. So yeah, let's just restart. Great. Now it's ready, and now we can check it again. Okay. Okay. We have our users, from our seed. So we have user one who is the viewer. Okay, let's just say for example these are our users. So yeah, this is not a hot user, and we have Marcus as a hot user. Zoya as a normal user, and Lena as a hot user. So we have hot user as Marcus and Lena, U2 and U4. Great. Okay. Now let's also look at our followers. Yeah. Let's see, like before, because Ava follows all of them, right? So yeah, let's just check for the Ava. We'll say like API follows slash follower ID like this equals U1. Okay, let's check it. API follows. Okay, it is a query param. So like this. Okay, so Ava follows U2, U3, and U4. Ava is following all three of them. U2 is Marcus, U3 is Zoya, and U4 is Lena. Okay, so her home feed U1. So Ava's home field will combine both delivery strategies. One is fan out, and other one is hybrid pull. Correct. Now let's check our home feed for Leah. Let's check the home feed for Ava. We say like API and feed slash home and pass in our user ID as U1. Okay, and we need only 5. So limit equals 5 like this. What is the issue? Okay, this should be and limit equals 5. So this is the home feed for timeline owner Ava. So it has Ava's, Marcus, okay, all the 5. Great. And the next cursor we have for this created at, and for this is the uh, post ID. See, you can see that this is the last post ID, right? So our next cursor is also fine. Great. Now next, uh, yeah. Now, so this is line. So Ava is our. We will use Ava because Ava has both of them, both of the delivery strategies. Okay, and now yeah, let's just open our Redis. Okay, we have a Redis open. Let's just go to exec like this. Okay, from the Redis CLI, we can type command like xinfo groups feed events like this. Okay, so this is like this is like we need to uh, check all our consumer groups attached to this feed events stream that we had created in our application YAML, right? It was present there. So yeah, so we have these groups, like we have feed workers and all other. So yeah, we can see like our consumer group exists here, and the stream exists. We can check it. Stream exists, feed events, and our consumer group feed workers also exist. Okay. Yeah, I was just seeing World Cup, Brazil versus Vikings. So, so yeah, Brazil lost. Nice. So now, okay, we have feed workers. Yeah. Now, yeah. What is now? Let's show the consumers inside our feed workers groups, right? So we'll say like xinfo Redis CLI. Okay, we can say like xinfo like this, and consumers. Okay, so I typed like Redis CLI and I went inside it. Consumers feed events like this, and our feed workers. So feed events is our this. Okay, we can see our consumer worker one, which we also created. So we can see like worker one is registered and how many message it has pending. We can see that nothing is pending. So yeah. Okay, great. Now, yeah, and we can also see if how idle it is. Okay, so this is the actual worker instance consuming from the stream. Okay, we can also say like x pending like this. If you forget how I went here, I just typed Redis CLI and I got inside it. Okay, previously I was just calling the command and passing in the commands directly. So expanding now, yeah, let's see our expanding from the feed events like this and from our feed workers. So this will show pending message for that consumer group, for whole consumer group. Okay, so our consumer group is feed workers. There are none. Okay, so yeah, like this. So pending means like delivered to a consumer but not yet acknowledged, like that. So now let's just create a post as a normal user to show fan out on right. Okay, so we will do like yeah, let's just create another one inside this, add request. Okay, so this will be for our post. We are creating a post, so slash API slash post like this, and our body will be raw JSON. Okay, so it will be like we need to pass idempotency key, and it should be like a normal demo. Let's name it normal demo 001 like this. Okay, and our author ID. Okay, we will create it with user 3. User 3 is Zoya Singh, right? And then content will be like normal user post for fan out on right demo like this. Okay, so this author is non-hot. It's a normal user, so the delivery path should be fan out on right. The worker should push this into follower facing cached home feeds. Okay, fine. Now let's just keep it here. Okay, so let's just keep it here before we call this. I don't know, how do I close this? Do I click on here or something? I don't know. Okay, anyways, okay, I have to do this like this. Okay, yeah. Okay, so I will be hitting it, and we have Docker also. So let's bring that Docker to right like this, and our this to this. Okay, fine. Okay, so now, yeah, now after we hit it, we will call, yeah, so we will call our feed events, and it will list the entries in the stream from the beginning. So we will call like this, like X range feed events, which is our stream, minus and plus, like this. So it will just list entries in the stream from the beginning, which is minus, to the end, which is plus. Okay, so it's like, let's just now it is just now it's just empty, right? And then yeah, now we'll create our post using this. Okay, we have an error, invalid URI. Okay, I didn't enter the post, so it should be our user API post like this. Okay, localhost 8080 API post. Fine. Okay, we need to hit send. It's saying like oh, why am I using it twice? Okay, fine, sorry. So API post down this. Yeah, we have the post. Let's hit it. Okay, see. Now events is there, right? So we can see like post created events are actually being appended to Redis. Okay, so we have this post created author ID occurred at this event ID this hot user false. You remember we created that a map record. It's that event type post created post ID this author ID U3. Okay, so now yeah, we have these events. Now we'll say like if the we'll show worker consumed it. We say like X pending feed. I think we created this before. Feed events, feed workers like this. So nothing is there, so it's consumed. We can also say like X info, consumer feed worker, feed events, feed workers like this. Okay, so now this shows whether the event is still pending or already acknowledged, but it has been consumed. Great. Yeah, now just we will refresh our user one's home feed because that user also follows this. Okay, so it should come here. So let's do that. Okay, we have the post like normal user post for fan out on right demo. Great. So we can also create a hot user post to show the hybrid pull. Let's do that from the API post. Now we can say like it will be like hot user hot demo 001, and from our markers who is h2 we can say like hot user post for hybrid pull demo. Hybrid pull demo. Nice. Then yeah, let's just create it, and then we can show the feed events again. Now you see we have two. Okay, one was hot user false, that was previous one. Now the hot user is true, which is the new one. Great. Now just refresh our Ava's feed again. Okay, we have the Marcus Whale post, hot user post for hybrid pull demo. Nice. Its delivery strategy uh, is uh, is hybrid pull. Great. Okay. Now we can also show like U2's own user two's own timeline like this. So yeah, so no, like own timeline is for the user that we created for the separate one, and then user slash u2, and then it was slash u2, and then pass in the limit equals 5 like this. So that's Marcus Whale's own post. So this is working too. It is only 3 posts, and our next cursor is null. All right. Let's just show one for our idempotency. Okay, so yeah, what we can do here is that for the same this one, we can repeat the exact same request as step as this one. So same key and same payload. Now backend should replay instead of creating a duplicate post. Let's do that. Okay, let's check back. It shouldn't have duplicate posts, right? Backend is giving the same one, so only one post. Okay, now let's show our idempotency conflict. So that means like same key but different content. We can say like idempotency key we will keep the same, and we can say like different content with same idempotency key like this. Okay, let's just do send. It should have a conflict. Okay, it's saying like idempotency key already used for a different post request, so that is passing to. Okay, let's also have some validations. So if you for example pass in empty idempotency key, And content, let's also keep that to empty. It should fail. Bad request, validation failed, required with two errors, right? Content and not blank, and there should be for our idempotency key too, not blank. Great. So that is working too. Then we can also check U3 and U1. You can do it too. So yeah, this finishes the demo for our backend. Now next we will work on our front end. Great. Let's just check. Uh, we didn't test our mm, followers, right? So we should say like Ava is unfollowing a user too, which is I think I don't know who is user two. Okay, user two is Marcus. So yeah, so Ava will be unfollowing user two. So let's just try that. This should go to okay. It's saying following false, but total following is still 3. It should be less. So our follow is not working. Follow and unfollow. Okay, let's just check what is the issue. So we have follow. This will be updating the database. Oh, I think it's because of transaction read only. So it's not letting us do those chains because it's read only. So let's just have like add transactional here above follow and unfollow both. Okay. So add transactional like this, and we need the same above unfollow. Great. Now, yeah, it should reload, right? And did it reload? I don't know. It didn't reload, I think. Let's just restart our server anyways. Okay. So dev tools sometimes don't work on IntelliJ. That's why maybe they need extra configuration or something. Okay, so server is up. Let's just check it again. Oh, it's showing 2 now. Okay, so now we will follow it. So it was post, right? If I remember correctly. Now Ava will be following Marcus again. It should go to 3. Great. So it's working now. Okay, so our backend is done now. Correct. Let me just yeah. Okay. Now it's done like this. Okay. That's a very beautiful commit name. Yeah, let's start our front end. So what we will say like let me just okay, our front end will be here. So let's go to terminal and we'll say like 1 second. We should have command here like npm. So hope you have npm installed node.js. You can install it through nvm2. uh, I already have a video on it. Npm create white at latest like this, and we can say like front end hyphen 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 template. Template will be our react hyphen ts like this to create a ts1. Okay, let's just wait for it. Okay, we will be using ESLint. So install with npm and start now. Yes, now it will install the dependencies. Let's just wait for it. So it's done. Now it's starting the dev server. Yeah, so it's up. Let's just check it on 5173. So this is our default page. Great, let's just stop it. Okay. Yeah, because we will be running it from our package.json. So this front end folder, let's just right click on it. mark directory as sources root. Great. Let's also install a React icons. Let's go inside our frontend first, frontend, and say like npm I react hyphen icons like this. This will install our icons so that we can use it. Uh, yeah. Now the next step will be to configure our proxy. So frontend uses our backend. Go to white.config.js like this, and in here let's add one server, and we'll say like proxy will be anything that goes through API slash API like this. Should go to 1 second. This should be colon. Yeah, should go to our target as http slash slash localhost 8080 like this, and change origin true. Great. So yeah, so white configuration is done. Let's open our files here. Okay, we have this index.css, which is just a global CSS. Okay, and we have our app.css. We won't be needing it, so let's just remove it from our app. It's importing app.css. Remove this. Delete this app.css. Okay, and also let's remove everything that is inside index.css. We'll be using our own CSS file, so please get that from the repo link. We won't be doing CSS here. So yeah, let me just save this and let's just close this. Now inside our app.tsx, let me just remove whatever is in there and say like sharp bytes or something. Okay. ID is stuck. So let's remove these this use state. Great. Okay, so this is our app. We have our main.tsx. Great. We'll also be using reactor router DOM. Okay, inside our package.json. Okay, we only have these three. If we won't have much routing, but I just want to show you how it is. Okay, so just say like npm I react router DOM like this. Okay, so it's installed. We can see it here. Okay, great. Let me close this. Nice. Now inside our main.tsx, after the strict node, we will keep this app inside our browser router. Browser router. Do I need to restart? I think I need to restart my IDE for it to know that this is a node project. Give me 1 second. Now I have restarted. Let's see if it can find it. Okay, browser router is there. Great. Let's put our app inside it like this. Okay, great. So this is done. We have imported our browser router. Now inside our app.tsx, we have this. Okay, let's just create an error boundary to catch our errors. We'll say like class app error boundary like this. This will extend our component like this, and yeah, we will have some children's. So let's just keep like children like this, and then it will be a React node like this, and we will save the state of our error. So error can be anything, so we'll say like error unknown like this. We'll say our state will be like this, having error. error unknown. Then yeah, let's just create it. So a lot of stuff has happened here. 1 second. Why is it on new line unknown? Let me just fix this first. Both should be in our angled brackets like this. Now we have our class app error boundary. We will override the state inside it. We'll say like override state equals, it will have error, and let's keep it as null. Let's just say like unknown. Okay, let's keep the default value as null like this. Okay, yeah, to keep it compatible with unknown. Okay, great. Now we will have a special React lifecycle method for our error boundaries. If a child component crashes, whatever is inside our app error boundary is a child. If it crashes, it will call this. So it's like static get derived state from error. Okay, get derived state from error unknown like this. Okay, we'll just return our error. Okay, fine, return our error. So this will be called every time. Great. Now let's also override our render, which is called whenever the children are rendered inside our app error boundary. We'll say like override render like this, and then we'll say like if this dot error, let's check if it is there, then we will not return our children. Otherwise we will return our children. This dot props dot children. Okay, here we will create our component for our error state. That would be nice. Okay, so what we will do, we already have source, so let's just create some package. Here we can say like components, and let's have one for hooks like this, and let's have one for lib like this. Great. Now we have this. We don't need these three. Let me just delete these assets. Okay, fine. Now inside our components, let's create our error state component. Oh, sorry, I'm still writing Java. New file, it should be our error state dot tsx. Great. It will get the props as error state props like this, and it should have error and unknown of type unknown like this. And now that will say like export function error state with error and our property error state props, and we can say const message equals, let's check if error is instance of error. Okay, if it is, then we can say like error dot message, otherwise unknown error like this. Okay, so we'll say it, then we'll just return our template. We can say that div use class name equals error shell. Then we can again say like div with h1, let's say like launch interrupted like this. Okay, and then we can say like, because we are launching the application, then pass in our message. Okay, and then we use our button. Type will be button. On click we say like a window, we'll just reload dot location dot reload. That's it. Okay, and let's keep the button name to like reload experience, like this. Okay, yeah, so this will be our error state. Let me close this and let's go back to our app.tsx. So in here, in our state.error, we will just return error state, pass in our state error. So this dot state dot error, like this. Okay, let me just close this. Fine. So this is our app error boundary. Let's just use it in here. Okay, let me just close this and put our app error boundary here. So we have our app error boundary. Now it needs a child. So we'd say like let's have our routes here. 1 second. Yeah, let's use our routes here, and yeah, we'll be using only one route and route the other ones to this one. Okay, so route, let's keep the path as slash, and we'll create one route for this. Let's name it as dashboard route. Dashboard route, like this, and we'll say like const. Let's use our search params. Okay, so whatever user is selected, you can say that. So whatever user is active, we will get that from our search params. So search params, like this, and then const active user id equals search params dot get user, like this. Okay, otherwise we'll just keep the first user because we have already created the mock data. So we have this. Now we need to return. Let's return suspense here. This is a new feature. Okay, so suspense will fall back to something if the other thing has not loaded yet, like that. So yeah, let's just create that loading screen first. Again, in our components, new file, we'll say like loading screen, like this, and let's do that export function loading screen, like this, and oh, it should be tsx. I didn't rename it. Dot tsx. Okay, loading screen, and we'll just return our div with class name of loading shell, like this, and then we'll say like div with class name of loading orb, for the loading orbit, and then yeah, okay, okay, this is fine. Loading orbit. Let's just close this div. Great. And after this, let's have our p tag. Okay. So we can say like booting the FeedMe command center, like this. Okay. Now inside our app.tsx, we can say that in our suspense, we need to mention our fallback. So it's our loading screen. Why isn't coming? Our fallback is loading screen, like this. Okay, and let's just close it, get our suspense here. Okay, yeah, now inside our suspense we'll add one more component which will be called app shell. Okay, let's do that. So let's this will have our main dashboard, this app shell. Okay, so new file app shell.tsx, like this, and it will have properties like app shell props equals active user id. It will have string as a property. Okay, so now we'll say like export function app shell like this will pass in our active user ID. Okay, let's just keep it like this. Okay, and then app shell props like this. Okay. Oh, fine. Now let's go back to our app dot tsx. We'll say here, like inside our suspense, our app shell that we just created, and then we'll pass in active user ID that we just have, and then let's just close it. Great. What is it? Okay, so it's not returning. That's why. Okay, so our dashboard route is here with our active user ID. Now we can say that inside our, yeah, now we can say that route to this. So element uh, dashboard route. Fine, and let's close our route. Okay, same we will do, but for the others we'll say, like for the other it will navigate to this one and only. Okay, so navigate to, so whatever route is there, we will navigate it to our dashboard route to equals like this. Okay, and we'll say like replace. Great, so our routes are here. Let's go inside app shell. Great, so let's see what do we have here. Okay, we haven't started the application. So yeah, let's just keep our backend running, and also let's go to package.json and run our dev. We didn't run dev? No. Okay, running our dev now. We have 5173. Let's check it. Fine. This is our app.ssx. Great. Okay, let's check. Okay, we have our app shell. Okay, we need to pass in data now. So we are done with our app.tsx. Now inside our app shell, let's just return for now empty. Okay, and we can say like hi. Okay, so it's loading. Fine, now we can say like okay, so this is empty. Now there will be three columns. Okay, the left side column, for example, we will have three columns like this. Left column, and let me just create a structure here. Okay, like I showed before, we will have left column, and then we have middle column, then we are going to have a right column. On the left we are going to have one card, a user card, and then we will have a follow list here, follows, and suggested list on bottom of that. Okay, and in the middle we are going to have a post creation. So we are going to have an input where user can type his post, and under that we are going to have our home feed. Okay, which will just scroll to bottom and will have load more posts at the bottom. And on the right we are going to have a drop down to select users timeline. Okay, we are also going to have drop down here for our post, right? Because a post will be uh, a post will be greater than that for that user. And for this we will be going to have drop down user and then user feed. Great. For the from these follows and suggested, we can also open their feed. Okay, there will be like open feed, and that will also reflect in our user feed like this. Okay, like this in our user feed. Great. So this is this is overall what we are doing. There will also be a search here. Okay, so yeah, great. Let's just do the left one first. So yeah, we are going to have a hook. So let's just create that hook first. So under our hooks, let's just name it a new file. Use feedme dashboard.ts like this. Okay, now in here we'll say like export function use feedme dashboard, and we'll pass in active user ID here, okay, which you already have. So we have passed our active user ID. Okay, and yeah, let's create some uh, libs now. So in here we can say like let's add our types first. Okay, not in the libs, let's just do it in our source. New file types.ts like this. So this will yeah, so this is going to contain our types which will be like the response from the backend. So export type, first of all we will have our user profile. So user profile equals id, which will be string, handle, which will also be a string, which we will have name as string, we are going to have bio as string, hot user as string. This staring is staring at me. Okay, hot user as okay, hot user should be boolean, not string. Great. Now we are going to say like export type uh feed item equals, we say like post id string. Okay, this is going to be our feed item. Okay, this will go inside our timeline page response. If you remember, that is the feed item that will contain our feed items for that timeline page response should can be of user and can be of the viewer. So post id a string, author id string like this, author handle will be string, author name string, content string, created at string, and we are going to have ranking score string. We all created that in backend, if you remember. We will have delivery strategy, right? We had the name, we had the same name. Yeah, we have a delivery strategy as string, and we also had ranking reason. Let's see that we have delivery strategy in our feed item response and ranking reason. Great. Ranking reason like this, which will be string. Great. Now let's choose our one for our timeline page response. Timeline page response. Okay, so it will have first timeline owner ID, who is the owner of this timeline. Timeline owner ID will be string, and then let's have a mode for a timeline. We created two modes, one was home and the other was user. Let's have one more like any string. Okay, so it's helpful. Then we are going to have total items, which will be number, and our items which are feed item array, and then our next cursor. Okay, so this will be a string or null like this. Okay, so we had timeline page response. Let's have post response now. Export type post response like this. Okay, with id as string, and we should have author id as string. Okay, and we should have author handle as string, and author name as string, content as string, and what else? We will also have created at as string like this. Okay, and then let's have a following response. Okay, so to get the follows, we will have this following response whenever we want to check how many people I am following. Okay, so we'll get it. So export type following response equals we will receive our follower ID with string our target user IDs as string array, right? And then we will also have our total following as number. Great. Let's also have one more export type follow response. Okay, so it will have like follower ID string, target user ID string, following will be like boolean, total following will be number. Okay, so this will we will receive it whenever we are following or unfollowing. So this boolean will say like if it's false, then we have unfollowed, and our total following will be 1. That I showed recently here, right? This one. Okay, so this is our follow response. Now let's create one more type for our dashboard, which our dashboard will use. Okay, so we'll name it as dashboard data like this. So it is going to have user profile array, and it will have a following. So it will be following response, right? So we're going to show that, and we are also going to show our home feed, which will be timeline page response, and also our user or profile feed. We can say profile feed like timeline page response. So we are done with our types. Let's just close this, close this, close this. Okay, now let's go back to our user feedme dot JSON. But before going there, let's create our API, which will make the backend calls. Yeah, let's create that file, new file, api.ts. Great, because we already have the responses now that we are going to receive. So yeah, let's just create a generic method which will take in the request. So export, we should not use export because it will be inside here. So async function like this, it will be just a request and the response that we want from the request. Let's pass in as a generic there. Okay, and the path will be like string, and let's also pass in some init, like if they want to add some body or something, okay, or the headers, then this will be of type request init. This is optional, and then we are going to have the same promise with the t generic that we passed in. Okay, so it will be passed in here, then it will go here too, so both it should be same. Okay, now let's do like const response that we are going to get. We'll call like await, and then fetch API. We say like fetch, and let's have a constant which will say like what is our API root. So our API root is API. If you remember, it starts with API. API underscore root is slash API like this. Okay, yeah. Now under our fetch, we can say like dollar API. Come on, show me API underscore API underscore root like this, and then we are also going to send path like this. Okay, API underscore root and the path that will come from here. Great. Remember, the path should start from slash, otherwise it will, be wrong. So yeah, and now after this, let's have that inits that will be passed. Let's get the value inside it. Okay, so like this, and then headers like this, and then let's let's add one header ourselves, which will always be present, will be content type like this, and application hyphen JSON. Yeah, great. Content type, capital, application hyphen JSON. Great. Okay. Now let's check if the init has headers. Okay. If init is present first, and if it has headers, otherwise we'll say like empty. Okay. This should be like headers. Yeah. Great. And now we have init. Now we have our headers, and we have our response. Let us check if response is not okay. Response is not okay. We'll throw in error, right? So const, let's get the message first. So we'll say like await response dot text like this. Okay. Then we'll just throw new error. Okay, because response is a right because response is if we go inside the response, so we will call in this and call in text here. So let's say like message or request. We'll say like a request. If the message is not there, we can say request failed with status. Let's just pass in our status, okay, from the response like this. Great. Now because our text is a promise, you can see like it returns promise. That's why we said like await. Okay, so that's why also because there are two awaits, we set the function as async. That's like async await. Now yeah, now after this, after throwing, we should just say if it's not, if it's okay, that we'll just return our JSON. Okay, but as a promise of t like this. Okay, because you can say JSON is a promise too. So as a promise of t. And then yeah, let's just create all our APIs under one. We can say like export const feed API equals. Now it will contain all our APIs. First should be like get users. Okay, like this, and we'll just pass in our request. The generic should be like, the type should be like user profile array. Okay, so we are going to receive that too, right? Users. By passing that generics, why did we pass it? It's just because you can see like the this get users have a promise and user profile. How did it come? It's because we sent it through here. This went through here with t, and this got injected here, and the promise became this one. That's why we are seeing this. So that's how generics work. And yeah, so we have our get users. Let's also add get following. Okay, get following will we need to pass in our follower ID. Okay, to get its followers, uh, to get its following, right? So we'll pass in our string like this, and we'll say like request. We'll have a following response. Okay, yeah. So our following response will give like this follower has the follower that we passed, and how many has he followed. Great. So now yeah, request, we have our request, and then our following response. What do we need to pass now? Yeah, let's just pass in our API. So API call will be like slash, let's use template, so slash follows, then question mark, let's just keep it on second line. Yeah, slash follows, and then pass in our query parameter, which will be follower ID equals dollar, and we will pass in our let's use this for, yeah, let's use follower ID like this. Great. Then comma. Okay, what is this? Maybe this is saying like line param. Okay, this wants it like this. So maybe can I just put this here? Yeah, let's just keep this like this. Okay, so but you won't be able to see this then. Can I put this like this? Okay. Seems like we can. So yeah, now we have get following. Let's have a get home feed like this. So we need the viewer ID. So that will be like user ID string and also the cursor. Okay, if you want to give, otherwise it will give us the first page and we'll also cache it like we saw earlier. Okay, so pass in our user ID and our cursor, which will be string or null, and then great. Now we will just call our uh, yeah, let's just create the params first. Okay, params equals new URL search params. Okay, because we need limit there too, right? So this is our viewer ID. Let's just pass it up. Yeah, we're passing our user ID and our limit. Let's keep the default limit. Let's keep the value of the limit to 5. Okay, and it will just pass in the user like this and the limit to 5. Great. Let's check if the cursor is present. Okay, if cursor is present, then we'll set our cursor to params dot set cursor to cursor like this. Then we are going to just return a request, but we are going to receive timeline page response like this, and our request will be like slash feed slash home and pass in our params dot uh, params dot to string to create it, to create the stringified. Okay, so params dot to string. So this is our home feed, to get the home feed. Let's have one more comma and we should we should get our user feed to. So we again need user ID here string, and we need a cursor which would be like string or null. Okay, let's just do the same thing here. Okay, let's just paste it here. We'll get the user ID to limit cursor. Let's set the cursor. We'll get the timeline page response. In here, we will get slash feed slash user. Let's call user. And then we also need to pass in our user ID. Okay, so we'll say like dollar. Now we should have our user ID. So like user ID. Great. Then we will have question mark and our params. Great. We should use we should encode our these user IDs. Okay, that is good practice, and sometimes it will throw error. So this is fine. Let's pass in our let's call in here inside our let's enclose our follower ID with this. Okay, so they are encoded, and also use the same one. Where else are we using? This is fine. For our home feed, this is fine, and then this is also, and this one. Okay, for this one, let's use this one too. So encode URI component. Great. Yeah. Okay, so we have this. Maybe I can use soft wrap, so you will be able to see this correctly. There was soft wrap. I think this is the one. Okay, now you can see this, right? Okay, now we have a get user feed. Now let's create for our post. So create post Let's pass in our author ID. What is the issue here? Okay, we need comma. Okay, let's pass in our author ID, our string, type of string, and then content will be string like this. Okay, return our a return with a request. We are going to have post response, all right, from here. So post response, we will be calling slash post. So this is a path. Let's also pass in our init. So it will be like method will be post. Okay, and let's have a body JSON dot stringify. Yeah. So we are going to pass in what? We are going to pass in our idempotency key like this. Okay, let's just create this idempotency key later. Create idempotency key like this. So it will just be a random key. Okay, so author ID like this, and also the content. Great. Okay, so we have our create post. Okay, so we have our create post. Next will be like to follow or unfollow. So let's do that. Follow user. Okay, let's pass in our follower ID like string, and our target user ID, it will be string. Yeah, let's just have a request follow response. This will be follow response, not following. Make sure you have typed the right one. Then follows, which will be slash follows slash and we will be passing our target user ID. So dollar, let's encode it, encode URI component, our target user ID, which you need to follow, and then question mark. Let's pass in our follower ID. Okay, also use encode dollar encode URI component, our uh, follower ID like this. Okay, after this we need our init. So let's say like method is post. Great. Now we have our follow user. Let's have one more for unfollow user. So it will be same like with just okay. We can say like unfollow user, follower target. We'll receive follow response. It will be follows, and then target. I think everything would be same, right? It's just the method will be delete like this. Great. Let's just create this. Yeah, idempotency key. So let's just check if we have crypto or not. Okay, we say like if type of we can access like global this dot yeah, let's just check if global this has crypto. If it's not equal to undefined and type of t should be capital in global this global this dot crypto, and type of uh, global this dot crypto dot random uuid equals to function. If it is a function, then we'll say like return crypto global this dot, to make sure it's from global this. Okay, global this dot crypto dot random uuid. Others will create our own like return feed me like this. Let's get the date dot now. Okay, and then let's have a random so math dot random dot to string. Okay, let's get it in the form of hex. Okay, or we can use like this is we can pass in the radix here. So what we can do here is like we will use base 36 values, so they are like 0 to 9 and small a to z, like that. Okay, yeah, like this, and I think we will get it in the form of hex. uh, I don't remember correctly, but yeah. So the hex will be starting with 0 and x, right? So let's just remove them, 0 and x. So 2 comma 12, because we need only 12, right? And let's just remove the first two, 0 and x. Great. Yeah. So we have this crypto create idempotency key. Yeah. Let's have one more, which will give us the dashboard data. Okay. So yeah, so for our dashboard data, whenever we call that, we will call like we'll get the users directly whenever we are loading that dashboard, and we'll get the following for that active user. We'll get the home feed for the active user, and by default in the timeline in the right side, we'll show the user feed for that user too. Okay, so let's just call it directly. So we'll say like async get dashboard data, pass in our active id user id. So when we pass in, okay, we will be receiving our dashboard data like this. Okay, so let's get them like users comma following. We are going to use promise all. So home feed, and we'll get profile feed like this. Let's just say await promise dot all to create multiple promises, and then pass in that. Uh, let's just have the first for get users, right? Right, get users. Then we need following this dot get following. This will give us the initial data. Okay, while loading our dashboard. So pass in our active user id. Let's have two more. This will be for like get home feed, and this will be for get user feed. Great. And now we will have this data, then we'll just return it. So return users following home feed and profile feed. Great. So we have our api.ts ready. Let's just close this. Yeah, going back to our use FeedMe.dashboard. Now in here, okay, let's just get that dashboard promise. Okay, so const we'll say like dashboard promise. We'll use memo cache the result of a calculation until its dependencies change. Okay, because here we want a stable dashboard promise for the current active user. Okay, so we'll pass in the dependency as active user id. So if active user id changes, React will calculate this promise, recalculate this promise. Okay, this one get okay, it should be like this. I forgot. Okay, now get dashboard. One second. Let's just create this resource, okay, first, which will call in our api.ts, which will give us that dashboard resource. Great. So because we will also be caching, so we don't call it again and again. Okay, we will be caching it in memory. So under our lib new file, yeah, let's create like uh, dashboard resource.ts like this. Okay, now let's just create a cache. Like I said, cache equals new map. Okay, it will have like a string and a promise of dashboard data. String promise of dashboard. Where's dashboard data, like this. Okay, so this is our new map. So it's like for this active user ID, which is our string. Here's the dashboard data for that. Okay, so we don't call our API all the time. Now say like export function get dashboard resource. Let's create it like a resource like this, and then we'll pass in our active user ID, which will be string, and it will give us back a promise of dashboard data like this. Now let's just check if it has one existing. While calling this, we'll check if the cache has that. So like const existing equals cache dot get active user ID, like this. Let's check if existing is present, then return existing. Okay, otherwise let's just use promise. Okay, we'll call in our feed API dot get dashboard data that we just created and pass in our active user ID, and then let's just cache the error if there is some. Okay, so catch, this will return us as a promise. So if there's an error, we will catch it error like this. Okay, and then we'll remove it from cache. So we'll say like cache dot delete active user ID, and we'll just throw the error. Okay, and if there's not an error, then we can say like cache dot set, we'll set it. Okay, set for our active user ID, and we'll give it back our promise, and then we'll just return our promise like this. We should create one more like invalidate. Okay, which will just remove it from the cache, because we could do it in our application. So we'll say like invalidate dashboard resource like this. Pass in our active user ID, which will be string, and we can say like cache dot delete active user ID. Nice. Now we have our dashboard resource in place. Yeah, let's go back to our user feed. We'll call it here now. Get dashboard resource like this. Pass in our active user ID. Let's do soft wrap for this. One second. Yeah, soft wrap. Okay, so we have our active user ID. Great. Now let's get the initial data. So const initial data. Uh, okay, we have a new React API that reads the resolved value of a promise. Okay, if the promise is still pending, React suspend will trigger. Okay, because we created this suspense, right? This will trigger if the promise is still pending, and its fallback will load for any promise that is inside it. So this suspense is good. Now for our initial data. Okay, so to read the resolved value of a promise, we are going to use. So it's just use. Okay, we are going to have a dashboard, a data like this, and pass in our dashboard promise like this. Okay, make sure you have the latest. We are using a React 19 here. Great. We are going to return from this hook, okay, a couple of things. And now like I said, we are on our left side, okay, on our left side there will be what, uh, there will be like followers, right? So we need to get from them, yeah, we need to, so we'll just get all the users and get the followers from them, okay, from for our active user ID. So yeah, let's just get the users. So we say like users, we already have our initial data dot users, let's just pass in. Okay, what else do we need? We need one active user too, right? So let's just create that active user. Let's say like const active user equals, let's use memo. Okay, yeah, so it's like find the active viewer object from the list of all the users. Okay, yeah, if so we'll say like in our use memo, let's get our initial data dot users dot, let's just find for the active user ID like this, from all the users. Let's check if the user dot ID equals to active user ID. If it's not present for some reason, then we can say like let's get the first one, because this is mock data anyways. Okay, and yeah, let's have the dependencies for our use memo. This will change whenever our one second, this will be recalculated whenever our active user ID change or our initial data dot users change. Great. What is the issue here? Expected to got one. Okay, maybe it's because of this. We are calling find. Oh, they are inside, not inside this. Okay, so this is find. So when we have found it, let's add this one here. So this is like when we have found it. If we haven't found it, then just give us that user. Okay, great. Now we have our active user. Let's just pass our active user in here. Okay, for others to use. Okay, fine. Yeah, now let's have one for the search query too. So let's do like search query. This will be a state. So we'll say like search query set search query, because we will be using it later to filter our results, right? So use state, oh, it should be use state. Okay, let's keep the default value to empty like this. So yeah, let's just pass in this search query too. Okay, so we'll say like search query, let's pass in so others can use it. We should also pass in our set search query so they can set the value, right? Okay, search query and set search query. Now let's just get those filtered users. So we'll say like const filtered users equals use memo. Again, this time I will check carefully. So let's get the query. Okay, but we'll get the query using our use deferred. So let's just create that. Say like const deferred search query like this. Use deferred value, pass in our search query here. So use deferred value delays reacting to rapid change. Okay, because the user can type immediately, but filtering can lag behind slightly for a smoother rendering of our UI. Okay, now yeah, going back to our filtered users, we can say that const query is default search query. Let's just trim it. Okay, and to remove spaces. After trimming, if the query is not there, okay, we'll just return maybe initial data of the users. Okay, right? Okay, because we need to filter these, right? Let's just give it back. Otherwise, filter them. So initial data dot users dot filter. Okay, filter. Let's get the user, and we'll say like, okay, okay. So we'll filter it with name, handle, and bio. So we'll say it like this: dollar user dot name, do a space, dollar user dot, why do I have $2? Okay, dollar user dot, something is wrong, I can feel it. Why am I not getting the value for the user? I hate when this happens. Let me just remove this. Okay, because I missed this one here. Okay, 1 second. Like this, and put in dollar user dot handle here. Okay, and also dollar user dot bio. We are going to filter it based on these three. I could have just created a variable, come on, like this. Okay, let's name it like filter by or something. Okay, great. So yeah, so we'll say like filter by dot to lowercase dot. Let's check if it includes our query, like this. Okay, what is it saying? Typo. Okay, it should be like capital B. Okay, yeah, filter by, and it should recalculate whenever our deferred search query changes and whenever our data change. So users. Okay, so we have our filtered users. Let's give it back. Great. Okay, what's next? We should also have, because we need the followers, right? On the left side, the viewer will be following many targets. So we need those ones also, correct? So yeah, let's just create that. So we'll be creating a state to save that following IDs. Okay, we'll keep the default value to our target user IDs because we already got it inside our initial data. So we'll say like 1 second, we have initial data here. So you can say like uh, const following IDs, like this, set following IDs. Okay, we'll say like use state use state string array, because our following IDs is a string array, and let's keep the default values to initial data dot following dot target user IDs, like this. Great. So let's just give it back like following IDs. Great. Now next we need, right, which which current user is selected for the timeline, which is on the right side. So let's have a state for that too. Say like let me just copy this. Okay, I will say like it should be like selected timeline user. Yeah, or we can say like selected timeline user ID, right? So it would be better like selected timeline user ID. Let me just copy this and keep this here and keep the S capital. So selected timeline user ID. So we should keep the default value as active user ID, because by default, like I said, we'll be using our active user ID as the for the feed on the right side. Great. Let's pass in the same selected timeline user ID in here. Okay, so our app shell can use it later. Okay, now when we change the user from our drop down, we'll be creating a function, right? So yeah, so let's also pass it, which will just set our, or we could have just pass in the set directly, but yeah, let's just do it like that. Okay, so we'll say like function select timeline user, like this, pass in our user profile which you need to select, and then let's just call our user ID and say like user dot ID, like this. This should be set selected. Great. Now let's just pass in this one too. Okay, now we need to create one more function for toggling of follow. Yeah, let's just create that. So it should be like after our filtered users. Yeah, let's just create it here. So async, this will be an async function. So function handle follow toggle, like this, pass in our target user ID string. Okay, this will give us a promise of follow response, if you remember. uh what is this? Okay, promise of follow response. Great. Okay, then we'll say like let's get the currently following. Okay, because from our following IDs, if we check if uh, if we are currently following this target user ID, then this toggle should unfollow, otherwise it will follow. Correct. So like let's check if it's currently following, like this. Okay, we'll just say like if following IDs dot includes our target user ID, like this. Okay, and get the response like that. Okay, so our response will be like, okay, it will be like let's just check if we are currently following. If we are, then we'll say like await feed API dot unfollow user, pass in our active user ID and our target user ID to unfollow it. Otherwise we'll just say await feed API dot follow user, pass in our active user ID and target user ID, like this. So this way we'll get our response. We'll just return our response, and also we will update our follow state, because we already have a following IDs, right? This one. So if we are like unfollowing or following, they should know. So we'll say like set following IDs. Okay, get the previous ID. Let's say like previous state, and yeah, let's just check if we have to remove our at. Okay, if currently following, then we'll just filter it out. uh, Filter, get the ID, like this. Let's just check if ID is not equal to target user ID. Okay, otherwise if you are not following now, if we are following before and now we are not following, then we'll say like previous, no, I'm saying it wrong. One second. If we are unfollowing the user, then it should filter. Okay, if we are following, then it should add, but at the very first. That's what I'm doing here. Okay, I'm using this spread operator. Okay, then we should yeah, now after following someone, what should happen? There are multiple things that can happen, right, when we are following or unfollowing. First of all, we are already setting our following IDs, so this is fine. This will be used in our left panel. Then the user's home feed, that will be on the middle. that should update, that should refresh. And also on the right side, if the current user, okay, if the current users, our active user, has timeline open, right, uh, or the, yeah, yeah, if it has timeline open, then should that be affected too? uh, no, that should not happen. But yeah, this refresh all will be called later too, right? uh, like uh, like if we are adding a post, then if the active users timeline is present on the right side, then we have to refresh that too. Okay, maybe we'll keep all the logic for that refreshing in one place. Yeah, yeah, I think that will be correct. So for now, let's just keep it as it's. We will do it later. Okay, let's do like await refresh all, like this. Okay, let's just comment it out for now and add a to do, write it. Okay, so we are done with our handle follow toggle. Let's pass in. Great. Okay, now let's just go to our app shell. Okay, then we will write some okay in here. Yeah, then in our app.tsx, and yeah, we can write some HTML there. Not in our app.tsx, in our sorry, in our app shell.tsx, because that will have our dashboard. Great. So yeah, we are working on the left side now. Great. So now yeah, let's get our, we already have our active user ID. Yeah, let's get our navigate, which will be useful, equals use navigate from router, and use search params also. Okay, because if the user is searching for something, okay, then then I think it should affect the params. No, not for the searching. What I am thinking is that if you are viewing one user's timeline, then it will show on the URL, right? That we are viewing this one. But then from the drop down, if you are changing that user, then it should affect the URL too. Great, yeah. So yeah, use search params, like this. Okay, yeah, let's get what we created from our hook, what we returned from our hook. Let's get all of them. Okay, so it's like const, we have const equals use what was it called, use feedme dashboard, pass in our active user ID, like this. We will have active user, we will have our what else do we have? We have search query. Okay, we have set search query, we have filtered users, we have following IDs, we have selected timeline user ID, select timeline user to select the user, and we have one for the toggle. Great, these are red because it's not used yet, that's why it's showing red. Maybe I need to fix it. Yeah, let's create a state. Okay, for our search, we say like const is search open, and let's also set is search open, set is search open. Let's keep the state as false, like this. Okay, and if we are like following something, so then we click on it. Let's also, because it's in pending state, let's also get that state too in. Okay, so follow busy ID, set follow busy ID, like this. Okay, let's just keep the default value to null. Okay, so string or null like this. Let's keep the default value to null. Great. What else do we need? I think this is fine. Yeah. Okay, and now let's just type in some HTML because we haven't done it yet. So let's just remove this and add a div here with class name. I have already created my CSS, so let's keep it like that. Page shell header, and let's just keep the class name to top bar like this. And then we need inside this, we need one div with a class name as brand, and then we are going to have one h1 with feed me as our brand name, and then we are going to have p tag saying like it's a social feed like this. Okay, yeah, we have our div. Inside we have our headers. Great, let's see how it looks like. Okay, we have feed me and social feed. Now, yeah, now we are going to have, yeah, just inside here, let's have a drop down for viewer, so we can change our viewers, and then our home feed, which is in the middle, and our follows and unfollows for that, which is on the left, will change related to that viewer. So by default, we will take it from our URL, which is the active user ID, and then user can change it, and then we will also change the URL. So yeah, so we'll say like this will be a second div. We'll say like div, let's keep the class name as top bar actions like this, and then inside let's keep the label and with class name of top bar select label. Okay, then let's just keep the name as viewer for our label. Inside it, let's keep inside the label, let's keep the select. Okay, with the class name of, this should be your top bar select. So uh, let's keep like toolbar select. Okay, yeah, toolbar select label. This should be toolbar select label. This should be toolbar select. Great. Now after the class, we should also have the value in here, which is our default value, which is active user ID. Active user ID like this, and then whenever we change it, okay, we will have our function body like this. We will have our event, and then let's get the params, because we need to change the params to in the URL. So we'll say like new URL search params, search params like this. Let's set the params to param dot set. Let's set the user to event dot target dot value like this. Okay, and we'll just navigate to that to change our URL. So search params dot to string like this. Okay, we have used navigate, so what's the issue? This should be to string. Okay, fine, great. Now inside our select, okay, it will be like, let's loop through the users that we already got. We got it right. My system is slow. Let me just stop my I don't know, maybe it's trying to save the cache. Okay, let's try where are our users? I didn't pass in the users. Do I even have the users inside my use FeedMe pad dashboard? We had our users, so okay, I didn't pass it. So let's just keep users here. Great. Now let's just users dot map. Let's loop through the user. Okay, so we will have one user Okay, and then 1 second, yeah, we are mapping through it. Okay, then let's have one more bracket like this. Okay, in here we are going to have our option with key as, yeah, key will be user dot id. Okay, and then we need the value will be user dot id too. Let's keep both the same, and user dot id, and the option name will be user dot name. Great, so that's our user drop down from where we will select the user. Great, so this is our top bar action, and this is our top bar. Yeah, I think we are done with our top bar. Let's just close it like this. Yeah, now let's just start our 3 column setup. Okay, so our top bar looks like this. We can select our users. Great. Now in here, let us start with main. Okay, so this is our main area. Let's just put the class name as workspace, and then also we need 3 columns, so 3 column. Okay, now let's put our section. Okay, section element with class name will be column stack, because we are stacking the column on the left side. Okay, one will be, it will be just cards. One will have our following, and others will be having our suggested users, which the viewer that's selected in the top bar can follow. Class will be column stack like this. Okay, then inside this we will have one more section. Fine, and then we will say like class name will be panel, and also let's keep a roster panel, roster hyphen panel like this. Okay, and then inside this section let's have one more div, say like class name has panel header, and also we need search here, so we will add panel head search class. Okay, then inside this div we will create one more div with a class name as panel title with search, panel title with search. Okay, this should have our title. So inside it we will add a p tag with class name as, let's keep it as eyebrow, the class name, and we'll say like following like this. Okay, and after this p tag we'll add one more div. Okay, this will be for our username, so we can say like class name panel title row. Okay, inside it we are going to have h2. Let's have h2 and active user name, active user dot name. Great. Now we are going to have button. Okay, I think we can use it like this. Button. Can you do it like this? Like type button. If I say like, okay, we can't. Okay, so okay, we have our active user name. We should keep it like button, and then we'll say like inside this button, for this button let's set properties like aria expanded will be our search is open or not, which we got from the hook, and then aria label will say like is search open, then we'll say like hide search. Okay, otherwise we'll say like show search. Great, and we should say like class name icon hyphen button. Okay, and let's do type equals button, and then on click of this we'll set our search open to the we will just toggle it. the state. So set is search open. Let's get the previous state. Which is not previous, like this. Okay, then inside this button, so we are just toggling the state here. Now we'll use our icon, which is fi search. Fine. Now after this div, we have our search, then this button, then this div, then after this div, let's show that input field, but if search is open. So we say like is search open. Okay, like this. Say like input. Let's just close this input. Okay, then we'll say like aria label, keep it like search people. Okay, and then class name search input. Okay, and then let's keep the placeholder as search, and then value will be our search query. Okay, we also got it. Value will be search query, and on change we will set this search query. We already use deferred value in this, if you remember. I think, yeah. Okay, get the event, and set search query will be our event dot target dot value. Great. Okay, so this search query will be called here. Okay, it will just set the value here directly. It won't do anything else. Okay, then we will get this search query later, because this will change, right? And you will get our filtered users based on this search query. Okay, yeah, this is fine. Let's go back to where we were. Okay, so this is fine. Is search open? Let's show this. Otherwise, we'll keep as null. Great. Yeah. Now, so this is our search, right? So after null, we have this with one div and second div. Now after this, we'll show our user list. Okay. So because this is our followed users, so we can say like div like this, and then class name equals user list. Okay, and then inside it we'll say like let's check like okay, if we have follow users, then we will render our users cards for all our followed users. Okay, so let's do that. So let's get our followed users. Let's check if our followed users are, if we have followed users. Okay, so for that we need to create the state first for our followed and suggested. We already have users, but we don't have our state, right? So let's just create a state. So we don't need the state, actually we already have the followed users. So let's just do like this: followed users equals from the filtered users that we already have. Let's just filter it based on our because we already have our active user ID. Okay, we can check if in the following IDs that we have, because these tells us like the user is following these following IDs, so we can get the followed users from that. Correct. So pass in our user. Let's check if user dot id is not equal to active user ID. Let's just filter ourselves from here, right? Because remember in following IDs we will be getting ourselves too. So let's just filter ourselves first, and then we can say like if following IDs dot includes our user dot ID, then only get those. This way we will get all our followed users, and similarly we will get the suggested users. So we'll say like suggested users, but in here this is correct, we don't want ourselves, but let's do not here. This way we'll get the users that we haven't followed. So we have followed users, we also have suggested users. Okay, let's go back to where we were. Great. We were inside our column, yeah, inside our user list. Now in here we are going to do these are followers, so followed users, let's check if we have it. If it is greater than 0, then we are going to render our user cards. We haven't created that method, so it will just give us another component. Let's just call render user cards, but state is followed for the following. Okay, followed users. Let's just give me that. Otherwise we'll say like class name, put it as empty text like this, and we'll say like okay, one second, class empty text, we say like no followed users, right? No followed users yet, like this. Now after this section here, okay, after this first section, we'll say like section with a class name again of panel and roster panel like this, and then we'll say like div class name of panel header, and then inside it we'll have one more div, okay, with p tag, and then we'll say like class name of eyebrow. Here we'll say like suggested, and as an h2 we'll say like discover people, like this. Great. So we have this section with two divs and two divs. Yeah, correct. Then great. Okay, and yeah, and still in the same section, after this discover people, after these two divs, we'll say like div, if it's empty, we'll say like class name user list, and then let's check our suggested users if they are empty or not. Dot length is greater than 0, then we are going to render user cards, but this time for the suggested. So suggested, like this. Okay, we'll say like otherwise. Let's just use this same thing in here. Okay, empty text, we'll say like no suggestions right now. Okay, great. So this should be like question mark here. Fine. So this will be our left. I think we are done with our left column. Let's create this render user cards. So yeah, on the top in here, yeah, let's create a user card first, okay, because we will be using that one here. So components, new file, user card dot tsx, like this. Okay, now we'll say like type user card props. Okay, so it will be like user profile, right? We'll have the user profile, and we'll also have this is the user class. So because from this we can also select the user on our right side. If you remember, on the right side we are going to have user timeline. So when we click on this card, there will be like show feed for that particular user. On the far right side we can see the feed of that user. So say like is selected, to see like if it's the selected timeline user, timeline user, it will be a boolean, and then Let's also say like if it's following or not, because then we have to show if it's follow, if the viewer is following this, then we should show an unfollow button there so the user can unfollow it. Yeah, otherwise we'll show the follow button. So this will be like that boolean. Following, yeah, is following will be like boolean, and then when we have clicked on it, so it will go to loading state, then it will show the new state. So it will be busy for some time when it's loading. So let's say like is busy boolean, and on select of timeline user will have a function, right? So on select timeline user the function, this will be the type for that function. We'll have our user profile which won't return anything, so let's keep void. Okay, and then yeah, now this will be for the selection of timeline, and we need one for the toggling of follow unfollow. What will the function then will, it will be like on toggle follow, like this. Okay, we'll pass in the user ID, okay, which you need to follow or unfollow, and it will give us a promise back. Okay, so promise of void, like this. Okay, this should be small v. Great. So these are our type user card props. Let's say this one again. Now like export function user card, like this, and let's do the same thing in here, like user, and we have is selected timeline user, and then we have is following, and what else we have is busy. Let's get all of them here. We have on select timeline user, we have on toggle follow. Great. And this will be of type user card props, like this. Just great. Yeah. Okay. Now what we are going to do is we'll just return our template. So return, okay, we'll say like article, or keep the class name as, it depends on our selected timeline user. So we'll say like user card, and then let's also pass our timeline user. Okay, we'll say like is a selected timeline user. If it is selected timeline, then we will style it differently. We'll pass in the active. Okay, and pass in our active class. Fine. Otherwise, we'll say like active, like this. Great. So now we are done with this. Now inside this, we'll have one div, and then inside that div, we'll have one more div. Say like class name equals user heading. Okay, and then we will have the username here. So h3, let's have user dot name. Okay, and then let's check if it's a hot user, then we will show the batch. If it's a hot user, we'll say like span. Okay, so the class name will be heat badge. Let's add the heat badge for this, and we'll say like hot. Okay, otherwise null. Great. Okay, so we have this, and then after this div, let's also add the handles. So class name will be handle. Say like at user dot handle, and then also add the bio. So class name will be bio, and we'll say like user dot bio. Great. Then after this div, let's have one more div with class name as user card actions. Okay, we'll use button. Great. Then this button will have the class name of ghost button, and it will be type of button. Fine. And then on click of this, Okay, on click we can say like, okay, we will call our on select timeline user. Okay, from here on select timeline user, uh, name it, yeah, let's just pass in our user and that's it. And then our button title will be like, let's check if it is a selected timeline user, then we'll say like you're already viewing it. Okay, otherwise we'll say like open the feed. Great. So we have this. Okay, we have our user card actions. We should have one more for our follow. So button with class name of primary button, and let's keep the type as button, and let's just keep the disabled to yeah, if it's busy then we will keep it to disabled. Is busy, like this. Okay, then we'll keep it to disabled. Now let's have one for the on click again. On click, we'll call this on toggle follow. This will be this will give us a promise, but we won't have that, we won't handle that, so let's just keep the void there. Okay, so user dot id, like this. Okay, fine. Now we will add text here. So let's see if it's busy, then we'll say like updating. Okay, otherwise we'll let's check if is following is true, then we have to say like unfollow, right? Unfollow, otherwise we'll say like follow. Great. So our user card is fine now. Awesome. Now inside our app shell.tsx, we need to create this render user card button, render user card function. So let's just create this before here. So we can say like function render user cards. Okay, we'll pass in the user ID of the group that we want. This can be like of the type followed, which already passed, or it will be suggested, like this. And then let's get the source. Okay, if it's users ID group, if it's equal to followed, we'll set the source to followed users, otherwise we set the source to suggested users. Okay, from the source we are going to now loop. So source dot map. Okay, we will have each user here. Okay, and let's pass in our user card now. So it will be user card. Okay, our let's have our key first. Key equals will be user dot id. Okay, then we need user is selected. Let me just keep them in their separate lines, that it's visible. Okay, for our user will pass in user. For our selected timeline user, what do we have? Is select, yeah, we can say like if the user that is passed, if it's equal to the user, because we already have a selected timeline user, right? We have this selected select timeline selected timeline user ID. We will get it from our initial users. I think we should create it inside our hook. Okay, yeah, let's do it that way. So in here we'll say like inside our hook we'll say like const selected timeline user equals use memo. Okay, we'll do like initial data dot users dot find. Okay, find a user whose user dot id equals to our selected timeline user ID, because we already have that, right? And if we don't find it, then we will just pass in our active user as the default. Okay, great. Okay, and now for our use member, we will change it for if our active user changes and if our data changes, right? And if our selected timeline user ID changes like this, let us pass it. Okay, yeah, now we can have it from our here uh, selected timeline user. Don't confuse it with select timeline user. This is a function when we will be selecting the timeline users. This is different. This is selected. Okay, now where we were is okay under our user card. Okay, so we will say like selected timeline user. Okay, but yeah, but we will check here like is selected timeline user. We can do it like if user dot id equals to selected timeline user id, right? This timeline id is coming from here. Okay, we are setting it when we are selecting the timeline user. It won't change when we have this active user, right? I think we should get it from here. Yeah, because this is the use memo and it will have the data. This will have the updated data, so we should not pass in selected timeline user ID anyway. Okay, we should only have selected timeline user. It will have all the data. So let me just remove this selected timeline user ID. Okay. Sorry. Now we can say like selected timeline user dot ID. Okay, then we can say like we have selected that user. And then is following, we say like if it is inside our following IDs, we already have that, right? Following IDs dot includes user dot ID. And if it's busy, then we already have follow busy ID, right? So follow busy ID equals to user dot ID. Okay, and also on select timeline user, we say like select timeline user. This should be the function with select timeline user. We'll pass in that, and now on toggle follow. This will call our toggle. We say like this will be an async. So let's get the user ID. We will have the user ID, and because it will be called by user card. If you remember, on toggle follow, it's passing the user ID. We are creating the body of that function. Okay, so we'll say like this. We'll say like let's try and let's keep a try there, and finally, okay, we say like set follow busy ID to user ID, right? Because we will be following, and this will call actual. This will be an actual call handle follow toggle, pass in our user ID, and then finally, yeah, even if there was an error, we'll still set follow busy ID to null. Great. So we are done with this. Okay, yeah, let's just close this. Okay, like this. Yeah, for each one of them, we will be showing the map. I think it's fine. It should work now. Let's just check our UI. Okay, UI looks good, and toggling is also working by default. I think it's showing true. Uh, Search open is false. If search is open, we should say like, yeah, hide search. If you are clicking on that button, this is fine. Okay, if search is open, then we should show like this. Okay, great. Now it will be closed. Okay, now the toggling is working fine. And we have suggested, great. Where open feed, it's changing. See, it's clicking. So this is fine. On the right side, we'll be having the feed for this user, and the middle we will be having the viewer's feed. So nice, users are coming nicely. Let's see if our following is hitting or not. Opening my network. Let's just unfollow. It's updating and going in suggested. See, now we are unfollowing all three. Let's just refresh. They are still there. Awesome. Let's just follow them again. Nice. So yeah, follow is working. Let me just commit it. Left top bar and left panel done. Okay. Yeah. Commit. That's it. Now let's just start working on our middle portion. Fine. Now for the middle portion, let's go to, we need the home feed, right? And we need one button in the on the below that will be a load more home. Okay, so that function. Great. So from our user FeedMe dashboard, let's load that. Let's have a state. Okay, we can say like a const. Okay, a const and then home feed and set home feed equals use state timeline page response. Okay, we'll pass in our home feed from initial data that we already corrected. Great. And we should also have one for the selected user feed. Okay, that we will do for the right column. I'm just trying to do it here. Selected user feed. We say like set selected user feed equals again use state timeline page response, and this will be for the profile field. So initial data dot profile feed. So we have both of them. Nice. So this is for the home feed, but yeah, on the top of our home feed will be our uh, composer, right? A message post composer. So we should, yeah, so we should have for them, we should create a composer user ID, because there will also be a drop down for the composer. You a different user can post the post. So yeah, const composer user ID set composer user ID equals use state, pass in our active user ID as default. By default, it will be our active user ID who can compose. We can then change it. Great. Yeah, let's just composer user ID set. Yeah, we need to pass this set composer user ID. Let's just give it for the usage. Great. Let's have one for the composer user. Yeah, let's also have composer user. So composer user will again use memo. Okay, and then we'll say like initial data dot users dot find user dot id equals to composer user id. Like that. If it's not present, then we know like we will give our active user active user back, and it will change if the active user change, and if the composer user id change, and if our initial data dot users change. Right, let's give this to great. Now we need, there will be a form in our HTML, so we need to submit that form. We are going to use a new hook like useActionState from React. So it will be like, it is designed for form style actions. It will return us the current action state, so like our post state, and it will also return a function that can be attached to the form action like submit post, and it will also return us the pending state, whether the action is currently pending. So we are going to have like post state, which is our current state, and submit post inside our, we are inside our hook, and we'll have our loading state, so like is posting. Okay, we'll use like use action state. Okay, let's set the type of the state shape that will be returned by our by the React's use action state for the post form. So we'll set the type as type post action state equals error string or null. This will be our error, and then submitted to boolean. By default we won't have any error, so it will be null when the page is loading. We haven't done anything, so our error will be null and submitted will be false. Okay, now yeah, now let's go back to our use action state. We'll say like the state, let's pass in the state will be for our post action. We'll say like post action state, and then the form data that we are going to pass. Great, now it will be an async. So this is our function. Okay, so we'll say async. We will have our previous state like this, and then our form data. Great, so it will be called this async function. So what we will say like const. Okay, we have this. We have our use action state. You say like yeah. Now this use action state will have a default value, right? Our initial action state. Let's pass that. One is our async function, and other will be our default action state, which will be like error, like I said, error null, and submitted to false like this. Now you can see like we have this post action state now. Okay, and this is our form data which will be provided by us from use action state. Now we can use it here. So this will be called when we are submitting the form. So we will have the content. Let's use string. Okay, to get the content, we'll just change into string. So we'll say like form data dot get content. If it's not there, then we'll just keep it to empty. Okay, and then let's just trim the spaces. Okay, so we have our content. Let's check if after trimming we don't have anything. Then we'll say like return our state like error. We can say like write something worth shipping or something. Okay, write something worth shipping, and set our, because we haven't submitted, so we can say like submitted to false like this. Okay, if there is no content, and if we check like if content dot length is maybe greater than 200. Okay, we'll say like return error posts are capped at 200 characters by the API, because we have done that, right? Then let's do that submitted equals to false, because we didn't submit it. Okay, so we have these checks. Now let's just get the author ID. Okay, so say like const author ID equals again string, changing it to string. Let's get the author ID. So form data dot get author ID, and if it's not present, then we already have a composer user ID, right? Let's just get it. Great. Okay, then we'll say like cons created. Now we are creating our post. So we'll say like await feed API dot create post. We already created that. It needs our author ID and our content. Great. Now we are not going to change. We are going to be optimistic about it. So we will create an optimistic item. Okay, so we will add to our feed automatically without waiting for the API. Okay, so let's create that const. But but we will be having a post item, right? We need to change it to feed item to add to our feed. So we'll like optimistic item equals map to map post to feed item like this. Okay, pass in our created. This will be our post response. So great. So this will be our optimistic item. Then we will use a start transition, which is another one. Okay, this says to react like this is important what we have done here, but you can delay it. Okay, so our UI doesn't become laggy and our UI is smooth. So yeah, so it's not like super important. You can delay the rendering of this. We will set our home feed to previous. Let's get the previous one first, and then uh, yeah, we have the previous, and then we'll set it like okay. In here, we'll say like return this previous data. Then we will change the total items previous dot total items. Write it +1. Okay, because we just added a new item. Okay, and then we'll say like items equals our, let's add the optimist item at the very first because this is a new. Then we'll say like previous dot items. We'll add the rest of the items. So this is our optimistic update. Great. So this was for our home feed. Great. Yeah. And if also, for example, if the viewer ID, okay, for example, if the right side timeline belongs to the same author, not the viewer ID, because if we have just changed by default, our viewer ID is the author ID too for the post. But if we have changed the post author, so on the right side, if the same author is the viewer, so its home feed should come. Right, or if the viewer is just someone who is following that author, then the home feed should come. But if on the right side we are viewing the timeline of the author, that should also get updated, right? So let us check that first. If author ID equals to our selected timeline user ID, selected timeline user ID, we have that. Then we will set selected user feed, we have it, right? Then get the previous, we just need to update that to the same way like we did for the feed. Okay, and get the previous like this, get the total items. Again, it's a optimistic update. So total items +1 like this, and then our items will be having optimistic item comma dot previous dot items like this. Okay, so we are finished with our uh, transition. Now we can say after this, we'll say like return error null and submitted. Right now we have submitted, so submitted equals true. Great. Let's just create this map post to feed item. Fine. So I'll just create it at top here. It would be like function map post to feed item. It will have post. Okay, we can just wait for the type. Okay, this is a good way to learn that. We will use awaited from the TypeScript. Okay, so we'll use the return type of the one coming from the feed. So we'll say like type of, okay, type of feed API dot create post. So whatever is coming from the create post, set the type from that, and we have to wait for it, right? That's why it's awaited, as this is a promise. Did you understand? So we will get here post response. See, so that's a good thing. Then we will have a feed item because we are changing it into that, because this is our for our optimistic. Okay, I haven't. Okay, imported it. Now we can say like return post ID. Okay, post dot ID like this. Let's return author ID, which will be post dot author ID. Author handle will be post dot author handle. We have author name, post dot author name. We have content, post dot content. We have created at, post dot created at, and then we will have a ranking score. Okay, so this will be like at the top. Okay, let's keep it at the top by default. Okay, let's keep the delivery strategy as fan out plus cache refresh. It can change later, right, when we get the value. So this is fine, and our ranking reason will be like fresh post boosted for immediate visibility, because that's what we are doing, right? Okay, ranking score is expecting a string. Let's just change that. In our feed item, ranking score should be number, like this. Okay, this is fine now. Okay, so we have this working in our use feed me. Yeah, let's just give this post state submit percent is posting back. What was post state submit post and is posting. Great, so we gave it back. What's the issue here? Home feed selected user feed. We also need to send it. So home feed selected user feed. No more error there. So it was not actually error. It was just like you haven't used it. So it's a good thing. Yeah. Now inside our app shell dot uh, tsx. Uh, okay. So we have our div. We have our section. Let's create one more section. This was for this column. Right, this was for this column. This is our first column. Yeah, let's have another one. So it will be like again a column stack. So section, this is our middle column now. Section column stack. Great. We can say like section class name panel. This will be compose panel. Uh, compose panel. Composer panel actually. Okay, composer panel. Then we can say like div with class name of, this will be our panel header. Fine, and then let's have a div inside it. Let's have p class name of eyebrow. We'll say like create post, and then h2 what's happening, like this. Okay, then after two divs, let's have a form. So we'll say like slash form. Okay, let's use action. Here we will use our submit post. Oh, we didn't get it. Come on. Okay, so what do we need? We need post state, we need is posting, we need submit post, we need composer user, we need, I think, set composer ID. I don't know. Okay, so we have our submit post, which will be called on the action. And then let's put the class name as composer form. Okay, now inside let's have our label. We'll say like class name as composer select label. Okay, we'll say like post as what? Okay, as let's select that. Select. Let's add the class name as composer select. Do we have that? Yeah. Composer select. Then the name will be, which will be sent, will be author ID. Okay, and the value will be like composer user. It should be composer user ID. We don't have that. Nope. Yeah. Let's have like composer, because we will be getting this value, right? So we should also have like composer user ID, or maybe no, let's just do it. Okay, from here let's just pass in our composer user ID here too. So composer user ID, we just passed in our composer user. Great, so we will have composer user ID. Now in here, yeah. So it will be like composer user ID, and on change of this we'll say like, let's get the event, and we'll use our set composer ID. Composer user ID will pass in our user, not user. What is this? One second. We know I don't want to pass in user. We want to pass in event dot target dot value, like this. Okay, let's just keep it on separate line like this. Okay, fine. So this will be on change, and then inside it let's have our users. So it will be like all the users dot map user. Then let's have option. Okay, let's keep the key as yeah, let's keep the key as user dot id, and the value will be user dot id. Okay, now inside this we'll say like user dot name, and also let's add our this one. So we'll say like one second. We will have, oh okay, let's keep it outside. Okay, user dot name and then space, and let's add at user dot handle. There's something wrong here. Users dot map. Okay, this should be curly. No, oh, this should not be curly like this. Okay, now we have this. This will be for the map closing, and this one. Okay, fine. So we have our drop down. So right now it looks like this. Okay, great. Yeah, let's have that text box now. So after this label, we'll add our text area. So text area, let's keep the name as content. Let's keep the max length too. It should be 200 if you remember. Yeah, 200. Let's keep the placeholder as uh, yeah, let's use the user's name to make it more interactive. Say like what's on your mind? What's on your mind? And then dollar. We have our composer user dot name. Okay, let's just get okay, let's just split it. Okay, so split with space because it will have spaces. Let's get the first one. Okay, then maybe add a question mark like this. Okay, let's have rows like only 4 rows. So that would be our text area. Now let's just close this text area. We don't want anything. Okay, yeah, text area. Now after this text area, let's have our buttons. So div class name, it will be composer footer, and then we'll use our p tag to give the state. Like it will be our post state dot if we have our error. So if error is there, we'll say like uh, so it's like if error is not there. Okay, we'll say like share and update. Okay, yeah, great. Let's use button class name. Okay, so class name will be like primary button, and let's keep the type to submit this time, right? Because it's for the form, and keep it disabled if we have is posting that we also got from our use active state. If it was like no use action state, sorry. Okay, and then we can say like is posting. Other will say like post for our button title. Great. So that fixes our this section, right? Yeah. Now inside this we can have our feed panel now after this. Sorry, after this section. So it looks like this. Great. Yeah. Let's just have our feed panel here so we can see this in action. Okay. Now. Yeah. Now after this section, let's have one more section like this. We'll again keep it like class name is panel, but it will be feed panel. Okay, and then we'll say like div class name is panel header. Then we will have one div. Then we should have one p tag with class name as eyebrow. We'll say like this is a home timeline. Okay, then we'll use h2. We'll say like active user dot name. Active user names feed like this. Yeah, unlike this. Let's remove this. What is the issue? Okay, I have to use this one here. Let's just remove this. Okay, so to say like the name and then that user's feed. Great. Now, yeah, we will be creating one feed card. Yeah, let's just create that. So our components, let's create new file feed card. Okay, so it will be like export function. It should be tsx. Come on. Dot tsx like this feed card. Okay, yeah, we need to pass in our props. So type feed card props will be like we will have our feed item. Okay, and then we will have our we will be showing like how did it came. We will show it from our delivery strategy. Okay, so like if it came from hybrid pull or it came from fan out. So we say like show source pill. Okay, let's keep it to, it can be null too. Okay, so boolean. Now in here we'll say like again item or show source bill, uh, like this. Great. Now we'll keep it to lives. Yeah, like just keep it to true by default. Okay, and keep it like feed card props. Great. Okay, we will get this delivery label, say like from a function. So delivery source label like this. So say like get delivery source label, pass in our item here. Great. Show source bill. Okay, it's not used. That's why it's showing error. Then let's just use return article. Okay, so the class name should be like feed card. Inside it we'll be using div. So class name will be like feed card header. Okay, let's use one div again. Then inside we will have h3. We'll say like our item author name. So author name, and then we will have our p tag. Okay, inside it we can say like at for the author handle. Okay, then let's use like maybe like hyphen like this. And when it was created, that we'll just format it to relative time. Say like format relative time like this. Okay, and then pass in our created at. So item dot created at like this. Okay, we will create that functions later. Then after div, let's check if we have source bill. If we have it, then we'll use our delivery source label. Okay, yeah. Then we'll check if delivery source label is present. Then we'll say like have a span with class name. Okay, with class name of source bill. Okay, we'll use our delivery source label like this. Let's have it in here. Okay, let's have 1 second. Let me just keep this here. Okay, so delivery source bill. Inside we will have our delivery source label. Otherwise we'll say like a null. Great. Okay, now we will have our div. Now after this we should have our class name for our feed content. So feed content will pass in our item dot content like this. Great. Let's create this. Yeah, let's maybe have a separate in our lib, because we will be using this in our user feed too. We can say like this for the displaying. So you can see like feed display dot ts like this. Okay, let's have this function here. We'll say like export function uh, get delivery source label like this. Have our item, have our feed item. It will give us string or null. Okay, let's have the strategy first. Say like item dot delivery strategy dot, let's change it to lowercase. Now we'll say like if strategy dot includes our hybrid, then we will return hybrid full like this. And it will say like if strategy dot includes a fan out, or maybe I don't remember if we passed a hyphen or not. So if strategy dot includes fan out like this. Then we will return like fan out. Otherwise, let's just return null. Great. Now let's go back to our feed card. Okay, let's reuse this. Fine. Did I import a feed item? Yeah. Okay, we don't need it now. Let's have a helper function for our formatting. So we'll say like lib new file format.ts. Okay, so we are going to convert our ISO date string into a human readable relative label, such as 2 minutes ago, 3 hours ago, yesterday, like that. So let's do that. Export function format relative time, like this. Pass in our value here, string. Okay, we will be returning the string back. Great. Let's have the time. So we'll pass the incoming date string and convert it into a numerical timestamp, but in milliseconds. Okay, so we'll say like equals to new date, pass in our value dot get time, like this. Okay, now we will find the difference between the post time and the current time. Okay, then we will convert that milliseconds to minutes. Okay, if there's a, for example, negative value, that means that the time isn't passed. Okay, which is what we expect for for feed post, right? So like const diff in minutes equals math dot round. Let's round it. We'll say like time dot sorry, time minus date dot now, current time. So date dot now, and just divide it with because this is in milliseconds, right? So we should divide it by 60,000, like this. So this will be our difference in minutes. So yeah, now we will use our built-in formatter. Okay, so we get like natural labels like 1 minute ago, tomorrow, and others. Okay, so we'll say like const formatter equals new. We have this intel dot relative time format. We need English. Okay, we'll say like numeric equals auto. This will work. Okay, so this is our formatter, our built-in formatter. Okay, now we'll say like if the difference is less than an hour, show the result in minutes. All right, so we should say like if this can be in negative, so let's just use abstract. Abstract, we should change it to positive. Different minutes, difference in minutes is less than 60, like this. We'll just return our formatter dot format, pass in our difference in minutes, and then say like use minute. Great, this is our unit. Okay, otherwise we'll just convert minute to hours and round to the nearest whole hour. Okay, say like const diff in hours equals, let's just use round again, math dot round. Okay, pass in our diff in minutes divided by 60. This will be our diff in hours. Great. Now let us do it again. If math dot uh, abstract also, if it is mines, that diff in hours is less than 24, right? Because we are 24 hours in a day. Then we'll just use our formatter again. We'll just format it, pass in our diff in hours, but this time our a unit will be hour. So it will say like 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. And we should have one more for our days. So let's say like const diff in days equals again math dot round. like this. And yeah, as this is different days. 1 second. For our different hours, 24 hours. Okay, different minutes, different hours. So it should be mat.round different hours divided by 24, right? Divided by 24. Great. So this is our different days. Then here we'll say like return. Okay, formatter. This will be our last one, right? Format different days. Then we'll use like day, like this is the last one. Great. So this is our formatter. Now we are going to use this here. So let's just import it. Great. So we have our feed card now. Let's just go back to our app shell. We'll say like now we have our panel header. Inside our feed panel we have this, and then this is a closing div for our header, and we'll say like div class name feed list. This is for our feed list. Let's loop through our home feed. Didn't I get the home feed? Come on. Okay, so we had a home feed and we also had a selected user feed. Let's just have both of them. Okay, home feed dot, let's get the items and then map over them. We will have item like this, and then for each of them, yeah, we should use round brackets. We'll say like feed card, pass in our item, and then let's also have key. It will be our item dot post ID, right, as our key. Let's just close this. What is this error? Okay, great. Okay, now after this feed list will show like our feed footer, okay, which will have like load more post or something. We'll say like class name equals to feed footer, okay, and then p tag home feed dot, let's get the total items. We'll say like these are the posts, okay, then say like button class name, we'll use secondary button for this. It will be type of button. On click we'll use like load more home, which is a promise, so void, we're not using the returned value, so load more home. I didn't create that, so it will be like load more home. Okay, on clicking on that, then you'll say like disabled if home feed dot next cursor is not present, like this, right? Okay, so if the home feed dot next cursor is there, home feed dot next cursor is there, we'll say like load more posts. Other will say like no more posts, like this. Now this is fine. Now we need the right panel. Let's just pass in this load more feed, load more home. We need to create that inside our dashboard. We'll pass in here, right? Let's just create this. So where's our home feed? Okay, it's coming from the default, so we can say like, let's just do this here. Okay, async function load more home. Okay, we'll say like if home feed dot next cursor is present, we'll just, if it's not present, we'll just return correct. And then we say get the next page will be like await because we need to use our next cursor, right, to get the next sum. So we'll set a feed API dot get home feed, pass in our active user ID because this is the viewer. Then we'll say like home feed dot next cursor we already have, pass into this and we'll get the next page. And then again we use transition. Okay, inside it we'll set our home feed like this, and we'll say like dot 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 next page, and our items will be like dot dot dot, let's get the home feed dot items and add it and add our next page items to it. Great. Correct. So this will be our load more home. We will be returning from here. Great. Now in here we have load more home, which will be called from here. Awesome. Let's just check it. Okay, we have our posts. Ava has 3 posts. Let's just see. Ava will create the 4th post. This is my 4th post. Okay, fab out. I have written fab out. That's nice. Why is it only once? I don't know. Okay, hot. This should be fan out. Where's our fab out? Return fab out. This should be fan out. Okay, fine. And this here should be fan out too. So fan out, let's check now. Okay, we have all our fan outs now. Okay. Okay, and Ava is not following any one of them. Okay, let's just reload. We should have their post too, right? Okay, Marcus failed. You see, it didn't updated this because we haven't added that refresh, right? Yeah, we will do that later when we have our timeline. Let's just add for our Lena Tina. Okay. Hi, I am Lena, and actually my friend's name is Tina. Okay, Lena Tina's post is here. For the Marcus file, we have hybrid poll. Let's load more post. Okay, no more post. Total 11 post. Let's change the viewer to Marcus. Okay, Marcus Wales feed. Marcus is not following Ava, so we have our Ava's post. Okay, because we haven't refreshed it. Okay, if I do like a user 2 we have here, let's just show for user 2. Now Ava's post should not be here. Great. Because this is our Marcus file. It changed the user 2. This is our active user ID. Load more post. Great. Now inside our app shell.tsx, let's create let's create our user profile feed. Great. So we will have one more section now, one more column stack. Let's just keep it closed. Okay. Now we'll say like section class name. Okay. It will column stack. Inside there we will have one more section class name. This will be panel and then feed panel like this, and then we will have inside it one more div. Okay, this will be like let's say it like it is a panel header. Panel header. Let's also keep one more stacked like this, and then let's have panel title. Okay, we'll use like div with class name like uh, panel title with meta, this one. Okay, then yeah, let's have our meta row div class name panel panel meta row Okay, inside it we will have like a user timeline text. Okay, so p class name will be our eyebrow class name, and then we can say like user timeline like this. We'll say like if selected timeline user, we don't have the source label, right? For that, yeah, we should have the source label for our selected timeline user. We should say it like in here. Okay, let's have it here. We'll say like const selected timeline source label. We don't need to add the source labels to all of them, because that's only one particular user, and it can either be a hot user or a normal user. So we'll say like selected, we have a selected user feed already present. Let's get the length check. If the length is greater than 0, if it is, then we'll get the delivery source label for the first user. Okay, so we'll say like select items. Let's pass in our first item. Okay, otherwise we'll say like null, because it will be same for all of them. Okay, now let's go back. Yeah, let's just use that one here. We'll say like selected timeline source label. If it is present, then say like span. Okay, okay, so yeah, so if it is present, we'll say like class name is our source pill. Okay, we should add our selected source label like this if it's present. Otherwise, yeah, otherwise we will just yeah, otherwise we just keep it to null. Great, let me remove this. Yeah, this is fine. So we have our selected source pill. Now after this div, we say like s2 and have our name. So selected timeline user we already have, right? Selected timeline user dot, we'll have the name. We'll say like names post like this. Okay, now after this div, let's have our label. Say like class name toolbar select label. This will be for full width, so let's set a full width. Okay, then select like this, and then inside our select, this will be to select the users. Let's say like class name toolbar select, and the value will be like, okay, value will be like selected timeline user dot id. Okay, on change of this, okay, we should say like event. Great, let's get the next user, like next user equals users dot find user. Okay, so user dot id equals to event dot target dot value like this. Okay, so we will have our next user. Let's check it if next user is present. Great, we'll do like select. I don't think we have select. Oh, we have. So select timeline user, pass in our next user like this. Great. This should be inside. So yeah, like that. If next user present, select our timeline user. Now, yeah, now inside it we'll have our options. So users dot map. Okay, so let's have user like this, and we will have our options. So option. Okay, we will have our key as user dot id. Okay, and we will have our value as user dot id. Great, and our value will be like, and our name will be like user dot name. Let's have the name like this. There's something wrong. This should be users. Yeah, fine. So users, now we have our options. Now we will close our list. Great, our select. Okay, then we have our label, then we have our div. Now after this div, let's have our list. Okay, so class name will be feed list. Okay, let's have our feed here, selected user feed dot items dot map through them. We'll say like item. Then we already have our feed card, so let's reuse that feed card. Let's pass in our item to it. Okay, and key will be like item dot post id. Okay, let's close this. Great, and we don't want to show source builds because we already showed it at the top. So show source bill equals false. Great. Now after this list, we will have our footer like we had for our feed. So div, let's say like class name will be our feed footer. Fine, then we will have our p tag, which say like selected user feed dot total items. To get the total items, then we will have our button, which will load more posts. We'll say like class name will be like secondary button, type equals button, and then on click we'll call our load more select user. I think we didn't create that. So void load more selected user like this, which will load up more feed. Okay, then we should inside our button, it should be disabled if there is no more next cursor, right? So disabled equals not selected user feed dot next cursor like this, then it will be disabled. Now in here we say like if selected user feed dot next cursor, if it is present, then we'll say like load more posts, otherwise we'll say like no more posts. Great, let's just create this, go to our top, we'll get it from here. Yeah, let's just create this in our hook. So in our hook we had our load more home. Let's have it below this. Let's keep it the same way. Okay, so it would be load more selected user. Will say like if selected user feed dot next cursor, if it doesn't there, if it's not there, then we'll say like this, and then we'll get user feed. Okay, next get user feed, pass in our selected timeline user id. Okay, and pass in our next cursor for that user feed. Okay, selected user feed, so this will be like this, next cursor for the selected user feed and selected timeline user id. Now we have the next page, and we'll set our selected user feed like this, pass our next page. This will be our selected user feed. Where is this? Okay, selected user feed dot items, pass our next page dot items. Let's give it back. So that's our load more select user. Great. Let's also do one thing. Yeah, if the selected user, selected timeline user changes, right? Uh, because it will change from the left side, right? Then yeah, then we should also set our user feed to the next feed, right? We should get the user feed and update on our right side. So let's do that. Use effect for that, and we'll say like, okay, we already have this, so we should say like feed API dot get user feed, pass in our selected timeline user id, which is selected. Then we'll say like next feed that will come. Okay, we'll say like In here we'll do a start transition again, okay, because we are updating our set selected user feed like this, pass in our next feed. So when we change from the left side, this will be updated, and we are not using this, we can say like void. Okay, great. And this will be called when our selected timeline user ID change like this. Okay, great. Now, what if before getting that request, or maybe user is switching it again and again? Let's check that. We can say like cancelled equals false. Okay, we'll say like after getting our feed, if cancel, then we'll just return. Okay, we won't change it. Okay, so if the previous data was coming, we will change, we will return it. Great. Okay, now, yeah, now after getting our user feed, we can say like return. So this will be like after that, okay. This will be like the cleanup when the selected user changes again, or the component using this hook unmounts. Then we'll say like cancel equals true. Okay, great. Also, when our active user changes, we had active user here. Yeah, whenever our active viewer change, the whole dashboard context change, right? So we'll create an effect for that. We'll say like maybe we have, yeah, let's just keep it here. Yeah, let's just keep it here, and we'll say like use effect. Okay, okay, I already have it. So set home feed will again get the initial data dot home feed. Okay, and we'll say like set selected user feed, again initial data dot profile feed, set composer user ID, our active user ID. Okay, and we should say the set selected timeline user ID to our active user ID, and also set our following IDs to initial data dot following dot target user IDs, and also set our search query that we had to empty. Okay, this will run whenever our active user ID changes or our initial data changes like this. Now let's create our refresh all, which will be called yeah, whenever we toggle or something. So we can say like const refresh all whenever we toggle our follow unfollow. So this will use a new hook, which is a use effect event in React 19. So so what it does is that sometimes our effect can use old values. Okay, so I have made a video on this. You can also uh, check that video, how it differs from our event, sorry, how it differs from our use effect. So yeah, so inside here we will always get the you know latest values. That's why we are using it. So async uh, okay, like this, and then this will be a async function. We'll first invalidate our dashboard resource whenever anything, so that it gets removed from our cache. And then let's get the next data equals, because we need to have a new data now. So let's call our dashboard resource again, pass in our active user ID, and again we'll use our start transition. Okay, we'll set our home feed. I should have created a function for that, but yeah, next data dot home feed like this. Set our following IDs to be next data dot following dot target user IDs. Okay, and then if our selected user feed, okay, if we have selected the user feed on the right side, okay, so we will check if our selected timeline user if is equal to that, then we will also refresh that feed. Okay, if our selected uh, selected timeline. Where is it? Okay, select a timeline. User ID equals active user ID. Then we will set our selected user feed to next data. Let's get it. Next data dot profile feed, like this. That is our refresh all. Now inside our handle follow toggle, yeah, let's just remove the comment. Great, now it will refresh it. Awesome. Let's just check our application because I have less time left. This video can't go more than 12 hours in YouTube now. So okay, we are done. Let's just check quickly. Okay, we have our this. We have only 3 posts. I didn't write posts there. I should write posts, but why didn't it came? Okay, let me just check. Footer. Okay, say like post like this, and now it says post. Okay, now we say like Ava. No more posts. Okay, great. So see, also the tag is changing. So we can open the feed for Lena. Okay, Lena's posts are coming. Open the feed for Zoya. This viewer is Marcus. So Marcus follows Ava. Ava's post is coming also. And here we can view. Okay, it's working fine. I am a hot user. Just shut up. Like this. Okay. Okay, great. Awesome. This is showing fan out. Now it's showing hybrid pool because we did that fan out, right? That was that optimistic update. You can fix that, okay? But after refreshing from the backend, it's giving us the correct value. Okay, so this is fine. Let's just stop it now. Please subscribe the video. Oh, sorry. Please subscribe the my YouTube channel. Now we are left with Grafana, and also we are left with our Docker. We will cover that in the next video. I wanted to cover that in this video, but I have already hit my mark of 12 hours and YouTube won't allow me. So yeah, bye. Let's do that in the next video.